love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live, once again, finally, from Los Angeles, sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's Sunday, fun day. Sunday, no stun day. It's July 13th, 2025. 12:35 p.m. Pacific time, back on the OG time, back on the regular time. We are live. We're alive. I'm back in Los Angeles, California, folks, and I hope everyone is having a good one. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm going to do. And a lot of people instantly are like, whoa, why are you late? Why are you late? Why weren't you live yesterday? Things of that nature. And let me tell you, there's good reasons for it. And I'm going to tell you all about it in this part of the broadcast. First and foremost, I'm back. I'm back in Los Angeles, California. Okay. I'm back in Los Angeles, California, and I hope everyone's having a great one here, just as I am. I did not die. I did not die to self-suck, if that's what you're asking. Okay. I'm late by 25 and a half hours, I guess, technically. But back with my queen, Kaya, my little princess. I know speed is in Istanbul, don't worry. But in any case, folks, this is personal news-wise, let me tell you. Okay, alive. Yesterday, I wasn't live. Even though I was alive, because I was in transit. Yesterday I was in transit, and that's the reason why I wasn't live and I didn't do my broadcast. Okay, let's get started there. I ended the broadcast on Friday night in beautiful New York. Okay, Lower East Side, Manhattan. Did it for the one time, did it for the homies, did it all, right? Did all the dang things I was supposed to be doing. Did it all, baby. And then I went to sleep after going and getting dinner with my homies one last time. And then I went to sleep. I woke up super early. I got on a flight and I flew to Los Angeles. Now, of course, do real people talk like that? Yes. I am a real person. I talk like that. So I got on a flight, got to Los Angeles, California. I hit up Will. And I asked him, like, do you want to go see Super Woke? Okay. And Will was like, yes, let's do it. Let's go watch Super Woke. So that's what we did. We watched Superman, also now known as Super Woke, and Super Peak. That's another way to call it. I mean, it was a perfect comic book movie, and it was fantastic. It was amazing. I loved it. I loved it personally. I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I'll obviously be talking about that in a second because you know, there's going to be some people who are like, no, don't spoil it, but like, there's not really. It's a comic book movie. There's not a lot of things to spoil in general, but Will loved it. Will lost his mind because he's a big DC fanboy, as you guys know. Some of you know, some of you don't know. But after that, not much. I was really tired anyway. I just like kind of slept the rest of the day. And I went to bed, woke up, and did you apply for a role in the movie? Yeah, Superman. That's what I wanted to be. He do be kind of looking like me a little bit. I saw. But yeah, woke up this morning, did not have time to work out because we had to do the podcast because they didn't want to do the podcast without me. But we have a really interesting episode coming out tomorrow. As always, it was really fun. And that's the reason why I'm late. But in my absence, a lot has taken place. Okay. In my absence, a lot has taken place. So, we'll talk about that. Please, God, an actual fun day for once. Fuck the news. I mean, we are going to be talking about the news because the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is like, I guess, in some ways, much more aggressive news. It's not very light, but in other ways, it's like watching the actual imminent collapse of the MAGA movement. So that's something that I'm definitely excited about. How was the flight? Lots of cancellations and airport shenanigans recently. My flight was super easy. I did get owned. I will say. You remember how I talked about? What do you call it? Bringing checked in or not checking in my luggage and only having carry-ons. When I flew in, I was the first in line, right? So that wasn't a problem. But this time, when I was flying back, there was a lounge in the JFK airport. Okay, there was a lounge in the JFK airport, and I basically fell asleep in the relaxation lounge, and I almost missed my flight, which is crazy. I woke up. I'm like, oh my God, I was the last person to get on the flight, and when you're the last person to get on the flight, there's a lot more scrutiny on you. Okay. And basically what happened was they stopped me. They stopped me when I was coming in, and they were like, what? How did nobody stop you with this luggage? I was like, well, I flew in with it. All right. Like I flew in with this. I actually carried it on. I didn't realize. They're like, put it in the, you know, the metal thing that they have, which is like, this is how big your luggage has to be for a carry-on. They made me do that shameful experience, and then they stopped me, and they wouldn't let me take one of my bags in. The one with all my equipment. So I had to take out all of the batteries, and I basically had to take out my IRL backpack from the other backpack that I had, and they made me check it in, and I felt owned. I will be honest. I felt super owned in that process. So yeah, but other than that, yeah, they shamed me. They were like, you can't do that. That's crazy. It was shameful. And I had to take the L on that one. I had to freaking take the goddamn L on that one. What is this?
Really?
You have to rematch with FaZe. I was supposed to be on the FaZe team, chat. It looked bigger when you showed it off on your first day in New York City. Surprised they let you through it. Yeah, it wasn't even TSA. It was the lady that works for American Airlines that stopped me. TSA didn't stop me. Austin's Hasan impersonation?
Say something, and it'll be a complete lie, but it'll be rage bait. And then I'll clip it, and I'll put it on my TikTok. And he'll never see this. He'll never see this clip, ever. He'll never see it. Or you know, he'll be like this. He'll be like, oh, what the fuck?
That's what I sound like, huh?
That's my Hasan impersonation.
That's what I sound like, huh?
That's his laugh. Isn't that good?
That's crazy. That's actually good. He clocked my shit. It's messed up. He's not wrong, though. Do you have an Austin impersonation? I understand why you're ducking Maya now. She's the nameless king of the basketball court. Yeah, I saw. They're calling her Maya Buckets now. Look at this.
If they score again here, they have to sub someone in.
Great
Maya
hustle from Maya. Great hustle.
I want to see more from Diddy Sauce. I feel like he's being underutilized.
Yeah, I'm not really getting the ball, but that's a classic.
Oh!
That's crazy.
What a shot!
I would destroy her. I actually said I would ball with her today, and she's the one who's ducking me. I asked to ball with her today. And she fucking New York City fit check dropped. I asked to ball with her today. She says she can't do it today. So who's ducking who? Okay. When I saw her actually play decent ball, when I saw the clips of her playing decent ball, I was like, I'm down. It's finally here. They've been calling her Maya Buckets. Don't act like you don't know. How dare you? No, I'm not the one ducking. She's the one ducking now, for sure. Fuck it, Maya highlights. Maya Higa highlights. That one is crazy. Because, like, she drives it straight to the rim. Respect. Okay? Like, that is crazy. You just look at that. Look at that. Like, that's great. That's great positioning. She drives it straight up. Imagine if your fans made this kind of stuff for you and not comps of you missing every single shot. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, it is what it is. My fans just fucking hate me. So my fans are my biggest haters, honestly, which is why that'll never happen. Let's be real. Small hoops, heart over height. Maya's balling with a dab tomorrow in the Phase House. Wait, she's actually balling with... I might just intercept that. I'm not going to lie to you, chat. That's crazy. Because that's crazy. That's like... I might just pull up on that and just dunk on her and also cook up adapt too.
But I'm on that new shit. They say they gon' ride me. See me never do shit. Cause they know that's the reason they gon' end up on the news clip. All the mob bust down. We popping bottles like I scored a winning touchdown. Remember me dead broke. Look at me up now. I run my city from South Philly back to uptown.
I would never let her get a free shot like that. That's crazy. 3-ball. Easy money. And that's crazy. She would not be getting that. She would not be getting that. Okay?
Thank God, all these bottles I pop, all the
That's
paper I've been
crazy.
getting,
That's
all these
crazy.
bottles I pop. I done told her 100,000 for my album got dropped. And I'm only 23. I'm the shit. Now look at me. Look at me. I'm a boss like my nigga Rose. Shorty asked me for a check. I told that bitch like no way. Cause I made it from
You know, it's a charity game. Yeah, the real charity is allowing... The real charity would be to allow Maya to take those shots, okay? That's crazy. You'd be seasoned on the floor with both ankles broken. Hasan, you couldn't lock her out down outside the paint. I would destroy her. In their last game, she scored all of her team's points. No, she's good. She's good. I'm just better, okay? Every shot you block of hers, you donate 1K to Alveus, dead ass. She would cross you up and make you recreate that awkward dodgeball photo. Imagine I ball and then I get absolutely destroyed. Like I'm trying super hard and then she still cooks my ass. I mean, could happen.
Like the best?
What is this
Josh
one?
Hart,
Phase cooked?
Really? Isn't she like the best? We're saying Josh Hart.
That's very subjective.
Oh, interesting. I think we're just throwing out names. How is he like?
Could happen, will happen. Thoughts on Faker losing MSI? How will this affect his legacy? I have no idea. Man with one ankle talking about better times. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. My shit is busted. My ankle is busted. Hasan already gave 10K to Alveus repairs. I did, but I mean, I can still do it. I can give more. but yeah, we got, thank you, go bro. Did Ugopnik raid? I missed it. Ugopnik might have raided. Thank you, Ugopnik. Shouts out to Hugo for the raid. I know Speed visited the homeland. I'm very well aware. I've been seeing some of the clips. Do not worry. I got all that. Okay. New York was a movie. I'm going to talk about that. Actually, you know what? Let's blast off real quick and then I'll talk about it and I'll give you the scoop and everything. Okay. I'll give you all of it. I'll give you the whole shebang. Okay. Back on home turf. Epstein drives massive rift in MAGA land as Trump desperately tries to change the subject. New York City streams recap and more. No charity here for Emily. Yeah, no, we'll do the super woke too. Super woke Superman review. Get in now, dude. I loved Superman. It's a great comic book movie. It's exactly the way it's supposed to be. It's like just corny enough and just silly enough. You know what I mean? I personally loved it. Can you kidnap Raze and make him a permanent stream fixture? Yeah, kidnap him and just like make him live out of my home. He would love that. He would love that. Yeah. Blast off meme if needed. Oh, we missed it already. Well, I use this one instead. Trump getting roasted on truth. Oh, don't worry. Better than Marvel movies? Yeah, it is better than Marvel movies. Wait, what the hell? Oh shit. The fucking link is busted. God damn it. Failed ass link. Broken ass link. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed the link. I fixed the link. Okay. We'll talk about Superman and Super Woke. That's what we're going to start off with. We're going to talk about Superman versus Super Woke. It's been doing crazy box office numbers. And that's what it is. So good. It is so good. MCU fall off is here. DC revitalization project is here. It had the fixins. It had the fixins. Woke is back. My quick and easy review in the immediate aftermath of getting out of the movie theater was this. Okay, Snyder fans are mad. Get mad. You can't do nothing like that. Okay, you can't do nothing like James Gunn. I said, watch Superman. Woke is so bad it's not even funny. Also, can't believe they did that to Israel. And that's precisely what's going on here. Hold on, I'll be back in a second.
Up and away, the new Superman movie soaring to the top, flying to a possible record debut at the box office, expected to bring in up to $120 million.
Eyes up here.
David Cornsweet starring as Superman himself, and in a nod to the original red cape superhero, Christopher Reeve.
Hey, Jim! Whoa! Excuse me. That's a bad...
Our own Will Reeve taking the silver screen in this latest reboot.
The Justice Gang has arrived on the scene.
A wildly entertaining Superman movie that balances the new with the familiar.
And it's a great start overall at the summer box office, with multiple movies smashing records. F1 starring Brad Pitt racing ahead, coming out on top its debut weekend, getting its boost from IMAX, which is on track to see its best year ever. Also showing blockbuster hits like Sinners.
You twins? Nah, we cousins.
And Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
IMAX, other formats like Dolby, D-Box, 4DX, Luma 4D, they're really pushing the conversation to having a premium experience for moviegoers. Yes, at a higher price point, but we've seen audiences really embrace that for the experience.
This little guy also making his mark. Lilo and Stitch already becoming the highest grossing film of the year, earning nearly $1 billion. Jurassic World Rebirth with Scarlett Johansson also in the lead, earning more than $300 million in just 10 days.
I just got back from watching Jurassic World Rebirth, and wow.
What it comes down to is the right movie at the right time. This is an industry that renews itself, that revitalizes itself every Friday. So every Friday you have an opportunity to offer audiences something new.
Now, clearly, July is already shaping up to be one of the most important months in this year's box office, but we also still have so much to look forward to, including Marvel's Fantastic Four and Freakier Friday, the sequel to Freaky Friday, which I know a lot of millennials like myself are excited for. Gotta love that early 2000s nostalgia.
And also, I know what you did last summer. That's next week as well.
Yes. Wow, we're really throwing it back.
That's right.
I'm really excited for the Freakier Friday, though.
I know.
Lindsay Lohan, Jamie Lee Curtis, throwback to that.
So
That's going to be so much fun. We got a lot of movies. Got to add it to the list to go and see. Thank you so much. So it's good to see you in studio as well. I love being able to hang with you all in person.
Is Superman super woke?
MAGA conservatives are coming after Superman after director James Gunn said in an interview that Superman is an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country, and that he's the story of America.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, woke is back, okay? Superman is super woke. Woke is back in a big way, and everybody needs to step aside, okay? Everybody that has an issue with how woke Superman is needs to step the fuck aside, read the goddamn room. It's over. Let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you. Woke is so back, it's not even funny. Woke is so back, it's not even funny. It's not go woke, go broke. It's go woke unless you want to be broke, okay? Superman already is an alien, right? Like literally and figuratively. Like he is supposed to be, I mean, he's written by... I believe like 2 Jewish immigrants at the time. Like that was the character that they created. He's supposed to be an analog for like a godlike deity. But also, on the simplest terms, Superman is supposed to be an outsider who's trying to do his very best and oftentimes misunderstood. And the entire movie is quite literally about that. Okay? Down to a degree that is like, I would say, maybe a little not so subtle. Okay? Down to a degree where it's not so subtle at all. He is supposed to be the peak form of like perfect human. A superhuman, a Superman, if you will, and he is actively and desperately. The Superman movie is flopping hard box office wise. Wait, what? No, it's not. I don't know why you're just saying that. Anyway, it's the opposite. Muting to avoid spoilers? No, dude, there is no spoilers. This is a spoiler-free review, okay? I'll tell you when there is a spoiler part about it. But basically, yeah, here's a spoiler. Superman wins. Some of the things I really liked about it, some of the things I really enjoyed about the movie was how corny it is. Okay, how corny they made Superman, because it's supposed to be corny. It's a comic book, so they have like all of the corniness of comic books directly baked into it. And I do think that James Gunn hyper focused on all of the side characters and did a pretty good job of uplifting and highlighting some of the side characters on the show, whether it be Crypto, whether it be, you know, the dog, the super dog, basically. Mr. Terrific was incredible. Probably like one of the best side characters in the entire franchise. Okay. Yes. The gun did not jam. Okay. James Gunn doesn't jam. James doesn't jam Gunn. And basically, Hot Girl follows you on IG. Yeah, I know. I found that out and I immediately followed her back. And I would love to have her on the stream. That'd be fucking amazing. But we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But yes, Hot Girl was amazing as well. Green Lantern was amazing as well. And I'm not even talking about the major plot point, which is Netanyahu and Israel. If you think that this movie takes away or like pulls punches, if you think this movie pulls punches from criticizing Israel, it does not. It is an analog for Israel and maybe Russia as well, if you want to call it. You can say a little bit of both, but straightforwardly, it is like, it is the most obvious like fuck Israel thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Okay. And r/Israel, the Redditors on Israel are very upset about this, but basically what I'm trying to say is every moment, every scene, every frame in the movie is framed exactly like the comic book. Okay? Like the incredibly corny, impossibly corny, kitschy characters that you see, exactly like a comic book. If you go into the movie looking for like gritty realism and like the old school DC style, like post Nolan dark DC, you're not going to get that. Okay. Do not look for that at all, because that is not happening. It is not happening. There is no like gritty realism in this, even though there is one aspect of it that I also personally like, that is a holdover from like The Boys, which is the impact that it has on real life people, like these sorts of massive battles. They definitely do show that a lot more than they do in the Marvel universe, where it's almost like a nod to how when these guys are fighting, like human beings are suffering as a consequence of that. But it also shows but it also shows that in a very real way, where, I mean, in a very comic book style way, because you'll see screens, you'll see sequences where like regular people are just like eating, I don't know, like yogurt while like the city is collapsing in and of itself. And that is because that's exactly how it's portrayed in the comic books. And it's also supposed to be like something that is happening all the time, so much so that they're basically used to it. Okay. This is something that like the average citizen is used to. Right. And you see the impact on humans in Marvel TV shows more than the movies. Yeah. But it was fun. Yeah. James Gunn was like, we're going to have fun with this. We're going to have fun with this. Analogs to the real world. Serious politics wise. Number one, the fictional country of Boravia going and invading the other fictional country of what's the name of it? It's like a Asian country. It's like an Indian kind of name, but it's not. It's like very clearly Israel, Palestine. Jarampur. Yeah. Jarampur and Boravia. Boravia is this like high-powered, high-tech superpower in the region that is invading this other country that is not armed at all. It is a literal, exact one-to-one analog to Israel, Palestine. Okay, that's what it is. Boravia is Israel, and Jarampur is Palestine. Abso-fucking-lutely, 100%. Anyone who says that that is not the case is absolutely coping. Even if James Gunn came out and swore on his mother's life that this was not an analog to Israel, Palestine, I'm telling you right now, they're just, it's lying, okay? Spoiling the movie first day after its release. What spoiler? It's not a spoiler at all. This is just like what is going on. The whole, first, it's a comic book. It's a comic book movie. There is no, it's like the expectation that someone is going to the main character is going to win. It's in the premise. I'm describing the fucking premise to you, okay? And then the American weapons manufacturer relationship with Israel is directly explained, which is why I think it's a better analog to Israel than it is to Russia. Okay, that's why, because like this is straightforwardly America and American weapons manufacturers and the relationship that they have with Israel and what Israel is doing to Palestine and Palestinians. Okay. People try to cite the fact that the script was written pre-10/7 to say it's not about IP as though IP began on 10/7. Yes, I know that the script was written before, and maybe it was actually initially implemented to talk about like the Russia-Ukraine situation and how Superman would like save the Ukrainians. But obviously there is plenty of fill-ins post-October 7 that and plenty of scripting that took place post-October 7, but it doesn't even fucking matter, okay? Anyone with two eyes and an active brain cell, like that can rub two brain cells together, will see that either James Gunn or someone in the writer's room straight up wrote it in a way where it is a one-to-one analog. Okay? It is a one-to-one analog. Script writing is hardly a magical event that changes from occurring. Some people don't understand how filmmaking works. Exactly. 1,000,000%. Dude, and you know it's real. You know that a lot of people have seen it because they're coping. Okay, a lot of the not the pushing Z chatters like the pro-Russia ones, but the other pushing Z Zionist, Z for Zionism, Andes online have been losing their minds over it. Okay, even if James Gunn came out and told everyone this is not Israel Palestine at all, I don't know where you guys got that. I would not believe him. He could be like, no one ever touched this script. I'm the only person who wrote this. This is not about Israel Palestine. I would be like, nope. Don't even lie to me right now. It's cool, man. We get it. Sure, bud. Yeah, because Jarampur is just straight up brown. Okay, Israel is a white country with a direct weapons manufacturing ties to the United States of America, and the country that they're dominating is not a well-armed country that is fenced in, and it's brown people wearing fucking like garb that you see in the region. They even have like AK-47s. Yeah, Boravia is mentioned as a U.S. ally on numerous occasions. Okay, you are out of your fucking mind. It is crazy. It was the most fuck Israel movie I have ever seen. Okay, me watching Superman say fuck Israel for 2 hours and 9 minutes. No, literally. Down to the bot farms. Like, there are so many parts about this. Yeah, when in the black side, I was like, this is crazy. Superman scene that got me when they showed an army of monkeys using computers to spread digital Hasbro to fuel the Boravian invasion of the native land is literally this. It is crazy. It is crazy, dude. The Netanyahu analog even says Boravia. It's not even a Netanyahu analog. I think it's a Ben-Gurion analog, for the record. He is not Netanyahu. A lot of people are saying it's Netanyahu, but I think it's Ben-Gurion. This is what David Ben-Gurion looks like. This is what the leader of Boravia looks like. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Hold on. Come on, give me a still. Do you have a link? I don't think it's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like a it's a compilation of a lot of different things. It's a compilation of a lot of different things, but it's definitely Israel. There's a little bit of Russian influence in it, but there's a lot of Russian influence in Israel too. Okay? It's not Netanyahu. It's fucking David Ben-Gurion, dude. That's from the fucking, this is from the movie. Okay? Please tell me that this is just chance. Okay? I mean, this scene right here, I almost had tears, dude. Call me a baby all you want. But when they do this, I'm like, this is the most, I almost cried. I had tears in my eyes watching this. It's hard not to see how this is inspired from the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and I really don't know how to feel about it. This person says, on the one hand, it's disgusting and insensitive to use an ongoing genocide for entertainment when you not once explicitly stated your intent is to depict or bring light to it. On the other hand, anything that helps enlighten the average burger muncher is good, I guess. Yeah, I'm on the second side of this. Okay? I'm on the second side of this where 1,000,000%, 1,000,000 fucking percent that a major blockbuster hit in the United States of America that came out, and it's like a fucking big budget Hollywood summer blockbuster production going to be massively successful. It's already massively successful. And it's literally 2 hours and like 10 minutes of fuck Israel the entire time. 2 hours and 10 minutes of Israel's doing a genocide. Superman needs to fucking save Israel doing a genocide. Or rather, Superman's inspiration causes other superheroes that otherwise would turn a fucking blind eye to Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, causes them to literally fucking take action that they previously said they would not. And all the while, the American government is angry at Superman for interfering in the affairs of Israel and Palestine. Get the fuck out of here. Superman is literally an immigrant that is always trying to do his best, and every single person is like developing tremendous enmity and animosity towards him for being an immigrant that wants to save the planet from harming children, from harming fucking people, where at a certain point, he just straight up says, dude, I just don't want people to die. Lois Lane automatically hits the Hasbara lines because she is a journalist at the end of the day at the Daily Planet, which is like the New York Times. And she straight up is interviewing Superman, and she just starts fucking railing into him. And I literally wrote it down in my notes. I was like, Lois Lane, of course she's doing Hasbara. It was so crazy. It was so crazy. Saying this is disrespectful then rather than helpful to the cause feels like peak lip shit. Feeling bad about having to see it and think about it. Yeah, no, I don't think this is like harming. It wouldn't hurt if the director just came out and said, George Lucas said, obviously the rebels are Viet Cong. Yeah, except George Lucas said that later, not immediately after, if I'm not mistaken. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, the IDF literally almost shoots a child, the child that's putting up the flag before the fucking superheroes intervene. I'm serious right now. I'm telling you right now, down to the fact that like there are active bot farms created by weapons manufacturers that have Defense Department contracts that have a direct relationship with Israel that are literally creating a social media environment where everyone is talking about how Superman sucks and how that has the capacity to shape public opinion for a fucking immigrant trying to do the right thing. I'm sorry. It was all there. Okay. It was slapping you in the face. It's not like even remotely subtle, but it's actually it's as subtle as a heart attack, but in a good way, because that's what comic books are supposed to be like. Okay, that's what comic books are. So what does the S stand for? It's not an S. On my planet, it means free Palestine. Yeah, I mean, it's basically what this was. Politics in my comic book movie. Yeah, they've always done it. It would hurt. HasanAbi, the conflict is good because it lets people accidentally agree with it before they realize what they're agreeing with the depiction of. Normies and Zionists not noticing what it is until they are told after the fact will mentally have a much larger impact. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, prisoners getting shipped away into a secret prison, like all of it is like, and getting tortured in this secret prison by this secret prison that works at the behest of both Israel and the United States of America, created by weapons manufacturers. The entire Luthor Corps is Andoril and Palantir combined. Lex Luthor is literally a Palantir-style figure. And yes, he has like silly ambitions, like his moral compass is like guided by envy or whatever, but that's just like the silly fucking comic book hero version of it. But it's very obvious that there is like what he says as the major motivation here is still is not as important as like what is going on in the movie. Okay, he has to still like abide by he has to still abide by like the personal ambitions of Lex Luthor from the comic books, but the very real the very real analog for Lex Luthor in the real world is straight up a Palantir style, Anduril style group of defense contractors. And what I mean by this is you can see it. You can fucking see it, dude. You see it with the Hawaiian shirts that all the fucking defense contractor engineer nerds wear. Literally. Like, let me see if I can show you. Like, here, look. Like, dude, if you guys watched it, okay? If you watched it, then you know this motherfucker is everywhere, okay? Lex Luthor's ambitions are damn near identical to the real world analog of like both Palmer Luckey and also the real world analog of like Peter Thiel. And every single one of the scientists in Luthor Corp that are straight up working on, every single engineer that's working on the site is wearing a fucking Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, he even goes as far as to say Superman groomed us, which I thought was really funny. Lex Luthor as a Peter Thiel tech bro freak is excellent. Peter Thiel couldn't even answer yes to the question, do you want the human race to continue? Yeah. And I don't know. This is one thing that I thought about, okay? Throughout the entire movie, I was thinking, is the real world stranger than fiction at this point? Or is this movie doing the most to try to make it seem like it's the real world? Or are our real world villains in American society basically like comic book villains? And I think it's a little bit of both. I think at this stage, the real world has gotten to a degree of strangeness that basically feels like we're in this dark comedy, like we are in a comic book. It is not subtle any longer, okay? Comic books were made from past evil humans. I know, but like the current state of existence has gotten to a degree where we straight up have comic book style, like silly ass fucking villains. Also, Ben Shapiro did not like it. So, that's everything you need to know about this. Okay. After having watched the movie, it's so fucking obvious why he didn't like it. Yeah. No shit. You can say soy. Oh my God, Hasan, you're reading too much into a fucking comic book or whatever. But it is whatever gets normies to like get on board, whatever emboldens normies to feel more confident about their opinion, about saying what they feel, saying how they feel is good. Okay. Lex Luthor rage bait Superman. Oh, that was another part. Yeah, that was there was the Lex Luthor rage bait moment too. I mean, it was just great. It was fucking awesome. How do these sorts of critiques of power get greenlit? I don't know. I guess it's like there's enough plausible deniability in it. There's enough plausible deniability baked into the discourse that it fucking makes, you can kind of get away with saying it. But yeah, did Superman yell def to the IDF? No, he did not say that. The CEO of Elba Systems literally looks like Lex Luthor. I mean, he's just bald. But James Gunn is the co-CEO of DC Studios. Yeah, but I'm just genuinely surprised because I didn't know Gunn was like that. I didn't know James Gunn was like that, okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. Like, I did not realize that James Gunn would be out here doing a straight up 2-hour fuck Israel movie where one of the most iconic American superheroes of all time throughout history would straight up beat the fucking doors off of Israel, okay? Like, and then get arrested by the American state because he is interfering in the affairs of defense contractors. Like, that's crazy. And then also arrested and treated like an immigrant. Like, straight up, they're like, oh, fuck this immigrant. He's not one of us. He's an alien. He's an alien. He's a scary alien who wants to kill us. Meanwhile, all he's trying to do is fucking make the world a better place. Bro, there's literally police brutality against Superman. What are we talking about? It is the most woke movie, and it's not even remotely subtle. Do you understand? It is not even remotely subtle. Not to mention the billions of dollars in oil deposits as a reason for Lex wanting half of Jarhampoor. Yeah. Anyway, to trick an executive, all you got to do is lie, chat, say it's about Russia or about Vietnam or anything historically good. They let you do it. Executives are not actually capable of smart. Just because they are rich, they're easily fooled. Yeah. You must have missed Gunn's Suicide Squad trilogy. Yeah, I'm not like a super big. I'm not super big into like all the other stuff. Yeah. Remember when they tried to fucking cancel James Gunn, by the way, for making the most obvious jokes? Like, I can't believe it. James Gunn fired by Disney after a long history of pedophilia comments spotlighted. Like, there was a time and place where on the internet, people would try to make like edgy, like dead baby jokes, basically. And it's a cringe ass era for sure. There's no defense of it, but it was so obvious that it wasn't like, it wasn't like a sincere attempt to normalize anything like that. But they basically, I think it was like, what's his face? In 2018, in the peak of woke era, right-wing Nazis would unironically comb through people's like tweets, early tweets, to be like, this is what he really likes. You know who else actually got hit by the same fucking smear job? Mike Cernovich was doing this. They did it to me as well at the time at the Young Turks, but I wasn't big enough that it like fucking mattered to anybody. But I remember it because they did it to Sam Cedar. They did it to Sam Cedar, and they got him fired from MSNBC for a brief moment, only to be rehired afterwards. Yeah, Uncle Sam is one of the best examples of this, where they people, right-wingers, were cynically weaponizing like old tweets and a refusal to understand like what the actual joke was. Trying to do that thing where it's like, oh, my ideological opponent is actually joking, but I don't believe it. I think it's fucking sincere. This is a sincerely held belief. Sam Cedar has had a joke tweet about how, like, if my daughter is going to get R-worded, that better be with a person who has a deep understanding of mise-en-scene, talking about criticizing Hollywood's defense of Roman Polanski. Like, it wasn't a pro-pedophilia joke. It was literally fucking an anti-pedophilia joke. And yet, that was enough. It was actually criticizing Hollywood for still defending Roman Polanski. Yeah, Mike Cernovich did that against Sam Cedar to limited success. And he tried to do that against James Gunn as well. And it was successful. Like, Disney dropped James Gunn, but James Gunn is back. In any case, yeah, mise en scène, sorry. But it is pretty funny to see like conservative reactions to this. Conservatives, when a movie is about being a good person, judging people based on who they are as a person and not where they come from, and not invading other countries. That's literally what it is. It's, I guess, like the environment has gotten so hostile to like any sort of expression of woke that it is basically counterculture once again to have like a super basic plot point of a person who just goes, I'm a good person and I want to do right by others. I don't want children to die. And then conservatives would be like, I hate this. This is the worst message of all time. Speaking of conservatives and the reaction to super woke, let's look at the pro-Israel groups and how they felt about it. Thoughts on the new Superman movie, r/Israel. Have you all seen the new Superman movie? I find it so disrespectful and distressing that a superhero created by two Jewish artists is now being used to promote anti-Israeli messages to the world. The entire story of Superman is believed to be based on Jewish history with strong parallels to Moshe. I can't understand how this was greenlit at a time like this with global anti-Semitism on a rise. Without giving too much away about the film, I like that this person is still like worried about spoilers at this point. There is a highly advanced fictional country, an ally of the U.S., that is attacking a defenseless neighboring people who live behind the fence in order to colonize their land. It's like, bro, if you understand that that's what Israel is doing, why are you still defending Israel? Like, if you watch that and you recognize that this is Israel versus Palestine, how the fuck, if you literally watch the movie and you recognize that it is a direct one-to-one analog to the country that you're supposed to be defending here, that should cause you to pause, take a moment of self-reflection here, and just decide maybe it's indefensible what the country that I want to defend is doing. You know? It's so strange that the initial reaction here is to basically go, this is Israel and I must defend Israel, the villain of the story. Okay? Of course, the invaders are portrayed as white while the victims are predominantly brown. And of course, if Israel speaks out against the film, it would be seen as, well, if the shoe fits. Pro-Pallies will literally take any movie or anything else from a pop culture right now and make it about whatever message they're trying to promote. Andor is just one such example of this. I wouldn't take it to heart. They'll do this with Fantastic Four as well. Just you wait. I've seen them do it for King Caesar from Godzilla. So anything can be corrupted to suit the pro-Pally message. I don't need to see that shit. If I want to see a Superman, I just go to reserve duty with actual superheroes and fight Hamas. You are Hamas, pro-Pali. You are pro-Palestine. There is no P. There is no P in the Arabic language. On the Jon Stewart podcast, Tony Gilroy literally compared the Gormans to Hamas like 2 days ago. Yeah, except he's also been wishy-washy about, Andor's message as well. If we're keeping it $150, I think Andor had a lot more based writers in the writers' room than just like Tony Gilroy. I think he just basically signed off on it, and now he's just trying to manage his fucking Hollywood career by consistently being like, I don't know if this is like Hamas or Hezbollah. Please don't say that. I don't know how that happened. Andor's also incredibly on the nose for sure. But the funny thing about the creators of Superman, Joseph Shuster and Jerry Siegel, were both born before 1948. Yeah, exactly. There's literally no evidence in any media, be it games or movies, has ever had any political message. Of course not, especially not Superman, classic. I really wasn't expecting much and chalked it up to hype or a liberal application of the Israel analogy to any imperialist expansion war, but the movie quite clearly recreates visuals from the 2018 Gaza border protests. Superman is anti-Zionist and leaves no room for doubt. Yeah. Here's a letterbox review. Yeah, holy fucking shit, this rips. As a noted modern CBM hater, I genuinely think this is the best one. It has such a unique visual identity that I absolutely love. That's the other thing. The color schemes, okay? It is very clear, like the characters, the color schemes. The very fact that Superman is wearing a diaper, okay? All of that is deliberate. It pops. It's visually stimulating. It's fun. It's kind of cheesy, exactly in the way that a comic book is supposed to be. It is an incredibly faithful comic book adaptation in a way that it's supposed to be. It doesn't try to do gritty realism. It doesn't try to do any of that like post-Christopher Nolan Dark Knight style, like Zack Snyder style, like DC shit at all. It's just straight up fun, and it's just straight up popping, and it's campy. Like there are times when it's campy because you can tell, like when you look at Lex Luthor's crew, okay? When you look at Lex Luthor's crew, every single person in Lex Luthor's crew is a goon. They're henchmen. They're straight up comic book henchmen. They're not trying to be cool. They're not trying to modernize it in a way. And the movie itself actually like exists in this unique universe where like there are certainly moments where like there's modern stuff, there's smartphones and shit, but it's also kind of like not modern, if that makes sense, like the outfits and whatnot. And I think like it just exists in like this unique universe, a comic book universe, a surreal comic book universe. Okay, it's both retro and modern at the same time. Mr. Terrific was amazing, for the record, absolutely amazing. One of my favorite. Hawk Girl I loved, and I'm not just saying that because she's a HasanAbi head. Okay, I didn't even know she was. Until someone in my community pointed out that she was following me. But she was amazing. She had the best moment in the movie, for sure. Yeah, there are smartphones, but then there's also like a store that sells like CRT, old school televisions. Isabella Merced, yeah. So I guess Gunn was honest when he told Bassem Youssef they dropped him for a change in the script and not to silence him. Based change in the script, I might add. Oh, Bassem Youssef was supposed to be in it? But yeah, it was cool. It was cool to see. I thought this was a really good take about why it's so much more vibrant compared to Nolan and Snyder's. Oh, I seen this. Yeah, current political climate and economic dread creates a space needed for bright and whimsical media. Yeah, seriously, what they were doing in the 2010s. So glad colors are back in CBM's comic book movies. If I tell you the real reason, you're gonna tell me I'm reaching. No, I think so too. Like it's not gritty at all. It is so colorful. Colors pop out. It's great. It's fun. I loved it. Also, HasanAbi had worked in the VFX unit on the film. Hell yeah. Another thing that James Gunn did that I think is like not even fuck Israel. It's just like for making better movies was that I think they're shelving Wonder Woman, or at least Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, which does make a lot of sense. And that's not even on some like fuck Israel shit. Let's be real. That's just to save the franchise. Khalil, no. You can't be having Gal Gadot anywhere near that production, dude. The new DC universe cannot have a Wonder Woman that is ass cheeks like that. People need #hope back. We're gonna reach Obama era levels in 2028. Yeah. Like, I'm fine with like Henry Cavill coming back as Superman at some point, even though I really like this new Superman. I think he's great. But outside of that, it's like, you know, put someone else on the Wonder Woman tip. It's so bad. Yeah, not Wonder Woman, but just Gal Gadot, the actress, is out. Here it is. When James Gunn and Peter Safran became the DC Studio co-CEOs, they canned a third Wonder Woman film starring as Gal Gadot set in the present day. It's about time someone stopped an Israeli bomb. Nice. I mean, she's been owned into oblivion so much. I saw haters of the movie saying they made Superman into Hassan, which is insane glaze if you think about it. I mean, I'll take it. Melissa Barrera would be perfect. Yeah, I think so too. Here, you can hear it. You can hear this gif. It's so iconic in the worst direction possible that you can literally hear her saying it without even watching it. Kal-El, no! I'm so glad everyone's on the Gal Gadot rage train. Yeah, how woke is Hollywood going to make this character? Dean Cain criticizes new Superman movie. The director of the new film about the Man of Steel has been criticized by some right-wing commentators after saying Superman is the story of an immigrant. It's literally what it is. That's what Superman is. What the fuck? The idea that Superman is not this. Like, why is Superman woke is so stupid. It's like saying, why is Captain America anti-Nazi? Like, comic books historically have had a liberal association for sure with their politics, with their immediate politics, but it's one that is like very blunt. It is not subtle. Comic books are supposed to be like this. Comic books are supposed to be fucking woke. That's how they were started. It's a bunch of progressive nerds that have like made these universes in the way that they in the ham-fisted and not so subtle approaches they have to their own fucking personal politics. So it's like, it just doesn't make sense. Here, look. I mean, look. But this is him, by the way. This is literally Dean Cain's Superman. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at
Superman. Emily Stevens with Immigration and Naturalization. We just need a quick look at your green card.
Green card.
You are an alien, are you not?
Superman, I'm afraid until we get this cleared up, I'm gonna have to ground you.
That's woke too, man. Like, that's woke. That's woke. This motherfucker was doing woke shit. INS is or ICE before ICE existed. Chatters that don't know. Oh man, I can't believe Superman is woke. It sucks because his Superman was good too. He's just brain broken now.
Superman, Emily Stevens.
Actors, writers, and everyone working on movies, a gay nerd theater kid. Of course, movies are going to be woke. Exactly. A second order effect of this movie is it even has normie film podcasts like The Ringer's Big Picture talking about Israel-Palestine, which even they admit is a net positive. Conservatives hate it because it's not escapist enough. Like, I am not a firm and committed believer. I am not a firm and committed believer that like movies that are woke are going to make culture woke overall, and it's going to lead to like positive material change in the world. I think culture is a reflection of our material realities. But it doesn't hurt to have like good messages in movies. I've never been the type of person that says like, why is this movie not sanitized in the way that I want it to be? You know what I mean? But I do think that a big part of reality is also showcasing the horrifying nature of defense contractors. That's real. Like, I'm not the type of person who will be like, sanitize movies, don't show like any sort of, you know, sexual assault or anything like that. That's a real part of the existence. Okay. That's a real part of the universe. It happens in the real world. Movies are supposed to be a reflection of reality. And it's not always supposed to be in the direction of like, this is good and this is bad. Okay? But as far as like Superman goes, yeah, of course it's going to be fucking blunt. It's never not been. It's never not been blunt. It's always been blunt. Also, look at this fucking little article here. Superman poisoning American children. Irate Nazis claim. Berlin, April 24th. Thus, Schwarzenegger's organ of Adolf Hitler's elite SS guard today denounced the American comic strip Superman, drawn by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. Things don't change, okay? Things don't change, ladies and gentlemen. You know, some of the actors in the real world might be a little different, okay, for sure. But ultimately, you know, you always have like powerful fascists. The Snyder movies are bluntly right-wing too, but these guys didn't complain. Yeah, history repeats itself. This is also funny. Superman isn't trying to be political. We just have real life supervillains now. This is something that I also thought about as well. How was David Cornsweet? Amazing. He was fantastic, by the way. He was fantastic. Snyder movies aren't right wing. BVS opens up with a US backed coup in Africa set up by Lex Luthor. He was awesome. Yeah, a Philly boy through and through. I have proof that James Gunn knew what he was doing. Can the mods give the link? Okay, you have to subscribe to be able to link, to get linking privileges. Okay? All I'll say is Hawkgirl does something amazing in the movie. And one of the parts about the movie that's like really awesome, aside from, you know, the whole like fuck Israel points and even like the bot farms that they have implemented against Superman to rage bait Superman over and over again for like trying to do the right thing, is I mean, I don't know. They just don't hold back at all, man. They do not hold back at all. And shouts out to Hawkgirl once again. You're glazing him to undermine your arch nemesis, Henry Cavill, who's a real gamer. That's true. Does Hawkgirl have a name? Hawkgirl, played by Isabella Merced. I will say that like, I will say like there's some also kind of cheesy parts. Speaking of HasanAbi heads, there's some HasanAbi heads coming out of the woodwork as well. Even if they're like, you know, Disney HasanAbi heads and they're they have great limitations on what they can and can't say. So, you know, it's another indication that like times are changing. Okay. She isn't a Disney kid anymore. I know, but she's still like a fucking, you know, media production. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much it, though. 1978, respect minorities, Superman. 2025, fuck, they ruined it with their woke trash. This wasn't like this when I was a kid. It's like, maybe you need to fucking reconsider how your personal politics has changed. Yeah, James Gunn knew what he was doing. Hashtag the gun was locked and loaded. As a result of the Israeli court ruling, Viola Davis, 550 Palestinians face the threat of dispossession. James Gunn liking the Viola Davis tweet from the 11th of May, 2021. Okay? James Gunn, I didn't know you knew ball like that. I didn't know you recognized real like that, James Gunn. Endless respect to James Gunn. We don't need any gun control around these parts. Let me tell you, okay? It's called Second Amendment, and it's there to protect the First. James Gunn, I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know you were like that, okay? I was not familiar with your game. I did not know. I'm here to write a apology form. Okay. Hashtag suns out, guns out. Exactly. Hashtag good guy with a gun. Mr. Terrific was also incredible. All of the side characters are, I think all the side characters, like, I think James Gunn is more fascinated with like the entire world of like, you know, cheesy and weird characters, side characters. Cause like he very clearly spent a lot of time. He very clearly spent a lot of time on the side characters, and they were cheesy, but they were fun. They were good. Like Green Lantern, amazing. A studio going to cast you for Red Sun? Would you do it? Yes. This is how I think most people who hated the new Superman are thinking. Yeah, weak aura saving innocence. Strong aura allowing a courtroom of people. Strong aura allowing a courtroom of people get slimed for a fit pick. Gunn is directly responsible for building out an entire cinematic universe, so we frontline so many side characters in this film since everyone already know everything about Superman, and that used the opportunity to get just prep tons of side films. Black hero without electric powers getting a movie. Please watch my Mr. Terrific edit last try.
Palestine! Alright, but have you heard this one though? IDF! Death to the IDF!
Bro, did you film this on your phone to make a video out of it? Because that's crazy to me. Or did you find this online of like someone filming it from the movie theaters? That's crazy. This scene is amazing. This doesn't do it service. I'm sorry. Great edit, but I don't want to show you what's going on there because honestly, it doesn't do it justice. You should see it in the movie theaters if you have the opportunity. I saw it in IMAX. Gunn said they might make a Mr. Terrific TV series if this movie does well. I think the Mr. Terrific TV series could be great. We love seeing autistic black characters thrive on camera. He was an aura farmer too. IMAX 40x 3D, perfect for your autistic experience. Yeah. Anyway, What else was I going to say? Oh, we're going to obviously watch Ben Shapiro mauled over this. Of course, we have to, because that's also amazing. But yeah, I did personally think that it was strange, like whether, like I went back and forth on like our real life villains that work in like these defense contracting companies and whatnot, just comically bad at this point. Or are they really hamming it up in the show? Or are they like really blunt about it? And I think it's a bit of both for sure. Yeah, here is Superman being woke. We are a nation of immigrants. If you go back enough generations, we all came from somewhere else. My father sent me to Earth that I might escape a dying world destroyed by the hate of terrorists. That doesn't make me any more or less American than this man or you. You don't understand, Superman. These refugees are in our country illegally. So am I. Yeah, lend a friendly hand. Superman says, lend a friendly hand. Because remember, this is for kids. This is for teenagers. It's like, Jim, we don't want Sander along. Those refugee kids can't talk English or play ball or anything. Maybe there's a reason for that. Superman, how about my taking you for a little trip across the ocean so you can learn something about refugees like Sandor? People who have fled to another country because of political events, war, or disaster are placed in refugee camps like this one. This is where they live, in shabby, crowded barracks. Some of the children were born here, and they have never known what a real home was like. Gosh! Lots of international organizations have been helping during this World Refugee Year to find new homes in new countries for these people. United Nations World Refugee Year. You can help, too, by being friendly towards boys like Sandor. Superman is technically undocumented. You know that? So is Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman. I could go on. It's a long list. Yeah, well, they get a pass. They're heroes. That's not why they get a pass. Yeah, dude, Superman literally kidnaps racist teenagers. Like, this is Superman kidnapping racist teenagers to explain to them what's what. Anyway, some people I know who claim to be pro-Israel are mad at the movie didn't show the nuance of both sides. That's so funny. Superman indoctrinating kids into becoming better human beings. Please, bro, stop this dangerous propaganda. I know. It's the same. It's the joke that I make all the time about, like, right-wing Republicans getting mad about messages like sharing is caring. Okay? That's where we're at now. Like, look, Superman taking them to an UNRWA facility run by Hamas. It is crazy that Israel is a worse villain in the real world than anything a comic book movie could put together. Okay? Yeah, anybody who says sharing is caring should be forced to give out 90% of their birthday cake. That's like the funniest. That's the funniest fucking take of all time, because it's like, yeah, that's what a birthday cake is supposed to. You're supposed to do that with birthday cakes. You know, that's the whole point. If you have friends, nobody talks about how scary being a home invader is. It's so quiet and dark, and you never know what could be lurking around each corner. Yeah, birthday cakes are the peak of socialist thought and socialist experiment. Do you remember this part from the movie? Yeah, I already showed this. Trigger warning, Superman is supposed to be the most compassionate person. People think he's meant to be a fascist. No, these guys wanted Homelander, bro. These are the guys who don't understand fucking Homelander. And they think Homelander is a good character. Okay, that's it.
You were right, and he was right. You were right, and he was right. And we take lessons from this as we go forward. Think for yourself. Ignore the herd mentality, the conventional wisdom that they try to shove down your throat every day, whether it's in movies. They've even ruined Superman. I understand.
Yeah, they ruined Superman. They made him woke. I mean, look.
We have no choice. We have to call immigration.
I told Javier he'd be safe here, and I meant it.
I want to help this boy as much as you do, but I took an oath to uphold the law.
All he's trying to do is find his mom.
I know, but we have to go through the proper legal channels.
Was it legal when you forged my adoption papers? I'm an illegal immigrant, Mom. You've been harboring me for over 17 years.
Your situation was entirely different. We had to protect you.
And I need to protect Javier. If I don't defend him, who will?
Yeah, like, it's so stupid that these guys are like, Superman is woke now. It's like, yeah, he's always been an illegal immigrant, dummy. He's literally an alien, okay? He is literally a fucking alien, dog. What are you talking about?
Understand?
An illegal
in
alien.
Movies, or on the internet, or by some ridiculous professor. Don't go along with the cool crowd.
I like that they're also, like, weirdly admitting. It's like when my haters would be like, Hasan is always suspiciously on the right side of every political opinion. It's like, why are you admitting that? Like, what honor or dignity is there in openly being like, I'm on the wrong side of politics and I like it? Okay. Like, this never makes sense to me. Like, when people are be like, oh, he's signaling virtuous beliefs that he does not hold. It's like, okay, so you're saying it's a virtuous belief. The opposite of that is vice signaling. Why the fuck would you signal a vice? I don't understand this. I don't understand this mentality at all, but it's like, I guess, pure reactionary. And that's what it is at its heart. That's precisely what it is. And then James Gunn, what is this? Wait, no way. This is not real. James Gunn launched a $1 billion lawsuit. I don't believe that. Against the White House using the image of Superman. I don't think that that's the case. There's no fucking way. That sounds like fake news, dude. There's like also a ridiculous website, US Media or something. Yeah, James Gunn doesn't even fucking own the IP, I don't think, of Superman. Yeah, Superman did not become woke. You became a piece of shit. Dexerto just tweeted about you. Why? What the fuck? Also, don't let me know about that shit, dude. I don't want to know. Anyway, yeah, speaking of the... Oh, no, it's Dexertonox. Directly from the barrel of the gun. And remember, boys and girls, your school, like our country, is made up of Americans of so many different races, religions, and national origins. So if you hear anybody talk against a schoolmate or anyone else because of his religion, race, or national origin, don't wait to tell him that kind of talk is un-American. Help keep your school all-American. The SS newspaper literally went after Superman's two creators. Yeah, we already talked about it. The thing I will say, oh yeah, there's new Voidzilla talking about Epstein as well. We'll obviously cover that in a second. I will say this. I think being anti-Israel, being against like evil actions being taken by the American government, and being pro-immigrant, being an immigrant yourself is at the heart of is directly at the heart of what the original creators of Superman wanted to create. So it makes perfect sense that this modern iteration of Superman would look at the modern iteration of an evil state doing a metric ton of evil, and would want to put an end to it by regardless of what the cost is. So yeah, it was cool seeing that.
You know what it says on his cape? MS-13.
We don't go to the movie theater to be lectured to and to have somebody.
Also, these guys, like, watching this right after watching Superman makes me feel like we are living in a comic book universe, dude. It literally feels like these are the types of people that you would see in the fucking Superman movie or the Superman comic books shitting on Superman using the exact same language and terminology. Like, the real world, unironically, it has become as... The real world has basically become a copy of, like, the not-so-subtle, incredibly blunt, good-bad dynamics, the silliness that you see. Fox News has become such a reactionary shithole, just abiding by the standard of vice signaling and just, like, being a villain, that the propaganda that they fucking churn out has basically gotten to a point that is beyond what you would see in a comic book. Life imitates art is past that point. Yeah, the movie literally has a Tucker Carlson analog in it, obviously.
Super woke. MAGA conservatives are coming after Superman after director James Gunn said in an interview that Superman is an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country, and that he's the story of America.
You know what it says on his cape? MS-13.
We don't go to the movie theater to be lectured to and to have somebody throw their ideology onto us. I wonder if it'll be successful.
He's creating a moat of woke, enlightened opinion around him.
The DC fans are saying that Superman has always been an immigrant and that superhero comics have always been political, since he was an alien who grew up in Kansas as a refugee.
I'm an illegal immigrant, Mom.
Actor Nathan Fillion, who plays the Green Lantern, said this to Variety in an interview after the backlash.
Somebody needs a hug. It's just a movie, guys.
But that's why people are asking.
Alrighty, folks, so I watched the new Superman, and I have many, many thoughts. This video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN. You know, I went with my wife. My wife and I always have an interesting time watching movies together, because when I go, I'm very analytical about what I think of the movie. My wife sort of gets an overall gestalt, and it's mostly like, that was fun. And so my wife's review was, that was fun. And I think most people who come away from the movie will probably do the that was fun thing. And that seems to be what the people are saying. People are generally liking the movie. They think it's fun. They think it's kind of a kick. David Corenswet is charming. He has good physical presence. I didn't mind him as Superman at all. Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane was fine. I thought she was great. I thought both of them had good chemistry. I thought all of that was fine. And then there is the analysis. So my overall review of Superman. Superman is super meh. It's meh. Okay, so all the people who are getting super exercised over the politics, and we'll get to the politics a little bit.
It's not even, dude, even without the politics of it, like, it's a fun movie. That's it. So if you're going to watch this as a fun movie that is supposed to be like a faithful comic book movie with like weird characters that it's not supposed to be like hyper realistic or gritty, you're gonna like it. You're gonna enjoy it. The politics on top of that are incredibly fucking blunt and not even remotely subtle is extra fun. It makes it even better. Just like the original comic books were. Superman fighting fucking Nazis directly. Superman telling children not to be racist. Superman openly saying he's an immigrant. Superman openly being held back by the federal government due to his immigrant status. All of those things are literally in the comic books. They have played a role in Superman. So like even that in and of itself and the bluntness of that and the bluntness of comments is the bluntness of the ideology. This review was sponsored by Luther Corps. I would have been shocked if you liked the film. Wait, so now Superman's against genocide? Who signed off on this radical idea? Ben unironically thinks Lex Luthor is justified. Coming to see a film review by Ben Shapiro is like going to a 7-Eleven for a fine dining experience. I have a feeling you've never actually picked up a Superman comic. That's so good.
Later on, I think that they are overestimating how much politics is in this. I think they're deliberately misinterpreting some of the politics that are in there. This is not
he's going with the it's not actually about Israel route. This is one of my favorite types of conservative cope, to be like, well, everybody likes this, so obviously it can't be about Israel because everybody likes Israel. And if you don't like Israel, you're anti-Semitic.
Movie about illegal immigration. It's not a movie about ICE, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, the Palestinians. There may be references there if you have politics on the brain, but other than that,
he's like, oh, you're just making it political. You're just making it political. It's not actually political. You're making it political. It's not political. Okay, thanks, Ben. Thanks for letting me know, dude.
I really don't think that there's that much of this there. That is not my overall problem with the movie. My overall problem with the movie is that you are taking the most iconic American IP of all time, Superman, which is to be treated with a certain level of respect. That doesn't mean it has to be grand mythology the way that Zack Snyder.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's what America's supposed to be. You know, like anti-racist. Maybe you guys have personally actively tried to go against that narrative in a way that is ridiculous and almost like a comic book villain. Because like America is what you make it. America is a nation that was built by immigrants. Okay, immigration, like migration patterns have made America this unique country that it actually is. It's perhaps one of the best saving graces of America. Something that I talk about quite a bit, you know, and obviously the original authors, Jewish immigrants of Superman, the original authors of Superman were both Jewish immigrants. They definitely wanted to do that. They definitely wanted to show that.
Snyder wants to do. Like my standard for Superman is not Man of Steel. My standard for Superman movies is 1978 Richard Donner, the best version of Superman. It just is. Overall, here is my problem. James Gunn is the wrong director, writer, creator for this thing.
I saw Chewbacca on the cover of People magazine. I was like, oh my God.
He's just wrong for it. It's Guardians of the Galaxy with Superman in it. And so that means it's all kind of a mess. It's an overstuffed movie in every way. It's visually overstuffed. In terms of plot, the plot holes are big enough to drive a truck through them. There are character problems. And all of it is just kind of wrapped around this gauzy, fast-paced, jokey tone that doesn't mesh with Superman as central part of Americana, to me. James Gunn's sensibility is always to be subversive. That is what he does. He does subversive in Guardians of the Galaxy, right? He takes a comic book movie and he turns it into sort of a potty-mouthed sitcom.
Don't drink fountain water, you idiot. That's disgusting.
And he does the same thing with Suicide Squad. He takes that same sensibility, and now he's doing that with Superman.
Superman robots, I thought I told you to keep an eye on him.
We feed the canine, but he is unruly. And he realizes we are not flesh and blood and couldn't, in our heart of hearts, care less whether he lives or dies.
And I get that after the interpretation of the Snyderverse is over-serious, he's reversing himself into completely the opposite direction. But what that means is that he's constantly subverting everything.
I was raised with a dog that was my sister.
The very beginning of the movie, you are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman, right? There's like a placard that says 30 years ago, the metahumans arrived. 3 years ago, Superman emerged. 3 weeks ago, there was an invasion. And now 3 minutes ago, Superman's ass got kicked.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
He's not very super. He is not the Man of Steel. He is not invulnerable. He gets his ass kicked routinely. He gets locked up in a prison with a character who's making kryptonite out of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that is like, again, that's also another cool aspect of this that I don't know why he thinks it's bad. It's good. It's good that he's not. It would not be fun if he was just like one-tapping everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, there needs to be fucking conflict, dickhead. What are we talking about?
Sorry, what?
He's constantly in victim mode. Like Green Lantern has much more success in this movie. Mr. Terrific has much more success in this movie than
like one of the major plot points of Mr. Terrific and Green Lantern is that they initially, in the formation of like the Justice League, right? They initially aren't involved in global affairs. Like they literally say, I don't want to play a role in this. I don't want to play a role in this at all. It's very obvious that a big part of this is like Superman and his actions make, Justice Gang. Okay. Justice Gang. I know. The original Justice Gang, which is the Justice League. So like what Superman does here is his involvement in global affairs, like his moral compass causes others to also take action, causes others who have power to also take action. He literally makes people, he springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the I don't know. I just saw like a lot of what I've tried to do with commentary in general, which is like to influence others to also do right and to defend vulnerable people and to show by not just telling but also doing, no matter what the repercussions are. And I think that was what was great. Like he is an inspirational figure, not just inspirational towards human beings, but also towards metahumans and people who are powerful themselves. Like sometimes it's okay to do good.
And Superman's parents from Krypton, if you're going to go through the mythology, send him to Earth so that he can be a moral guide for people on Earth using his great powers to stop evil from happening to them. In this movie, his parents from Krypton send him there. This is the big revelation of the movie. His parents send him there to dominate the life on Earth as an alien invasion, essentially, and to create a harem of Earth women to have his many babies.
Well, sign me up.
So immediately you're taking the expectation of what you know about his Krypton parents and flipping it on its head. His parents, Ma and Pa Kent, in the original, they are noble and they are wise. They're kind of salt of the earth. Here, they're basically kind of, I don't know, like down home types who don't seem to, they live in a...
Oh my God, dude, that is like literally supposed to be, that's supposed to be a fucking a statement about like regular ass. This is literally in the comic book line, by the way. This isn't subversive. It's literally part of the comic book line that Gunn took inspiration from. Dude, Ben Shapiro hates the real Americans, okay? Real, rural Americans that make up the base of MAGA. Because his parents are the base of MAGA, okay? His parents are supposed to literally look the part of corn-fed Republicans who still have a moral compass, who just keep to themselves and have a moral compass, and they have guided Superman against what his Kryptonian parents initially might have liked, and have basically created like his parents offer him the initial guidance, or they create Superman, obviously, but then his Earth parents are the ones who give him the morality that he upholds. You're supposed to think, see, this is real America. In a normal world, you're supposed to watch this and go, see, even real Americans that you wouldn't expect, that the media has always blindly criticized as like racist monsters, actually have the capacity to show a positive side. Like Superman's adoptive parents are simple folk that teach him right from wrong. Okay, what the fuck? That's what it's supposed to be. But Ben Shapiro is such a fucking squishy bicoastal elitist that he sees the Kansas parents and he thinks like they're disgusting, they're fat, they're slops, I hate them.
Kind of a crappy house. They're the kind of people who call the TV the box. They're the kind of folks who are sitting around and you know, kind of scratching their butts. They're purposely cast as ugly and non-noble. It doesn't mean everything they say is bad. It isn't.
What?
But, and by the way, both of them are alive in this, right? The original Superman mythos is that Pa Kent dies, and that's what sends Superman on his journey. Anyway, Crypto, the super dog, is a terrible dog, is a dog that does not, like an idiot dog. Like way worse than my dog Happy. My dog Happy, way better than this dog, and my dog makes trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get introduced to for a hot second at the very end, Supergirl is a drunken teenage brat. Right? Like anything that you think you know about the Superman universe, James Gunn is determined to debunk in the first half hour of the film. I think that it's a betrayal of the original IP and mildly upsetting. Not like hugely upsetting, but mildly upsetting. That is my critique of James Gunn. He is not the right person for this film because James Gunn is not capable of delving. He's just not. He's not capable of delving into a single character and examining his motivations and what's interesting about that character. He can't do it with Superman. He can't do it with Lois. He can't do it with Lex. Instead, he decides he's just going to toss everything into the stew. And so you end up with this sort of ADHD film where a bunch of things are going on at the same time, but you never get a good, interesting perspective on anybody who's in the film. So Green Lantern is there, and he's kind of just...
Yeah, this is why you failed as a screenwriter in Hollywood, man, I think. Because everything he's saying is the exact opposite. Like, literally, everything he's describing here is the exact opposite, where, like, in a very short period of time, James Gunn is able to create compelling side characters that you can even launch a franchise off of individually, okay? I would go so far as to say that my analysis is the exact opposite of Ben Shapiro, where, like, it's clear that the side characters are unique and compelling, even if they're, like, kind of cheesy in a comic book kind of way, that is the exact opposite of what Ben is saying. That, like, it's obvious that James Gunn actually did care a lot about the side characters and wanted to focus on it. Mildly upsetting. I only cared about it a little bit. Merely 45 minutes. He's correct about the dog only, but it's just another problem for Superman to have to manage his cousin's poorly trained dog. I liked the dog being unruly. It reminded me of Kaya's behavior. This editing is unbelievably cringe. Biblical fall off. Honestly, I mean, Ben Shapiro's fall off has come way before this. Let's be real.
And he's there as comic relief. And then you have Mr. Terrific, who's the actual hero of the film, who you learn nothing about other than he's just kind of a noble do-gooder fellow. And you have all these superheroes who are wandering around. You never get any information about them that make...
I need to see what he thinks about Hawk Girl. Oh my God.
Interesting or sympathetic or even particularly cool. But you don't know the motivations of any of the villains except for Lex, who it turns out is just really kind of jealous of Superman because Superman has superpowers. And Lex is like, I'm really smart. And Superman is really strong. So why do people like Superman?
But dude, that's like his motivation in the comic book, man. That is literally what Lex Luthor... Like, I don't even read comic books like that. I've never been like a massive DC guy. But the Superman Lex Luthor character and the dynamic between the two is unironically that, where he says like brains over brawn. That's it. That is supposed to be his like one note reasoning. Yeah, that's just how it is. Like willing to rip apart the earth in an effort to just like dominate Superman. Like, yeah, you can say it's one note for sure, but that's kind of how that's his motivation. In the comic books as well. Yeah, he is an incredibly jealous and an incredibly petty bitch. The characters we know are not how we expect them to be, makes us eager to await and what they will say or do. Like, Lex Luthor is designed in a way where he has everything on the planet, okay? He is the richest guy, he's the smartest guy, he has government contracts, he has all of this. But the one thing he can't get is the admiration that Superman has, which bricks him because... He's like, why can't I have that? I have it all, and yet I don't have the admiration and the hair, of course. So it's like, it is in a way, it goes back to what I was saying about how the real world, unironically, is more like kitschy and stupid than a fucking goofy-ass comic book villain, because that's just Elon Musk, okay? That is literally just Elon Musk. You are... Like, under normal circumstances, if we lived in a universe where Elon Musk didn't exist, I'd be like, this is so stupid. Like, you mean to tell me there's a billionaire, the wealthiest person on the planet, that is, like, seen as, like, this brilliant person, but is, like, the deeply, deeply insecure? But that's Elon Musk. That's literally who he is. That is a primary motivator. Okay? That is unironically a primary motivation for motherfucking Elon Musk. Okay? I don't know what else to say other than that's just who he is.
More than they like me, which is a pretty boring motivation, to be frank. So the characters are complete pastiches. They're just cardboard cutouts. Even the moments that are supposed to hit don't hit because there's so much going on in the background because James Gunn cannot control his ADHD. He just cannot.
I think he was pooping his brains out for the next 36 hours.
There's a scene where Clark and Lois, they've had a fight and now they're back together and they're having a talk. And it's supposed to be this very intimate talk where they're speaking with each other. And literally outside the window, Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl are fighting a gigantic sort of eye monster that looks like it's from Suicide Squad.
Right there, Joker. You'll never get me, Will you catch him?
God, these edits are so ass.
Extremely distracting because he's James Gunn and everything has to be some sort of dumb joke.
Wait, what? That's the point. What the fuck? And he also didn't use the original scene, and he just used a separate scene instead, which I don't know why. But yeah, what the fuck? What? That's the whole point. It's supposed to be like Superman, regardless of this like analog for God almost, like a moral figure, like a deity, is still capable of feeling hurt, is still capable of being wronged, is still capable of being almost petty at a time when like there is a necessity for him to save the city. He's too invested in having a conversation with his girlfriend after he got fucked over and he's like looking for his dog. He's sad. He like, in spite of his superhuman status, he still has the capacity to feel feelings like a human being.
Joke. You're like, well, shouldn't Superman be doing something about it? No. Let them handle it. Again, that's irritating. As far as the plot itself makes very little sense. The plot is basically
dude, this literally okay, I can't believe I'm saying this. Ben Shapiro, inadvertently, without recognition, has created a movie review that Lex Luthor would have made about the movie. Like, this is, I suspect if Lex Luthor in that world was reviewing the Superman movie, he unironically would review it like this. It feels like like this is almost like a meta review. It's like, Ben, if he just shaved his head and was like LARPing as Lex Luthor, this would be a much better product.
Lex Luthor has decided that he is going to make a deal with a foreign politician who...
I love Nicholas Hoult, by the way. He's so good.
The left wants to believe is both Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu, but actually is just kind of nothing, is going to invade another country.
That's not... It's David Ben-Gurion, by the way, which I'm surprised Israel's greatest defender doesn't even recognize. He's based... I mean, it is a placeholder for both Benjamin Netanyahu and also... Vladimir Putin, that's for sure. There's like a little bit of like Russian USSR almost style, like Russian associations, but there's also directly Israel. It is literally Israel, and he looks like Ben-Gurion too.
And Superman stops that invasion. Apparently Lex wants to use this as an excuse to box up Superman, saying that he's running counter to American foreign policy. Now, we've seen that iteration in other movies. Right, that was in Batman versus Superman. You've seen it in other versions of the Superman story. But
also, even the fucking flag, dude, when I saw the flag of Barovia, I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, dude, they're not subtle about this at all, brother. Bro, come on. I mean, they put like a kind of like a Star of David on that flag. It's not the Star of David, but like it was crazy to see. Wait, Hassan, I just got off the stream. Did you like the movie? I love the movie. It's not like it has different colors than this, but that's just, I think that's like the Barovian hammer. That's the way he shows the flag. But it does have this star. Dude, I'm sorry. That's crazy, right? Like when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? That is the copium and Ben is wild. She actually tried it out for Superman, but James said he would make a better Lex, which was so cool. Do you believe Baravia has a right to exist? No, that's from the Hammer of Baravia. Yeah, that's Hammer of Baravia, and the way like that's what his suit looks like. But is there a still from the movie? Do we have a still from the movie? What the fuck is this? Okay. Iron Dome head. What is this? Literally a Palestine flag in the last shot. Wait, is that? The villain is Israel. James Gunn's Superman set the ruffle feathers as early viewers realize it's entirely pro-Palestine. I don't know if they fucking... That's the Jaunpur flag, but it's the same colors. Yeah, I don't think they would. I don't think any fucking big budget... Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is 0% chance that there would be a real-ass Palestinian flag that made it past any of the censors, okay? Yeah, this is the real flag with the Star of Day with extra points on it. My far-right cousins shit on you constantly, and I have to agree to not make it awkward. I hope you forgive me. No, you should tell them they suck and fight them at my behest.
But it's not really taken kind of to its ultimate extreme politically. In any case, it turns out that what he really wants is to annex half of this separate country. He's going to split it with this other dictator. One major plot hole. Lex Luthor is obviously the smartest person in the film. So smart, he can create his own universes. Is a major...
Oh, the only thing I didn't like was... I will say there was one criticism I had. It was Lex Luthor's combat system. That's the only thing I didn't like. I don't know if it's because it's like too faithful of an adaptation of the comic book, but I didn't like the combat system that they created, where he would be calling out the shots ahead of time. And I guess it's because like it's supposed to, he made it like chess for his ego. Yeah, I get it. I get that part, but he's just like, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. He's supposed to be a chess master. Yeah, he made it so that it was like a chess move. I like, because he would just call out different things like 1A, 3D, and then that would mean 1A is like a straight right hook, like straight right punch, right? So we say 1A, 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 and then like he would just like be straight punching Superman, like the Ultraman that he created. Oh my God, the map of Jaunpur is literally Israel-Palestine with the border drawn different. Yeah, this was from I think this was literally from the fucking movie too.
Plot point. And he is concerned about a relatively small piece of land occupied by third worlders. This is his big plan. And later it turns out that he said, oh, no, I started that war just so that I could get people to turn against Superman. Okay, well, he does that halfway through the film. And then he jails him, and then he leaves him alive and explains this secondary plan that apparently was his primary plan, sort of. But he doesn't kill Superman at the time for a reason that remains undisclosed.
We hear that he killed 27 children, and you're always going to make mistakes, but that's how it is.
The entire plot is a complete mess. If you try to chart it, there's no way to do it because James Gunn doesn't care about plot. James Gunn doesn't care about characters. James Gunn cares about joke.
Being woke. James Gunn cares about being woke. That's what he cares about. Wokeness. Look at his hair. It's awakened.
And aesthetics. That's what James Gunn cares about.
Nobody cares anymore.
It's very difficult to make Clark a hero in a situation in which the plot is a complete mess. And again, that's not a rip on Nicholas Hoult, who I love in everything. I think he's great. Or David Corn.
What do you mean? How is it a... Dude, what the fuck? It's like automatically implied. You're watching a Superman movie. Of course he's the fucking hero. If anything, it makes it harder for... I would say that if you want to criticize something about James Gunn, the thing you should criticize, and it's too limited of a time frame to like really build out this world. The only criticism I have is like how quickly people turn on Superman. That was too like, but I give a lot of liberties because it's like supposed to be a comic book adaptation. So like I can suspend my disbelief on that. But if anything, that was the major criticism, which is that the turn happens in a way where it's like way too fucking, it's way too immediate where, you know, all of the people turn on Superman almost instantly as soon as like the TV says Superman is bad and he wants to actually dominate the world. All of a sudden everyone's like, boom, you know, we all fucking hate this guy, right? And I think that that was one of the only parts of the scripting, the screenwriting, where I was like, well, this is a little bit, you know, this is a little crazy, right?
Sweat or Rachel Brosnahan. That's a rip on James Gunn as a script writer. It's just not a good script. Okay, we'll get to more of this Superman review from Ted back. Our CGI vomit, like complete Ben YT. Okay, the visuals are, when I say a mess, I mean that the visuals are CGI vomit, like complete CGI vomit. So James Gunn has an addiction to kind of gross and weird imagery, which doesn't really fit in the context of the, again, Americana that is Superman. And so there's some really gross and weird images, particularly in the Pocket universe, where you have characters who are turning themselves into weird tentacly octopuses, and you have people's eyes being attacked on a wide variety of... He has an obsession with eyes, James Gunn, and you can see it in Suicide Squad. He has like an obsession with the eyeball being pierced, and it's very strange and off-putting. My wife was very off-put by a lot of this imagery. It feels like psychedelic LSD CGI vomit is what it feels like for large portions of the film. You never really get a kinetic scene of Superman doing something cool.
Do you have Top Gun? Ben Shapiro's Top Gun review? Because I want to see something. Because I wonder if he talked about how Top Gun was very clearly Iran. Because it was. Everybody knows it was Iran, right? Like the new Top Gun was about striking Iran. It was the Fordow facility, right? And I wonder if Ben makes that.
Do you feel the need for speed?
Yeah, this is back when he was popping, by the way. So anyway, we'll get to that in a second.
Multiple scenes of giant heavy objects falling on Superman and Superman stopping the giant heavy objects from falling to save an individual. Again, another plot hole. You'll have a giant building. The entire building will fall, and he will stop the building from falling to save one person or a chipmunk who is in the way. But it's an entire building full of people, so presumably all those people are dead. In any case, the visuals, I think, are a problem. The music, again, John Williams is still alive. Just hire him to do your Superman movie, you stupid. Just stop it.
Get some help.
I get very exercised. This is the only thing that really exercises me about this. John Williams, his original Superman score is one of the great scores in all of movie history. It is a phenomenal score, beginning to end. It may be John Williams' best score. I love that score so much. It is a great, great score. It is magic.
How many views does this have? In one day, only 167,000 views. He's washed. He's over.
And what do? They take the original theme and they play a few notes from it because it's so iconic, and then they underscore it with nothing, with like a pedal tone. It sucks. The music is awful. The score is terrible. Just play the original score. The original score is good. The original score is magic. You feel the magic when Superman flies in the original score.
Bro, this literally is the beginning, okay? When he's flying through the Arctic, this is exactly the same visual, but basically bass boosted with modern tech. They literally did that. It is such a faithful adaptation. I cannot believe it. Like the initial flight that he takes on from the Arctic Circle it's so perfect. It's so strange to me that he has an issue with this when if he was to like look at this in all sincerity, he would be glazing the fuck out of this movie. And the reason why he's not glazing it is because of, you know, the thing that he undermined, which was the Israel analog. Okay. The Israel analog. That's what it is. He didn't like that, but he can't say that he doesn't like that. So he has to fucking act like there's other reasons why he didn't like it. Okay. That's what's going on here.
Like, what are you doing? Okay. Then we get to the actual politics. So I know this is what people are waiting for. They're waiting for my political rip on this film. So we've been told this is a movie about illegal immigration. Not really. Honestly, like you have to look to find that. There's one line where Clark is saying, "Aren't you going to read me my rights?" James Gunn's politics is so ham-handed, like truly ham-handed, that it doesn't even read as political. It just reads as stupid. So there's a moment where Clark, he's being arrested, and he says, "Aren't you going to read me my rights?" And one of the members of the government says, "Well, you're now considered an enemy alien, or you don't have any rights because you're not an American." All right. Like, if that's supposed to be some sort of like anti-ICE sentiment, it's really weak. Also,
oh my God, from the brilliant eyes and the brilliant mind that brought you Lady Ballers. Ben Shapiro has a lot of opinions, chat. He has a lot of opinions on this. He's like, it's supposed to be ICE. Is that what it is? Yeah, dude, it is. It is supposed to be that because Superman is a fucking illegal immigrant, dude. He's an illegal alien. That is the whole point. Oh my God.
Legally incredibly stupid, considering that he came to Earth as a baby and then was adopted by an American family, which would make him...
Ben, dude, what the fuck? Yeah. No, he's a dreamer. There is a specific term for it. There is literally a specific term. When Superman was invented, there wasn't a specific term for exactly what Superman is. Now we have one. It's called a dreamer. Superman should be a DACA recipient, okay? Deferred action on childhood arrival. That is literally the fucking specific legislation written around Superman's style of illegal immigration into the country. Oh my God. Yeah, he's DACA man.
That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country. on a vacation.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
There was a suggestion that he says truth, justice, and the human way. I didn't catch that anywhere in the film. The sort of social media politics that social media is stupid and rigged by bots, which, I mean, I think everybody sort of agrees on at this point. And there's a really dumb visual joke where Alexis set up actual monkeys typing into computers as his bots. It's like, oh, God. But that's so James Gunn. Again, it's all so...
Yeah, that was silly for sure, but that's, you know, it's silly. It's a comic book movie.
Like James Gunn. I mean, I just
like a lot of the silliness in this can be attributed to the fact that it is a fucking comic book movie. Every single frame that you see like that, if you close your eyes, you can visualize as a scene in a comic book. Okay? And I think that was what he was trying to do, which is to make a faithful adaptation of a comic book that is going to be silly. Like down to what's his name? Jimmy Olsen, is that his name? Like he's supposed to be like a super hot guy that is so hot and people fucking love him so much that like the girls love him so much that no one even notices Clark Kent. Okay? No one even notices that it's literally Superman wearing fucking glasses. Like, but he made him into the character that he actually is, but he still kept the whole like Riz factor. Like it's silly. It's supposed to be fucking silly. That is the whole point. It's a silly comic book. Like not everything, in my opinion, not everything has to be like super serious. Yeah, it's camp. It is intentionally camp. When you see something that's like really dumb, right? When you see something that like doesn't make any sense, where you're like, what the fuck? This is so corny. You're supposed to think, oh, this is what it would look like in a frame in a comic book. Down to the annoying social media influencer girlfriend of Lex Luthor. When shit's popping off and Lex Luthor's girlfriend is right there going, and like taking fucking photos of everything, okay? That is a verbatim, one-to-one, I can see that in a fucking comic book frame. That is exactly what it would look like in a fucking comic book frame, okay? Like, if you go into this with the expectation that this is going to have, like, gritty realism and, like, dark tones or whatever, it's an adult movie, okay? This is a movie made for adults. I want my comic book movie to be like an adult-focused comic book movie, even though none of them actually become, like, real adult works, with the exception, I guess, of, like, The Dark Knight or whatever, right? With the exception of, like, fucking Nolan works initially. Like, this is not that. You're gonna be disappointed. It's a very, very different style, okay? It goes so far as to say this is the exact opposite of that, because that Snyder verse was a fucking failure, okay? That's why this is supposed to try a different thing, okay? This is a reversal of that kind of attitude that people have. And it doesn't do the annoying Marvel style. I can't believe I'm saying this is James Gunn, but like it doesn't even do the fucking annoying Marvel style shit either. It is cheesy and corny in a good way, in exactly the type of way that comic books are. And it's not in the type of way that like Marvel flicks have corny ass references in them, because Marvel will put like real world corn into its comic book adaptations. This just straight up does corny in the way that the comic book would.
And again, I'm one of the people who, when James Gunn was first fired from the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise in July 2018 over bad old tweets, I actually defended him at the time. So it's not about like anything personal with James Gunn. I just don't like his movies very much. The other politics of the situation are supposedly this foreign policy thing. So the left is suggesting that the foreign policy conflict in which Superman engages is a stand-in for Israel and the Palestinians, or alternatively for Russia and Ukraine. So let me give you the geopolitical setup. The geopolitical setup here is that there is a country called Moravia, and this country called Moravia is run by essentially a corrupt dictator who's working with Lex Luthor, and it invades another sovereign.
Yeah, say it's a U.S. ally, because that kind of destroys the whole this is Russia-Ukraine analog, don't you think? You know? Unless James Gunn is unless James Gunn was saying Ukraine actually invaded Russia, okay? And he's one of those Russian flag, Palestine flag guys on Twitter, because it really doesn't make sense as a Russian-Ukrainian conflict analog here at all, because it's, you know, It's America's valuable ally that gets billions with a B dollars worth of weapons. And yeah, invading a sandy country with its Merkava-style tanks and Humvees and U.S. gear.
Country, Jarhanpur. Okay, and so Superman stops that at the very beginning. Okay, like, and doesn't show him stopping it. He talks to Lois Lane about it. Fine. Okay, the idea is geopolitically that Moravia has been a longtime ally of the United States. Jarhanpur is a country where we don't know who it's allied with, and it may or may not.
Dude, he's trying hard, bro. I swear, this is literally super woke review from the perspective of Lex Luthor. He's like, Moravia has a right to defend itself. Moravia has a right to defend itself against Jarhanpur. Everyone knows Moravia was destined to be. Moravia was destined in the Bible 3,000 years ago. Lex Shapiro. This is deeply anti-Semitic. Why do they not show that Jarhanpur is using human shields? Jarhanpur is being backed by scary enemies of America. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is about to be like, Moravians like to build. Jarhanpurians like to live in dirt and blow things up. Oh. Oh, that's funny.
Not be run by jihadis, but we don't know. Like, we don't know who it's run by.
Oh, it's run by jihadis.
Doesn't matter. The only reason that Clark stops it, that Superman stops it, is he says because
people were going to die.
Yeah, it's that simple. That's it. It's not supposed to be any different than that. And in many instances in the real world, that is a perfectly understandable moral compass that, unfortunately, not every single person abides by. Okay?
Which, as we'll get to in sort of my final breakdown of why this movie doesn't work and why no really good Superman movie has been made since '78.
What did he say?
I'll explain in a moment. The people of Jarhanpur are brown.
Look at my African American over here.
The people of Moravia are white. Okay, so this is why the left is reading this as Israel, the Palestinians. The reason it doesn't work that way is because we are not made aware that the people of Jarhanpur are either wildly terrorism support.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's more nuance to the Jarhanpur conflict. Oh my God. Oh, I was joking when I said this. Oh my God. He literally says he does Hasbro for Superman for a fictional Israel analog. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. Bro, that is amazing. Yeah, tweet like you're in Metropolis as response. This is how you know it's a direct analog to Israel-Palestine. Oh, 100%. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani wants to be the mayor of Metropolis, yet he refuses to say Moravia has a right to exist. Straight up. Eric Adams. Metropolis is the Jarhanpur of America. No, is the Moravian capital of America. Hasan, on a quick different note, did you like Sinners? I loved Sinners. Yeah, they're not talking about whether Jarhanpur committed acts of atrocious violence.
That they've participated in multiple terrorist attacks on the people of Moravia. They're led by a corrupt dictatorship that murders gay people, right? None of that's in the movie. So it doesn't match up that way. And the idea that Moravia is Israel in this iteration, like a longtime U.S. ally that's randomly invading countries for territorial gain.
Yeah, that would never happen, except for the one country that Ben Shapiro seemingly always defends unconditionally, which is precisely the reason why he's actually real butt mad about this direct analog, which you know is a real analog. Oh my God, this is the best possible proof that you know this is fucking Israel, okay? God damn. Tweet like you're in Metropolis. My apartment complex just split in half, but we just sent another $200 billion to Moravia.
Not match up to any of the facts on the ground that we know of at all. That is not real. So maybe in left-wing brain, that's how it reads. I could see if you're a left-winger and you don't know anything about the situation, or you think...
Yeah, totally. Ben is the only one who knows about the situation. I love that these guys will also try to reduce like actual critical thinking about Israel and Palestine as an ongoing, 80+ year conflict that is filled to the brim with ethnic cleansing on one side, obviously, and an apartheid state and a genocide that's ongoing. And they try to say, no, it's actually the left that's like reductive about it. Meanwhile, the Israeli officials are like, this is a war between the children of light versus the children of dark. These are darkness. We have to kill them all. They are human animals. Like, who's reductive here, man? It's not... The people that say this is complicated, actually, are just people that obviously have to exist in the real world where they recognize that most people don't fuck with Israel and they still try to like find something that's like redeemable about Israel's behavior when it's incredibly, it's obviously irredeemable.
A bunch of false things. You could read that maybe. You could also read this as Russia-Ukraine because it's one sovereign country that's invading another sovereign country and because the leader of Moravia has a Russian accent. So I guess that if you have like poison left brain.
Russians are nuking us.
Yeah, this is cope. This is so cope. Yeah, is America funding Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Is that what's going on? Is America funding to the tune of billions of dollars Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Yeah, Ukraine, famous for its desert-style portrayal and its brown people holding AKs. Look, man, Hollywood is not exactly shy about presenting all countries in that region in this similar way. And in this circumstance, that blunt stereotyping is obviously pointing to one thing, and that is that this is Israel and Palestine, you know?
But you certainly don't have to read it that way. And I'm not going to read it that way because it's stupid and it doesn't make any sense politically. It makes no sense. Okay, so this brings me to my final point about this.
I like that he presented it as an alternative in an effort to basically move away the conversation from like the actual analog of Israel-Palestine. Okay, but then his alternative is so stupid that he basically said, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. Oh, okay, so it is Israel-Palestine then.
This movie and all other Superman movies. The fundamental flaw in all Superman movies of my lifetime is the thing that Hollywood cannot say and will not do.
Politics, does he still stand for truth, justice, all that stuff?
The only Superman movie that I have ever seen that uses truth, justice, and the American way is the original 1978 Superman.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
This is not just a throwaway line. It is deeply important to the character of Superman. Why? Well, because take Superman just as a character. Superman is unbelievably powerful, unstoppable. He's faster than anyone. He has X-ray and laser vision. He's stronger than anyone, right? He's basically a god on earth. And the biggest...
He wants to deny the allegory entirely, but he knows it's a 1-1 and he just can't help but defend Israel. I know. That's why it was so funny where he's like, it's obviously not Israel-Palestine because if it was, then they would show that Jarampur is doing heinous acts of terrorism.
He's Zeus, right? He can do whatever he wants. And so why is he the good guy? Why isn't Lex Luthor right? Because let's be real. If there were a person on Earth who actually had those powers.
Praying for Moravia, Justin Bieber posting a photo of Gaza and then making it and saying praying for Israel. That's great. That's a deep cut. People forgot all about that. Remember when Justin Bieber did that shit? That was crazy. He's doing Hasbaravia.
Americans would rightly be very much afraid of that. Correctly. As Federalist 51 suggests, you need ambition to counteract ambition. If any one person had ultimate power, what you're really talking about is a philosopher king. And that's pretty scary because that person could be a dictator, simply doing whatever they want to the world. The only reason why Superman would be a hero as opposed to a villain is because he grew up in America, because he has the American way, right? He's emblematic of what America is. May blunder, may make mistakes, but overall stands for freedom and liberty and private property and free speech and all of those things.
All that stuff.
Right? All the good American stuff. There's a great comic book called Superman Red Sun.
Wait, no way. Does Ben like Superman Red Sun? Because I love Superman Red Sun. I recently watched the animation of this as well, which was all right. It wasn't like super. It was great. What the fuck? Wait, hold on.
It's an alternative universe in which Superman's capsule from Krypton lands in Soviet Russia. And he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia. And he's evil because he grew up in Soviet...
What? No, that's not... Wait, what? That is not the takeaway at all. What the fuck brother, that is not... No, Miller literally at most you can say was depicting a perfect universe, like his ideology there is unironically, you know, there's a lot that's wrong with America and there's a lot that's wrong with the USSR. And we need to, like, in order to find like a perfect, in order to strike a perfect balance, we have to get some of the good sides of both. Like that, it's literally, he is not fucking evil at all. What the fuck? Dude, conservatism breaks your brain. This motherfucker went to Harvard, dude. He went to UCLA undergrad and then Harvard. How are you? Did you not read? When you read stuff, do you just like see the hammer and sickle go, obviously this is evil, like Nazi Germany? Like what? What? That's crazy. He just went, Superman is obviously evil because he's not American and socialist. That's so stupid. I mean, Millar is not, you know, he's not like a socialist by any means, but it's very obvious that in the comic book and in the adaptation, the animation, like they don't present Soviet Superman as an evil figure at all. Like there is an, if anything, I would say in the animation, there's too much of a cowardly turn, a cowardly heel turn at the end, where they just like abdicate all of Superman's personal responsibility and his developmentary project in the USSR back to the Brainiac or whatever the fuck that evil AI thing is. But overall, in the formation of the USSR, shepherded by Superman, he is like, you know, he has like this genuine, ambitious project of development and a worldview that is not immediately showcased as evil at all. As a matter of fact, it shows it as awesome with like a dark side to it. But they present both the United States and the USSR as deeply flawed ideological projects, and one where the US is perhaps even more evil than the USSR is. Unironically, like they don't even fucking show, they don't show the USSR as like this pure evil nation state project at all. They literally show the United States as more evil than the USSR in the fucking comic book. I mean, for what it's worth, in the actual book, yes, that's why I said like there are obviously ideological limitations to Millar's depiction. I mean, for what it's worth, the actual book, the portrayal of the USSR and the communist Superman are a typical liberal take of naive good intentions that end up super evil with the same lib ending as the movie. Yeah, but it's more so, I read it more so as like these are both, there are good sides and bad sides to both. It's like a typical liberal, almost social democrat approach of like, we need a mixed market. Like you can't do full communism or you can't do full socialism. Both end up as failures, like that type of attitude. Ben Shapiro's take on it, on the other hand, is obviously it's purely evil. They make Superman purely evil because he was born in Russia.
Of the West, long have you been deceived by the lies of America. This pitiful wall.
Dude, he literally liberates Korea and unites it. Get the fuck out of here. At no point do they actually show this as a bad thing. They literally show this as a good thing.
To prevent you from knowing the truth, that you live your lives enslaved to the capitalist elite.
Like, I would go so far as to say, even under like Stalin, even under Comrade Stalin, okay, Superman is like depicted as a hero of the people. Like, my life to the state, my life in service to the people. Like I would go so far as to say, like I guess if you have a negative association with that kind of language, like you automatically assume they're showcasing it as evil. But I thought it was like relatively faithful to like the attitude that you would have in the USSR if such a beacon were to exist. He literally builds a mega dam. They use his superpowers to do development projects that actually power the entire fucking state under the guidance of Stalin. They literally, there's even a mention of like the Sino-Soviet split as well, because he kills Stalin in the fucking, in Red Sun. And there is a moment where like the Chinese ambassador's like, I'm terrified of you. Like there's almost a subtle nod to like the Sino-Soviet split of like betraying Stalin and Stalinist principles that make China worried about Superman's ambitions. It's fucking awesome.
Red Sun. It's an alternative universe in which Superman's capsule from Krypton lands in Soviet Russia. and he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia, and he's evil because he grew up in Soviet Russia. Because if you give that power, that amount of power to an evil ideology, then evil ensues. So this is why it's really important. It's not just truth, justice, and the human way, or truth, justice, and all that good stuff. There's a specific definition of Americanism that says that this is why America, for example, should be a world power, because America is better than other countries, and people who live in accordance with Americanism make the world better.
I love when Ben goes, I don't like it. You guys, the left has a reductive approach to the world, and then will, in the same breath, turn around and be like, America is the ultimate power for good and should retain hegemonic superpower status in perpetuity because it's only done good and its enemies are evil. Thanks, Ben. Thank you for your nuanced and complex political worldview. When Superman ruled Soviet Union had a 95-year life expectancy. Yeah. Bro, it's also one of the things that I did like about Superman Red Son is that it just straight up is like on the fuck anarchist tip. Like it literally portrays anarchists as evil collaborators that are counter-revolutionary that will service Western governments, okay? Batman in Superman Red Son is a straightforward maniac terrorist. He is a literal anarchist terrorist who services American empire and every step of the way tries to destroy the developmentary project that is the United Superman backed Soviet Republic. Okay, he literally fucking works with Lex Luthor.
If they have more power, that's why America is good, because otherwise Superman is bad and Lex Luthor is right, and we should restrict his power and we should jail him.
He's literally taking the Lex Luthor approach. Oh my god, that's the whole point in the fucking movie. In the movie, the entire plot revolves around Lex Luthor's attitude where it's like, well, we got to control this super powerful being. Like, I don't fucking like that. He's not serving the interests of empire. Lex Shapiro. Oh my God. He literally is like, well, obviously, if he's not a controllable super weapon, then we have to literally fucking end his life. Luthor is right. We should restrict his power and we should jail him. What a screenshot. What a perfect screenshot and a perfect demonstration of Ben Shapiro's worldview. Holy fuck.
And we should check and balance him, and we should not let him be free. The problem is that Hollywood cannot say the American way because they don't believe in the American way. They don't believe that America is unique. They don't believe in these American basic values and principles and rights. They have a hard time even with the idea that, like, the values of Ma and Pa Kent back on the farm are values that ought to be promulgated in the best of all possible circumstances. And so what they come away with in kind of the key moment in this movie, for example, is Pa Kent telling Clark that parents don't make missions for their kids, right? They don't make their kids kind of what they are in terms of what they should be. They give kids the tools to choose what they want to be, and then those choices make those kids what they are. Okay, that's kind of half true and half not. Of course, you give your kids the tools to make choices in life, but you also try to define the mission your kid should have in life. That's maybe the most important thing you do as a parent. Direct them in a world of choices at what is the ultimate good, what is the ultimate goal. Hollywood is not run by people who believe that there is such a thing as an ultimate good or an ultimate goal. It's run by moral relativists who have a kind of, at best, soft-pedaled, generic, be nice attitude toward the world, which is why Superman's defense of intervening in this foreign conflict is,
people were going to die.
Okay, well, people would die on the other side, presumably.
Dude, oh my God, he's saying that the conflict between Moravia and the conflict between Israel and Palestine is complex and nuanced, and that both sides have done some things. He's trying, oh my God, that is amazing. That is fucking hilarious, dude. He is so bent. He is so fucking bent. Of course, simultaneously, there is no moral relativism that he is applying when he's talking about how America is the ultimate beacon of good and all things good, and Superman should represent America because America is good and Superman is good, and God forbid America does something bad. Okay, but it is hilarious where he's like, well, you know, in terms of like Israel Palestine, I mean, both sides have some good. Please remember that it's complex, it's nuanced.
If you didn't intervene, or people die every day in conflicts all over the world, right? The reason that Clark or Superman is supposed to intervene is because one side is right and one side is wrong. And unless you are willing to simply say that all foreign policy situations in which people die under any circumstances are equivalent, which I don't think is right, then you end up in this kind of weird generic place. The central question of Superman has never really been handled by any movie, and it's certainly not handled here, which is why should one person be given this much power? And the answer is he shouldn't, unless he is essentially just a metaphor for what makes America awesome, which is what...
I love this review, bro. Bro, this review is amazing. This review is amazing. He just straight up says it out loud. He literally is like, in my worldview, I'm like a child. I'm like a baby, okay? My understanding of the world is like a baby. The only pure good in the world is America and what America represents. And therefore, Superman has to represent America. Because if Superman is at odds with America, as it is in the fucking movie, and America's foreign policy decisions, that makes me feel bad. That's why I'm actually in favor of Lex Luthor killing Superman. That's what he's saying. He went against the U.S. ally, which was Baravia. Did he even watch the movie? No, exactly. No, he's just mad. He's mad. That's why the comments are making fun of him. This review was sponsored by Luthor Corp. I would have been shocked if you liked the film. Wait, so now Superman's against genocide? Who signed off on this radical idea? Ben unironically thinks Lex Luthor is justified. Ben's comments about Mom, Pa can't caught me so off guard. I'm from Scotland, so perhaps I don't have the privileged biases of Americans, but I absolutely did not think of them as sloppy or downtrodden. They seem to me like normal good. The kind of people Superman exists to protect and serve. Seems a shockingly cruel and judgmental reading, and frankly, I'm a bit disappointed. That's the kind of arrogance that gives old school conservatism a bad name. Superman didn't become woke. You grew up to be a villain, Ben. Ben's describing his parents as ugly and non-noble is such a tell of how nasty and odd his spirit is. The original mythos that Pa Kent dies, sure, if you only seen the movies and the comics, whether one or both, neither Kent parent dies, depending on which comic age we're talking about. The original Golden Age comics have them both die. Post-crisis, neither die. It's just, I think if you're like a modern conservative and you operate on the good-bad dynamics and you always have a tendency to side with evil, okay, if you're like a modern conservative commentator, you are finding yourself on the evil side of things quite frequently, okay? And therefore, like easy to understand narratives such as the one that we are watching frustrate you because you're like, no, why isn't it showcasing the nuance of evil countries doing evil shit and how they have to do this evil shit?
What Superman was designed to be. This is why Superman in the original comics is punching Hitler, because he is the American way and not the German way or the Soviet way or
wait. Punching Hitler is the Soviet way. What the fuck do you mean? What? Just doing a little bit of World War II revisionism?
The Chinese way, which are different things. So, again, that is the fatal flaw, I think, for pretty much all Superman movies. But in this one specifically, they don't even bother with any of that. It's cotton candy. You'll watch it. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Maybe you'll be like me and be overcritical. You'll walk away. 2 days later, you won't be thinking about the movie. 2 hours later, you won't be thinking about the movie. Nothing about the movie is going to stick with you. The hero of the movie is the dog.
That's not true at all. I love the movie, and it stuck with me for sure. If anything, it got better the more I thought about it afterwards.
Superman has to be saved multiple times by this, like, not particularly good dog. I mean, he's a good doggo, I suppose, but he really is badly behaved, this dog. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Failenial. Good doggo.
So my overall review, 2 out of 5 stars. Meh. I think that the stars do their best with bad material given to them by James Gunn.
The worms going in.
Yeah. It's James Gunn woke mind virus. That's what ruined it. That's what poisoned it for Ben. These are the guys who used to always say, why do you have to make everything political? And, the left doesn't appreciate something if it has like bad politics in it. Politics that they don't agree with. And to a certain degree, there is an element of truth about a bunch of like joy killers in the peak of woke. Okay. But that's precisely what Ben is doing here. The only thing he didn't like about it very clearly is that it is, as a matter of fact, Israel versus Palestine, and Superman and the heroes that he inspires end up beating the fuck out of Israel, like directly, hands on. Okay. That's it. He saw too much of what Israel's doing that is bad.
Let's bring in ABC.
And it pissed him off. And now he's taking this approach. I want to see if he talks about how this is Iran.
It's really
his Top Gun review. I want to see what he had to say.
It's time for our
Tom Cruise may be the last true movie star. Ben Shapiro reviews Top Gun Maverick.
Top Gun Maverick review. We'll get to that in just one moment. First, this video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN. What they call development hell for quite a while. It had actually been produced a couple of years ago, and then
He starts talking about Iran at 150 exactly.
So here is the setup for the film. Tom Cruise, again playing Maverick. He is now probably supposed to be 55 years old. It's 30 years removed from the events of Top Gun. He's still a captain in the military. Ed Harris, who's now an admiral, directs him to the Top Gun program to train the best of the best for a specific mission at the behest of Val Kilmer, because Iceman is back for a very brief but meaningful cameo.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
The mission is to destroy a nuclear facility in Iran. So they call it the enemy. It's pretty obviously Iran. This
Oh, so you could tell that it was Iran when you were watching Top Gun, but when Superman was slamming you in the face with Israel references, you couldn't figure it out. Oh, really? Well, I thought maybe it's a fictional country, Ben. I can't see what the analog is here. Mountainous terrain. So when you see mountainous terrain, it's pretty obvious that it's Iran. But in this circumstance, when the people that Superman are saving, that are supposed to be the good people or the innocents that are being slaughtered for no reason, when that's Palestine as an analog, you're like, I don't see it. I don't see it. My eyes are closed. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it could be Russia. It could be Israel. Who knows?
Possible mission where they're basically supposed to bomb the Death Star. The entire mission is clearly modeled on Star Wars Episode 4. They're supposed to run down this valley 100 meters, I believe, off the ground, because if they do go above that, then there are surface-to-air missiles that are going to strike them. Supposed to go through this ravine, up and over a mountain, flip over the plane, come down, bomb the facility, zoom.
See, the difference between me and Ben, ironically enough, is that I can fucking recognize that Top Gun was awesome. Okay? It was a great movie. Even if it is directly created as a propaganda piece for the American military, it was an awesome fucking movie. Because I'm not a bitch. Okay? I don't have to. Yeah, it's military porn, but it's a fucking great movie, okay? Unlike Ben, I can watch a movie and look at its like ham-fisted narrative that it's cultivating and still appreciate it for what it is. Okay? That's it. Top Gun 2 stars. Meh. Iran has a right to defend itself, and it's not showcased throughout the movie. Anyway, but we're moving on from Superman Super Woke to Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein saga. Okay, I would never enjoy anything as a communist if I ignored the Hollywood slop. Yeah, exactly. Trump refused to get out of the way as is customary for the trophy lift. He was told to move, but he stated to be in the picture. Chelsea fans are mad he ruined the picture. Oh, hell yeah.
Damas y caballeros, el Chelsea Football Club de la
They're
Liga
trying
Premier,
to move Trump.
en una victoria histórica sobre el Paris Saint-Germain, es el campeón del primer Mundial de Clubes FIFA 2025.
Wait, he's jumping up and down as well. What the fuck? Motherfucker's like, I won. Oh, they try to move him out of the picture. They try to move him to the background. Oh my God. Look, look, look.
Damas y caballeros,
He's like, come on, sir, come with me.
En una victoria histórica sobre el Paris Saint-Germain, es el campeón del primer
This
Mundial
is
de
not
Clubes.
normal. No one has ever done this. Well, Trump is not normal. Fucking get out of the way, Grandpa. He's like, nah, I deserve to be here. We won. I won it. Chelsea fans on Reddit. Trump gives the trophy. Infantino tells him to leave. James tells him to leave. He won't leave the trophy lift. Here's what the Chelsea fans on Reddit think. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck Donald Trump, dickhead. I actually despise that prig. Yo, get this cunt out of the celebration. Donald Trump, get the fuck out. Bro, this is funny because this is like the Drake edit. Bro thinks he's on the team. Little bro thinks he's part of the team. Remember the fucking Kentucky Drake edit? He was loudly booed when he entered. No shot. Chelsea fans are also the biggest fascists. He lost to Chelsea fans. Yeah. Who invited Trump? Yeah, he thinks he's part of the team. Dude, look at this. Dude, isn't this what Salt Bae did? Unironically, that just tanked what remained of his like status. Because like Salt Bae was like riding high on meme status that he had. And then he like did this incredibly cringe thing where he tried to present himself as like part of the celebrations, and then everyone was like, "Oh, he's over. It's done." Yeah, this is the fucking Drake meme. Yeah, Kentucky Drake creates bro thinks he's on the team meme. Doors open. Salt Bae was only big for like 2 years. It's gonna take way more for Trump. I mean, to be fair, Trump has been hated for a lot longer than Salt Bae. Here's Salt Bae doing the same thing.
Football's governing body, FIFA, has opened an investigation into a security and protocol breach at the end of the World Cup final in Qatar. This after celebrity chef Salt Bae was filmed harassing players from the victorious Argentine team, including Lionel Messi. Turkish chef Nusrat Gökçe, popularly known as Salt Bae, was seen kissing the golden trophy in Qatar after Argentina defeated France in the summit clash. FIFA rules stipulate that the trophy can only be held by a select group of people, which includes the tournament winners, FIFA officials, and also heads of state. How Gökçe got hold of the prestigious trophy is still a mystery. FIFA has launched a probe into that 3 days after the incident created a storm. They're also probing Salt Bae's undue access to the pitch following the closing ceremony and have vowed to take appropriate internal action. The 39-year-old gate-crashed Argentina celebrations. Images of his awkward attempts to pose for pictures alongside the likes of Lionel Messi, Angel Di Maria and others have gone viral, with social media users slamming him. Gökçe responded to the criticism by sharing footage that shows him meeting Messi and posing with the Argentina captain back in 2018. He shot to fame in 2017, a viral video showing his over-the-top method seasoning steaks in front of diners went viral. Since then, of more than 20 restaurants, celebrities like David Beckham, Leonardo DiCaprio.
If FIFA was a real one, yeah, I saw the F. If FIFA was a real one, they'd permaban this fucker, Trump. If FIFA was a real one, they would perma him from all events like they did with Salt Bae, but they won't because they're fucking cowards, okay? Close IRL toolkit dashboard? Why? The fuck? What is this backdoor? What is this fucking backseat producing here? What the fuck? It causes the lags? How do you know? No, I'm asking you sincerely. How the fuck do you know that? Other streamers have it too? Okay. Why didn't it lag when my IRL toolkit dashboard was open on my other fucking laptop when I was in New York? Anyway, let's get to Pam Bondi and Jeffrey Epstein.
Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl, who will be hosting This Week later this morning. John, thanks for being with us. Exactly what Gio was just talking about. The reported firings at the Justice Department, they come as Attorney General Pam Bondi faces some backlash from some Trump supporters over the Epstein files. What's the president saying about her?
Yeah, we're going to take a deep dive into this rather murky story on This Week. It's a huge controversy that has pitted the MAGA movement, some of Trump's loudest and most prominent supporters, against Pam Bondi and others in the Trump administration over their promise to release the so-called Epstein files, the investigative records on the case of Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, was the convicted sex trafficker, financier who was found dead in his jail cell back in 2019. Pam Bondi is over the weekend. There was a big event in Tampa, a Turning Points USA event. This is the core of Trump's MAGA movement, and speaker after speaker was slamming her, blaming her for the fact that the material has not been released and apparently is not going to be released. But overnight, Donald Trump put out a lengthy Truth Social post, Janae. I mean, it's a long one. It goes on for a full page, saying that he effectively has complete confidence in Pam Bondi and saying, what is going on with my, quote, boys, and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job.
I mean, John, you described the story as murky. It just gets murkier. And thank you for showing us just how long that Truth Social post was. Also want to ask you about what you've heard about the timing and the reasons behind the timing for the new round of Trump tariffs.
This is some significant new tariffs against America's closest allies and biggest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, the European Union. They will go in effect on August 1st. Significant tariffs that were coming just as these countries were negotiating with the United States to try to get, some kind of a trade agreement in place. But it's basically happening because the president's, a 90-day pause that he announced is coming to a close, and he's following through with his threat to.
Dude, they fucking hit this line so much. They hit it so hard, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it's going away, dude. I think every time Trump talks about it, it makes things worse. Every time Trump talks about it, people get even more agitated where they're like, okay, dude, what the fuck is happening? But I will say it wasn't Trump that said something that freaked me out. It was Richie Torres. Now, I've talked extensively about how Jeffrey Epstein obviously was both an agent of the CIA and also Mossad as well. But it was Israel's attack dog, Richie Torres, going on television and saying these words that made me go, oh my God, this got to be something that the Israeli state doesn't want out. Yes, I got the Tucker Carlson clip, and I will obviously cover Tucker Carlson's statements as well, even though he is a charlatan. And I know Richie Torres has changed his statement since he did that TV hit, but it was alarming that he even did that TV hit to begin with. Okay, where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick, because it was truly, truly shocking. Does anyone have the Richie Torres statement? This is a bombshell. This is a gift given to the Democrats once again through Trump's pure incompetence. And here is Apex attack dog Richie Torres coming out on CNN and saying this.
Can we be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction of Donald Trump's own making? That he was fanning the flames of the Epstein conspiracy theory during the campaign, and so now he's essentially an arsonist pretending to be a firefighter. And there was no need for an investigation. The medical examiner had investigated the matter and found that Epstein died by suicide. The same conclusions were drawn by the Bureau of Federal Prisons. There was no need for a new investigation unless the purpose was to legitimize a conspiracy theory. Can we be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction?
When I saw this, I was like, oh, okay. This got to be a boss call. This got to be a fucking Israel boss call. Because it's like, why else? Do you think Torres is on the list? No, dude. Torres is not. Torres is a random nobody when Jeffrey Epstein was popping off. He has since walked it back. And now he's saying, dear Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, release the Epstein files. Whatever happened, the promises made, promises kept. But Richie Torres doesn't go on television and say anything unless it's something that Israel wants him to say. Okay? Just remember that. He doesn't go on TV to make statements unless it is directly a statement that Israel wants out there, even if he is a very shitty person to make that statement, as is the case here. He's just not a very good communicator. That's why he looks silly here.
To impose very harsh tariffs on countries with whom we have not established a new trade agreement with.
I mean, John, we always say it's a busy news morning. It certainly is for you. Thank you so much for being with us. And make sure to tune in to This Week later this morning with John.
And this is the first topic that all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I say, come on, Donald, give us those files.
We are here at the Turning Point USA Summit in Tampa, Florida. It is a big gathering of Trump supporters. And one thing everybody seems to be talking about here this weekend, Jeffrey Epstein.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein because Epstein is the key.
Dude, this guy saying that is so crazy because no one in that room knows this. But Steve Bannon literally had direct communications with Jeffrey Epstein and actually filmed a fake deposition that he set up for Jeffrey Epstein and has 15 hours of footage, which he claims he did because he wanted to actually investigate Jeffrey Epstein. But if that's the case, why hasn't he released the footage? If it's not actually a real deposition and or if he's not actually coaching him and it's an investigation, why the fuck hasn't he released the footage?
That picks the lock.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
This is Turning Point USA's Student Action Summit. It's an event aimed at mobilizing young conservatives. Ultimately, I mean, how bad do you think it would be for the MAGA movement, for young people's trust in Trump if by the end of his term they don't release everything they know about Epstein?
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well. And I think that Donald Trump, he promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
Because right now the whole debate's about Bongino versus Bondi, but ultimately it's Trump's decision, right? I mean, he has the power.
It's Trump's decision. it's Trump decision. I think again, and I'm not going to make the decision for the president. It's not my job. It's not my place. But I do think the way that I'm seeing it played out is that Bongino will be here and Pam Bondi will be the fall guy.
You think that's fair?
I don't think anything's fair in politics.
And now to another big story. The president is defending U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Her and FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino are reportedly at odds over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Chanley Painter.
Brother, this is a pivotal moment because this has been the rallying cry of the entire conservative media ecosystem. Oni Spumoni says the Epstein story is so great because it is the base saying they want it for themselves. They're so completely primed to getting what they want. And they thought they'd get this too, that now that they're not, they're literally eating themselves. Yeah. I personally have said over and over again that there is no fucking way that they would reveal the actual Jeffrey Epstein files because it is a blackmail operation conducted by both the CIA and Mossad. Why would they do that? Okay. And I think Democrats who are now actually confidently saying release the Epstein files, with some notable exceptions, are saying that knowing full well that Trump will never release the actual Epstein files. This is having a total Streisand effect. Do you think they'll try to dump it on someone like Bondi and we'll just blow over? This will just blow over too. I think eventually, as everything else, this will also blow over for sure. But this is not one of those things that's just going to be hand waved by Donald Trump. Something has to happen. Some changes has to have to happen or something that like pushes the conversation back a little bit. Because every single time Donald Trump speaks on this issue, he ends up advancing the cause. He ends up creating a Streisand effect around the Jeffrey Epstein files. And people go, what the fuck? You said you wanted to release this shit. Why aren't you releasing this shit? I think the reason why they're not releasing anything, and not even like, for example, Democrats that are involved, because everybody knows that there are Democrats involved in this, is because there are a fuck ton of Republicans and also apolitical elites, people that fund both parties from time to time that are also involved. Okay? That's it.
Joining us now with the details on that story. Hey, Chanley.
Hey, Kevin, Rachel, and Charlie. So the president is stepping in to defend his attorney general, Pam Bondi, as doing, quote, a fantastic job after she came under fire from some Trump supporters over the Department of Justice's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. The president posting this in part, quote, 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. The president's post coming after some Trump supporters criticized Bond.
Nope. You can't just hand wave this away, bro. I think he thinks this is just like any other story. You still talking about that guy? Who cares? He was a loser. Stop talking about him. Every time he says that, people go, that's suspicious. Especially considering how many photos there are of Donald Trump hanging out with Jeffrey fucking Epstein, dude. I mean, come on.
Or even called for her resignation after the DOJ and the FBI on Sunday released a joint 2-page statement on the Epstein case that concluded there was no celebrity client list, naming those who allegedly took part in Epstein's history as a sexual predator. In February, though, Bondi had indicated that such a document was sitting on her desk. The DOJ also concluded that Epstein did commit suicide in his New York City jail cell in 2019 while awaiting further sex trafficking charges. Yet a missing minute in the jail video that was released has only spurred conspiracy theorists. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino reportedly clashed with Bondi over her handling of the Epstein matter last week and has told confidants that he may actually resign if Bondi remains in her post. Guys, we shall see.
Thank you, Chanley.
Thanks, Chanley.
You know, obviously there are lots and lots of questions that have been swirling about Jeffrey Epstein for a long time, for over 10 years, and the government's involvement in it. If there's anybody who could walk in and say, okay, we've resolved all of the questions and there is nothing here, it would be President Trump and his crew. The problem is you can't really do it without giving some explanation, and there has to be some explanation, and I think that's why you have a lot of people still pretty...
This is Trump loyalists in mainstream media trying to give Trump talking points and trying to explain why Trump is failing to Trump. When they say, oh, like, if there's any man who could put this to rest, it's Donald Trump. but he really needs to do a better job of explaining why, after, you know, running around and fucking consistently claiming that Jeffrey Epstein situation was like weird.
With a lot of very valid questions about it.
You absolutely nailed it. You can defuse this ticking time bomb if you simply get out there. Sit down, the AG, get the deputy director, and get the director himself. Put them in front of cameras, have them make a statement, and have them answer questions. We're only talking about 5 or 10 questions. But what this will do is, first of all, restores confidence. Number 2, it answers some of the basics, especially the simple things like...
They didn't even throw the MAGA weirdos a bone and mention the Clintons because they can't. It's the same reason why Barack Obama did not prosecute war criminals of the previous administration. It's because it's like this. When you're above a certain level, when you are a part of the ruling class in the United States of America, that transcends, that class interest transcends ideological boundaries. Okay? That's it. Trump going after the Clintons is basically like going after himself. Why do you think Donald Trump didn't fucking jail Hillary Clinton after saying lock her up over and over and over again the first time he ran? Why did he not lock her up? I wanted that to happen. It would have been awesome. That's it.
You can't tell me that 1,000 people were hurt and that there are no people out there that we can arrest. You can't tell me that, oh, sorry, we don't have a list. Fine, don't have a list. Tell me who the perpetrators were. Let's depose every single person who might have had a chance to get on that list and might have been out there at that island, and let's talk to them. Let's find out what happened. You telling me we have videos out there in New Mexico and at the island and in New York, and nobody saw anything? I don't buy it, and that's why they need to get out there and face the fire. Doesn't have to be long. But you have to answer questions to the American people, because absent that, the story won't die, and that's a distraction the president doesn't want.
Of course, and in that True Social that he put out, he talked about all his accomplishments.
Yeah.
And he's saying, why let's not let this overcome. And I think he doesn't want that. I think his supporters don't want that. And I think that's why they want just some simple answers.
Yeah. And of course, he's right about that. I mean,
there's no question.
None of this mars any of the extraordinary accomplishments, and we want to keep going.
That's right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
And I think the real of the United States is trying to cover the Epstein story. It's the double down right here on Truth Social. A big post saying that actually it's the Democrats who wrote the Epstein files.
That was so good. Like, the idea that it's actually the Epstein client list is real, but the Democrats wrote it. Which is an implication that, like, if they were to release anything, it's fake because the Democrats put a lot of, like, Republicans on the list. I mean, that's basically what this is, right? Oh, the client list is fake because, like, the Democrats put a bunch of Republicans on it. Meanwhile, that response was so stupid that even Fox News, as you noticed, didn't even run with it. Also, if the Democrats wrote the list, why didn't the Democrats release the list? If it was if it was actually a totally fake list that they put together. Yeah. Even Benny Johnson is speaking out against it. And Benny Johnson is a lapdog of the admin. Felix says, I don't think they could have done a worse job on this if they released a video where it's obviously Trump on the Lolita Express and put a big label over him that says AOC and went, well, look at that. It would have gone over better.
So President Trump has acknowledged that the Epstein files exist here. President Trump has acknowledged that the files were written and that there is something there. He says that they were written, however, by his enemies and therefore will not be released. Whoa, what? That's new in this entire zeitgeist.
This was the absolute fucking worst possible way to deflect away. Oh, there is a list. It's real, but the Democrats wrote it, which implies, in the eyes of every single person that's paying attention to this, which is a lot of MAGA Republicans, this simply is an admission that, like, you're on the fucking list, or at least your homies are on the fucking list. And that's the reason why you're trying to protect the list from ever being released. Oh, you're saying, like, oh, the Democrats wrote the list. And it's funny because, look, we know who a lot of these people are. Like, it's not speculation that the Clintons were deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not. We know for a fact that the Clintons were directly involved with Epstein. They would go to his New Mexico mansion, the ranch. Okay? We know that. We know Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, Ehud Barak was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. He would go to his New York mansion. Okay? We know Donald Trump used to be deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, was friends with him. Jeffrey Epstein would go to Mar-a-Lago. His initial mansion was in Palm Springs, right down the street from Mar-a-Lago. He used Mar-a-Lago as a environment for recruiting young girls, victims, into his sex trafficking schemes. Okay? Or not Palm Springs, sorry, Palm Beach. I apologize. We know, like, all of this stuff is out in the open. Like, none of this is, like, fake. The thing that you could at least point to with Trump, at least in the past, was, well, you know, he said a lot of positive things about Jeffrey Epstein, but he cut ties with him, as far as we know, after he was outed as a pedophile, as a pedophile sex trafficker, right? As opposed to the people that I just mentioned, Ehud Barak and the Clintons and whatnot, they were, long after this was out, they were still maintaining contact. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell was front and center at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, guys. It's not hidden. This stuff is, like, well documented. It's photographed. It's out in the world. It's out in the real world. Like, you don't get here. There she is. And the mouse cursor you can see, here's Bill Clinton. Here's Chelsea Clinton. Bill is walking his daughter down the aisle. And there is Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, and if you've ever been to a wedding, especially a wedding of the ruling class like this, that placement is deliberate. Okay, that shows her closeness to the family. Like, she got a fucking aisle seat as a honorary guest at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. That is on purpose. That is how close she is to the family. And this is far after Jeffrey Epstein was already outed. I need you to understand, it's not like this stuff is hidden. Alan Dershowitz is a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Alan Dershowitz goes on Fox News still to this day with regular frequency. Part of what Alan Dershowitz used to do was disparage Virginia Giuffre every opportunity he had on Fox News. He was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. So we already know there are plenty of powerful people out and about that have been called out. There are plenty of people who are out and about that have been called into question. Yeah, 1 year ago, we witnessed a miracle. There truly was a guardian angel looking out for him that day. So this is just the client list, which, you know, people say is not a real client list or whatever. Okay, whatever you want to call it, is just people wanting confirmation about what we already know. How much were Jeffrey Epstein's high-profile clients, how much were they involved with the actions of Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, that's it. Who's in the videos that Jeffrey Epstein shot in all of his different properties that were all in his terabyte of video footage that he had carefully crafted and put aside? So that's it.
Something that is wildly interesting. And then he goes all in on supporting Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. No mention of Dan Bongino, where all of this, again, sort of transpired. Okay. So President Trump has acknowledged that the Epstein files exist here. President Trump has acknowledged that the files were written.
It's crazy.
This is just after Elon Musk, who worked with Trump for many months, said that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Obviously, we've already seen deflections from the president about Epstein, saying that it's a disgrace to talk about him.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It just seems like a desecration.
But today it goes a step further. Quick context. There's been a lot of infighting in the Republican Party over basically who's at fault for the giant botch of the Epstein files, with the majority of Republicans not wanting to believe that Trump himself was against a full release, but rather that he was sort of tricked into not releasing the Epstein files by one of his lackeys. But today, Donald Trump came out and basically backed Pam Bondi, saying
this is perhaps the worst possible way that he could have dealt with it, because at least there was plausible deniability from all of the Trump orbiters that still want to defend him. And now he basically fucking confirmed that he's the one who's standing in opposition for the release of these files.
They're all going after Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Democrats who conned the world with the Russia hoax? They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton Steele dossier. Now, this is such a smokescreen and a deflection. This is not a left versus right issue. Epstein never has been. It's the people versus the predators, not left versus right. The people versus the pedophiles, the people versus the people on planes. There ain't no left versus right here. In fact, some of the people who want this the most.
Yeah. A lot of right-wingers in the MAGA base want this. A lot of liberals and leftists want this too. I will say this. I don't think liberals have as much brand loyalty to the Clintons or any other liberal that might be in the Epstein files as do the Republicans to Donald Trump. I don't think that that is a controversial statement, which is precisely the reason why I would say that it's more shocking that the MAGA Republicans still demand the release of these files, knowing full well that this might actually implicate Donald Trump as well. This is one of the few instances where I will say that the reason why, for example, the Democrats didn't make a bigger deal about the Epstein releases during the election cycle when what's-his-face was running around, Michael Wolff did a bombshell release, and he is a bit of a fabulist, but Michael Wolff did a bombshell release talking about how he has tapes with Jeffrey Epstein, where Jeffrey Epstein tells him that he was still connected to Donald Trump. This, under different circumstances, would be utilized by a competent party against Donald Trump. This was in the lead up to the election. Okay? Do you understand? Like this is this was a bombshell piece of information leading up to the election cycle. Why did the Democrats not talk about it? Because the Democrats know for a fucking fact that Jeffrey Epstein is connected to some elite pedophile Democrats as well. Because they were too busy defending the Clintons. They were too busy defending power. Trump and the right-wing movement doesn't play by those rules and would rather burn everything to the ground in an effort to win leverage over a conspiracy-backed audience, a conspiracy-minded audience, even if they have no intention of ever releasing these documents. And that is where we are now. I think that, you know, these people were fully aware that they had no intention of releasing these documents, but they still tuned up their base over and over and over again. It's not even a conspiracy, though. I know. Well, this is a conspiracy in the actual original term conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff isn't. But conspiracy theorists also obviously look at this as well. They hyper-focus on this as well because it's kind of like 9/11 or the JFK assassination, right? There is still a lot that is unsolved about these things. And so people develop their own personal theories, some of which are far-fetched and others that are closer to reality. But the people that are invested in conspiracy theories in general also tune into these like real-world conspiracies that are quote-unquote unsolved. And Trump's base is full of guys who believe in far-fetched conspiracy theories that also understandably are hyper-focusing on this conspiracy, not conspiracy theory, but conspiracy, to conspire.
Most are people on the right, even on Truth Social, obviously a hugely Trump-favored place. Everybody is saying, no, this is unacceptable. You have to release the files. Later in the post, Trump also says that these are radical left-inspired documents and to not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. But actually, we all do care about it. You know who doesn't actually want this out? The elites. That's why they've never done it. That's why it was a compelling pitch when Donald Trump hinted to his base that maybe he was going to release the files. People largely didn't trust the job that Biden had done. That's why it was a compelling story. So the idea now that it was Biden and Obama who invented the Epstein files is absolutely preposterous. They don't want that out either. And maybe that's because, as a producer of 60 Minutes alleged, Ghislaine Maxwell implied that there were tapes on Trump and also tapes on Clinton. You know who else said it? Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, saying Epstein said, what I know about both candidates, the 2016 election would have to be canceled. So this whole idea that this is a left or right thing, it's not. It's the elites. Anybody who was on that plane, anybody who was associated with Epstein, seen with Epstein, even if they did nothing wrong, They don't want that out. Everyone who wasn't seen with Epstein, wasn't on that plane, of course they all want the files out. And what's interesting is obviously the Trump administration has sort of played footsie with this idea for a long time, playing to their base. They know this is a big issue. They had the influencers stand out there with a bunch of released material. But we also showed clips of Donald Trump implying that maybe Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew were doing bad things on the island.
Bill Clinton. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
So consistently, Trump has hinted that.
Yeah. His FBI, by the way, Trump's own FBI, Trump's own Department of Justice, this past week stopped the Prince Andrew probe. That's right. Trump and his Department of Justice officially ended the probe into Prince Andrew. Now, Prince Andrew is, unlike some of these other suspected affiliates, or suspected rapists, let's say, child rapists, that are known affiliates, because if we were to categorize this broadly, like, you have affiliates, but we don't know what they did. And then you have people who you suspect as being affiliates, but again, you don't know the extent of their affiliation. And last but not least, there is the third category, which is an affiliate that has an actual victim come out and name with footage. Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew fall in the third category. Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew unironically were named and have been photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell and even Virginia Giuffre, as is this photo, as you can see. Virginia Giuffre, who unfortunately passed away recently after an incident in Australia. Same with the Dersh. And as I said, Prince Andrew was even basically disowned by his own mother, the Queen of England. So, like, that person, after being outed and had a bunch of these people fucking yell about him, even that investigation being dropped by the Department of Justice is crazy. Here's another version of this as well. This is a confirmed Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, former prisoner of his island, in contact with the FBI deputy director as recently as last week, accusing Peter Mendelsohn of sex trafficking children. To date, he's been asked about it publicly only 3 times, once replying simply, "fuck off." So we know all this shit. So there are people who are directly photographed with victims. It's so strange that they wouldn't even go after those people. But the very fact that the very refusal of prosecuting even people who have been pictured with victims, people who are like known offenders, you know, that paired up with like victim testimony, photographic evidence, that makes it so. I mean, that obviously creates a very interesting environment around this. It's an active cover-up.
Maybe these guys were involved with Epstein, maybe it was bad, but turns out all these guys knew each other and knew Epstein. We know this in part from a Piers Morgan interview where he talks to a lady who went to a dinner party with Trump, Clinton, Epstein, and Prince Andrew.
Extraordinary collection of very high-powered people. How did they all interact with Epstein? How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him, you know. It was like there was close bonds. You could see that.
So these guys knew each other, apparently had dinner parties together, all of them together. Trump later accuses 2 of the guys of doing bad things. And then when we release the files, can we release the files? Well, no, actually, no, we can't do that. Nobody cares about that. The reason why seems obvious. Epstein knew Prince Andrew. Yes. He knew Bill Clinton. Yes. But he also knew Donald Trump. And recently tapes were released of Epstein talking and calling Donald Trump his closest friend.
So how do you know this? Donald's closest friend.
So it makes intuitive sense to distance yourself from files that may or may not have your name in it, and even distance yourself from the people involved. It's worth stating Trump actually denied knowing Prince Andrew.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Of course, this was immediately debunked by photos showing the 2 together. And of course, showing that they clearly knew each other as of 2000. Now, the reason you would deny knowing Prince Andrew, even though you did, is obvious. At the time, he was facing allegations related to Epstein. By the way, allegations that now are basically over. Prince Andrew is very happy about us dropping the Epstein probe. A source for The Sun said he's only been abroad once since the scandal.
Yeah. I mean, Prince Andrew is like the tip of the spear, right? So the very fact that Prince Andrew himself is also like, who is very obviously guilty. The very fact that the DOJ would drop that is crazy. Tip of the iceberg, sorry.
Erupted. Prince Andrew has always been very nervous about going abroad and always looking over his shoulder, as he should be in my opinion. But now he's very happy because the guy who never met him but was photographed with him in 2000 just ended the investigation. Now, I have to say, Trump's been pretty consistent on the fact he has no interest in releasing the Epstein files in full. He said this multiple times. The reason most people have sort of a false memory of this, the reason it's sort of a Mandela effect that he campaigned on the idea of releasing the Epstein files, is because Fox News released a deceptively edited clip where they cut out the part where he said, yeah, I'll probably release the Epstein files. And they cut out the part where then he backtracks on that completely.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him.
Who's that right there interviewing Donald Trump? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's only the motherfucking Secretary of Defense. At the time, he was just a simple Fox News commentary person. But now, of course, he has a different career. DUI hire. Classic.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him saying basically the opposite.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
We also have Bill O'Reilly on News Nation saying he just talked to Trump back on St. Patrick's Day, and Trump basically said the same thing.
He said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care about context. So you can't do that.
So over and over, we've seen the same answer from the president. Not the fact that, oh, no, the Epstein files, it's a lefty conspiracy. No, actually, it's the worry that people in the files are going to have their lives destroyed by the files. That sounds a lot more like covering for the people in the files than it does covering the victims. We've heard Kash Patel and Pam Bondi talk about, oh, we got to protect the victims.
Go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims.
Like, it's pretty simple with the Epstein stuff. A lot of people in positions of power are understandably making this somewhat logical calculation that if this were to be released, because elite pedophilia and like sex trafficking rings are of bipartisan consensus, that it would basically ruin societal elite. It's not enough that they basically have designed a system where they extract all of your surplus labor value and become immensely powerful and control all facets of media, all facets of information by social media, also simultaneously making you work day in, day out, and see nothing in return for that. But then on top of that, there is obviously some additional ties that hold people together. I don't think it's like ritualistic or anything like that, but I do think that there's at least like some kind of a blackmail operation involved, like that Jeffrey Epstein was seen as like a fixer of sorts, right? And therefore, this would implicate a lot of societal elite, whether liberal or Republican. Okay, it's a mutual. It's the pedophilia. Exactly, it's the pedophile MAD, mutual assured destruction. So these guys they're not invested in undermining the system that they are now in charge of, understandably so. But for us on the outside, this goes beyond the normalized attitude that we have, where we do not recognize our class position and we do not recognize our class interests. But this is one thing that we all recognize as like morally repugnant behavior, which is pedophile sex trafficking. It is morally repugnant. It's completely unacceptable. It's the most evil thing you can do. And therefore, many people don't give a shit about society falling apart if that's the case. Because why would they? If the foundations of what keep the American societal elite together is this like pedophilia sex trafficking ring, then yeah, fucking break it, burn it to the ground, right? It's understandable that people would be like, I don't want any association with that. It's not even something that you can, it's not something that you can simply just like wash away. It's also not like capitalism in the sense that you can get people to be on board with it, to get people invested in it, to get people to feel like they have a upper hand, to get people to feel like if they were to just be loyal soldiers to capital, that one day they can also be a billionaire or a millionaire. There is no meritocratic propaganda to sex trafficking of minors. No one sees Jeffrey Epstein as an ambitious figure. No one thinks, oh, one day I too want to work really hard and be in the inner circle of elite pedophile sex traffickers, in the way that they do feel about capitalism in general and the prosperity that it brings if you are a willing participant, that one day you too could be a millionaire. There are temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. There are no temporarily embarrassed pedophiles. Okay? It's not an aspirational figure. Do you understand? This is the reason why there is in the most predictable, most American way, this is the one thing that unites class interest, that actually creates class consciousness. Ironically enough, we cannot instill class consciousness on the boundaries of class, but of course, because we're so conspiratorially minded, this is the one area where there is actually some semblance of fucking class, some semblance of class consciousness and class unity, which is crazy.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that back out there.
But when we actually hear the president talk about it, and the real reason, right, because he's ultimately the decision maker on whether this gets released, what the real reason is cited is not about victims. It is about the people, the names in the thing. So I find it disgusting. They're using the victims of Epstein as a shield for the people who are actually in these files. Now, of course, who specifically is he worried about? Well, maybe it's his friends. Maybe it's people he has dinner parties with. And of course, maybe it's him, Donald Trump, that he's worried about. The journalist Michael Wolff actually quotes Steve Bannon as saying Jeffrey Epstein was really feared in 2016 for what he knew.
I'll have the full video here as well.
I was there, and it was that moment. And Bannon said to Epstein, and he said this in a good humor. He said, during the campaign, it would be the 2016 campaign, you, meaning Jeffrey Epstein, were the only person I was afraid of.
So that is 3 independent sources. You've got the Ira Rosen quote, the Michael Wolff quote, and that Mark Epstein quote, all saying that there is some type of damaging information on Trump. 2 of those people specifically implying that it's also on Clinton as well. You also have the Elon Musk allegation from left field, but he doesn't source anybody, so we won't count that. Either way, I must say, I don't know for sure if Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump were heavily involved in anything nefarious or not. That is exactly why we should all demand that we open these files. But the possibility of both Democrats and Republicans being implicated in some of these files, whether they did it or not, or just knew him, may give a plausible reason for why the Epstein files have been heavily redacted this whole time. There are very powerful people involved. We've known that. The reason we've been given, of course, is that, we've got to protect the victims. The real reason behind the scenes is really they're protecting the powerful people. Now, the most charitable interpretation is, as Bill O'Reilly said, it's because those people would have their lives ruined. They had nothing to do with Epstein, but we know some of them probably did. We know this from the Miami Herald because the FBI agents who searched Epstein's house found a cache of thick black binders all labeled with names that contained hundreds of naked or semi-naked photographs on CDs that Epstein stored in various places. The labels on the binders were redacted from photos because prosecutors said they were names of third parties who were not relevant to the case they are mounting against Ghislaine Maxwell. So my question is, are those some of the third parties? Their names are on binders with a bunch of explicit photographs that Epstein was storing? That seems like something we should be investigating. Or what about the fact that since the FBI is saying there's no blackmail involved with Jeffrey Epstein, we investigate the Wall Street Journal report that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly tried to extort Bill Gates over an extramarital affair? Because I thought there was no blackmail involved. And my real plea to people is to not allow comments like this, these statements about partisan politics to trick you into thinking this is some type of left versus right issue.
No, it's elites versus regular people that want to know the truth. Here it is. Lee Fong does the classic pedantic take. The Epstein list is a bit of a misnomer. There are hundreds of docs, pictures, and videos taken from Epstein's homes featuring his high-profile Rolodex, politicians, CEOs, etc., engaging with the underage women he victimized. That's what Trump is suppressing and lying about. The Epstein files is a grating discourse object because, yeah, there were surely incriminating things in his possession, as Lee points out, that have disappeared since the arrest. But the moron MAGA crowd hyped up the files as a vague burn book, making QAnon prophecy come true. I'm just grateful that the intelligent inquiry into the conspiracy is pendulum swinging back to left-coded, just in time for the reportedly huge Washington Post story coming out tomorrow about George Joanides, the CIA, and the assassination of JFK. Yeah, underage women, aka children. Robert Skvarla says, I keep returning to the data broker with intelligence ties that was tracking the devices of people traveling to and from Epstein's properties. Now, however, 11,279 coordinates obtained by Wired show not only a flood of traffic to Epstein's island property nearly a decade after his conviction as a sex offender, but also points to as many as 166 locations throughout the U.S. where near intelligence infers that visitors to Little St. James likely lived and worked. The cache also points to cities in Ukraine, the Cayman Islands, and Australia, among others. Near intelligence, for example, tracked devices visiting Little St. James from locations in 80 cities, crisscrossing 26 U.S. states and territories, with Florida, Massachusetts, Texas, Michigan, and New York topping the list. The coordinates points to mansions and gated communities in Michigan and Florida, homes in Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket in Massachusetts, a nightclub in Miami, and the sidewalk across the street from Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in New York City. The coordinates also point to various Epstein properties beyond Little St. James, including his 8,000-acre New Mexico ranch and a waterfront mansion on El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, where prosecutors said in an indictment that Epstein trafficked numerous minor girls for the purposes of molesting and abusing them. Near data is notably missing any locations from Europe where citizens are safeguarded by comprehensive privacy laws. Yeah, we tracked every. This is the Wired article associated with this, or the Wired video associated with this article. Several ad exchanges, according to Wall Street Journal, have reportedly terminated arrangements with Near, claiming that its use of their data violated the exchange's terms of service. Officially, this data is intended to be used by companies hoping to determine where potential customers work and reside. But in October 2023, the journal revealed that Near had once provided data to the U.S. military via a maze of obscure marketing companies, cutouts, and conduits to defense contractors. Bankruptcy records reviewed by Wired showed that in April 2023, Near Intelligence signed a year-long contract with another firm called In Context, a subsidiary of defense contractor Sierra Nevada. Remember when I told you that China does not actually need to spy on American citizens because they can use data brokers to do whatever kind of surveillance that they want to, that their spy satellites would not cover? This is precisely what I was talking about. Okay? What is this? Sarah Ransom tweeted this earlier, but deleted all of her posts, and she was a victim of Epstein. Oh, with Dan Bongino? What the fuck? Anyway, as I was saying, data brokers can allow comprehensive pinpoint accuracy on people that you want to surveil in the United States of America, where we don't have, where we very clearly don't have any privacy laws whatsoever. This is one of the only instances where you can at least take advantage of that to conduct some sort of comprehensive investigation. Elmo got hacked and is talking about Epstein. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, he says release the files, and he adds Donald Trump and he calls him a child fucker. And Context secured 6 federal contracts to provide data in support of the National Security Agency and Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency, according to reporting by Byron Tao, author of Means of Control, an expose of data broker industry and its ties to the U.S. surveillance state. According to information released during a $100 million funding round in 2019, Near claims to have information on roughly 1.6 billion people in 44 countries.
The secrets of Jeffrey Epstein remain tightly guarded, but earlier this year, I spearheaded a Wired investigation that uncovered the data of almost 200 mobile phones belonging to visitors to his infamous pedophile island. The data was so precise, we were able to map the paths of these visitors to within centimeters, including their neighborhoods, buildings of origins, and the paths they took to get to the island. These digital trails...
I'm gonna Brian kill me if one more person says the annoying orange says release the files on IG, but it's legit orange is actually based. What are you saying, dude? I don't fucking care about what the annoying orange is saying. Who gives a fuck, you goddamn faillennial? Oh my God. Who cares, man? Jesus Christ, it's 2025. Shut the fuck up.
Let's document the numerous trips of wealthy and influential individuals seemingly undeterred by Epstein's status as a convicted sex offender. Wired's analysis of the data is ongoing, and it raises profound questions about privacy and surveillance. This is Epstein Island's secret data on the grid. This is Little St. James, aka Epstein Island. These red dots on the map represent some of the 11,279 coordinates I obtained. They were left exposed online by a location data broker with ties to the Defense Department called Near Intelligence. Between 2016 and Epstein's final arrest in 2019, Near collected data on more than 200 cell phones that visited the island. We don't know why they did that or which client or prospective client of Near decided to query the data in this way to produce the maps. But the maps you'll see in this video show where visitors to Epstein Island spent most of their time. Let's take a step back. You might be wondering, where is Epstein Island anyways? Well, it's here. Little St. James is a private island that is part of the U.S. Virgin Islands, an unincorporated territory of the United States in the Caribbean Sea. Epstein purchased Little St. James in 1998 for $7.95 million. It's about 71 acres, the size of 54 football fields. He made the island his primary residence and soon after began welcoming visitors and throwing infamous parties where he was accused of having groomed, sexually assaulted, and trafficked untold numbers of women and girls. The maps of the data collected by Near, and which we at Wired recreated here, indicate the most visited.
The guy had a real eye for real estate, man. Just like he was brilliant. He was a brilliant quant. That's why he had billions of fucking dollars that some of the wealthiest individuals in society gave him. Like literally just gave him. For example, Les Wexner, who famously gave him power of attorney over his entire fortune, for example. You know, nothing weird here. Please do not ask any silly questions. Okay, you don't understand. This guy was just brilliant at math. Okay, he was so good at math. Yeah, everyone went to him for tax advice and also just advice in general. He was just a brilliant sage, a wise sage.
Spots on the island. From the main house here with the pool to the beaches and the large sundial, it's all on display, including the enigmatic Hilltop Temple site over here, which has been the focal point in speculations about Epstein's mysterious activities on the island. But the tracking of phones wasn't contained to Little St. James. Surveillance continued long after the visitors left. The data reveals the locations of visitors 30 minutes before and after arriving on the island, which shows us the exact routes everyone took to get there. Some landed here, at the Cyril E. King Airport on neighboring St. Thomas Island. With its private jet and VIP terminals, it was the go-to hub for Epstein's 200-seater Boeing 727 plane dubbed Lolita Express. We see data points clustered at various area beaches, hotels, and luxury resorts, including the Ritz-Carlton Hotel here. To get to Epstein's Island, many visitors got on a boat at a designated dock at the American Yacht Harbor, a private marina on St. Thomas co-owned by Epstein at the time. From there, we see a flow of movement through Great St. James Island, the larger island just to the north, which Epstein purchased in 2016 for $22 million. He had hoped to develop it, but was met.
Yes, you guys didn't know it was called Lolita Express? Come on, chat.
With legal challenges after damaging the island's coral reefs and protected habitats. The data then traces visitors' movements as they are ferried to Epstein's private dock on Little St. James. Epstein also had a helipad on the island and owned at least one helicopter, a Sikorsky S-76, which he used often to transport himself, guests, and victims from the airport or elsewhere, according to legal documents and testimony. It's worth noting that the data reveals a regular flow of traffic to and from Little St. James between 2016.
I don't care that the Elmo account tweeted about the Epstein files. What is wrong with people? Yes, we saw chatters. What the fuck is going on? Dude, you have to watch. Dude, Shane Dawson tweeted about HasanAbi. At HasanAbi, Shane Dawson tweeted about release the Epstein files. HasanAbi, you have to cover this. Onision tweeted about the Epstein files. PewDiePie tweeted about the Epstein files. You have to cover it. Yeah, the Elmo account is obviously fucking hacked. Elmo says all Jews should die. Fuck Jews. That's what the Elmo account is saying now. Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he's in the Epstein files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. Are you guys happy? The Elmo account is not based, it turns out. I don't care about fucking random Twitter accounts, man.
in 2019. A lot of people were visiting the island even after Epstein had pleaded guilty in 2008 and served jail time for procuring a minor for prostitution. If we keep following the data trail and we widen our view, we'll see that the tracking of visitors continues once they have left the island and presumably gone back home. The near intelligence data we uncovered pinpoints 166 locations throughout the United States in 80 cities across 26 states. Topping the list were Florida, Massachusetts, Texas, Michigan, and New York. The data points are labeled as common evening locations or common daytime locations, typically their homes or work. Many of the visitors were likely wealthy, as indicated by coordinates pointing to gated communities in Michigan, as well as homes in Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket in Massachusetts. We even have data points from a downtown Miami nightclub, and also the sidewalk across the street from Trump Tower.
Zero Ohio, W Ohio. What do you mean? Les Wexner is like the #1 Ohioan. What are you talking about? If anything, Ohio is deeply compromised and directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein, given Les Wexner is like one of the top affiliates. Ohio is big time compromised here.
In New York City. Before we jump to conclusions, some sources have highlighted interactions between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at social events. But after Epstein's 2008 conviction, there are no verified reports of Trump maintaining.
How do you remember he's from Ohio? Your brain is fascinating. Les Wexner, he owns Ohio. He's like, outside of a deity-like figure like LeBron James, he's Ohio's biggest fucking export, which I shouldn't even be mentioning in the same breath as Jeffrey Epstein, to be fair.
In a relationship with a convicted pedophile. Take a look at this point over here in New Mexico. This is a property that was owned by Epstein, a secluded 8,000 acres.
Yeah, this is the Zorro Ranch. This is the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico that I talked about. The Clintons would famously go to the Zorro Ranch quite frequently. The Clintons would go here all the time. Okay, they would use this ranch in New Mexico, Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, with regular frequency.
Ranch. Another property of Epstein's is seen over here on El Brio Way in Palm Beach, Florida. This waterfront mansion was sold, demolished, and is now being rebuilt. But it was where prosecutors claimed Epstein trafficked numerous underage girls with the intention of molesting and abusing them. But we don't just see the coordinates of wealthy homes.
Right up the street from Mar-a-Lago, by the way, where Jeffrey Epstein actually picked out his victims, famously.
Amongst the data. The median household income of Palm Beach is more than twice that of nearby communities where we also see data points. Some of these points could represent victims or employees who worked on the island, which is why we're careful about revealing names and continue to carefully analyze the data. If we zoom out more, we notice something strange. There are no data points anywhere in Europe. Does this mean it was strictly Americans visiting Jeffrey Epstein on his island? No. We do see data points from the cache identifying origin cities in Australia, the Cayman Islands, and way over here in Kyiv in Ukraine. We know that Epstein himself had a place in Paris. And we know from victim testimony and flight logs that his associate, Jean-Luc Brunel, owner of a modeling agency in Paris, did visit the island. So why don't we see these data points?
Yeah, it's because the European Union actually offers tremendous data privacy to everyone, which is, you know, in this case, I guess technically a bad thing, but it is actually ultimately a very good thing.
Possibility could be Europe's extensive privacy laws. Considered the strongest privacy and security law in the world, the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, gives Europeans robust rights to their personal data, even outside of Europe. Under comparatively lax US privacy laws, Near Intelligence was able to source its location data for this precision surveillance. To explain how this data might have been collected in the first place, we need to talk about the world of digital advertising and data brokers. The reason you get a targeted ad displayed on an app or a website is because apps on your phone have been transmitting information about you to ad exchanges and real-time bidding platforms. That information often includes your location data. Data brokers like Near Intelligence extract, repackage, analyze, and sell the data from these ad platforms. In fact,
dog, you guys are so primed to see a fucking hashtag ad that you literally think a Wired.com, Wired magazine news report about data brokers is a fucking ad. You guys are literally Pavlovian, dude. It is straight up like a Pavlovian response to hearing about private data brokers stealing your information. You're so mad that I was wrong? I don't know. I don't know why I have such a short fuse. Back in the day, I used to take a day off and then I would come back refreshed. Nowadays, when I take a day off, I come back pissed off because I'm like, man, that when I took a day off, shit felt awesome.
According to internal company documents from 2019, Near Intelligence, which has roots in Singapore and Bengaluru, India, claimed to have information on around 1.6 billion people in 44 countries. They offer a platform for searching that allows their clients to query their vast data set by drawing a box around a specific area like Little St. James.
Yeah, Jean-Luc Brunel, major Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, also died under mysterious circumstances as well. Oh, a lot of these guys, man. It's just like, yeah. February 19th, 2022, at age 76, Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein associate, was found dead in a Paris prison cell. But once again, must be a coincidence. Must be a coincidence. Yeah, and then this guy right on the money goes, why won't the whistleblowers come forward? I wonder why. I wonder why. There's just a major coincidence of a lot of these... a lot of the direct affiliates just kind of mysteriously getting sad in prison. Brunel, co-founder of the French modeling agency Corinne Models and MC2 Model Management in the U.S. with funding from Epstein. He was detained at Paris' Charles de Gaulle airport in December 2020 as he was trying to board a flight to Senegal. His arrest was part of a French inquiry into sex trafficking and sexual assault allegations against Epstein, focusing on potential crimes committed against French victims and suspects who were French citizens. Prosecutors suspected Brunel of raping, sexually assaulting, and sexually harassing multiple minors and adults. They also suspected him of transporting and housing young girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Also, victims have come forward, yes.
Near then provides insights about the devices it observed within the selected area. We don't know who or why someone searched Epstein Island, but the reports and maps they created were sitting unprotected and totally searchable as publicly accessible code. And that's where we found them. And those aren't the only near intelligence data sets that we found. Google's web crawlers were able to locate at least 2 other reports. One geofencing the Westfield Mall in the Netherlands, and another targeting a park in El Paso, Texas. This is data unrelated to our investigation about Epstein Island, but it shows how unsafe personal data can be. In some cases, it's just a Google search away. So,
okay, here's the ad. I wonder if it's the ad or not.
Pro tip, if you don't want your personal data swimming around in the murky waters of
now I'm thinking it's a fucking ad. Jesus Christ. I'm broken.
Advertising. Make sure you limit ad tracking on your phone, disable location services and third-party cookies, and use an ad blocker.
It's not
So what
even an
happened
ad.
to the island after Epstein
thinking it's an
reportedly
ad.
committed suicide in a Manhattan federal jail while awaiting trial for sex trafficking? Well, in May of 2023, billionaire investor Stephen Dieckhoff purchased both Little St. James and Great St. James for $60 million. He's currently building a luxury resort on Little St. James that he says could open as early as 2025. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell, former British socialite and Epstein accomplice, was convicted in 2021 on 5 counts, including sex trafficking of minors by force. Maxwell was arrested in Bradford, New Hampshire, tracked to a $1 million home by federal agents using location data pulled from her cell phone. I'm Dhruv Mehrotra. The Wired investigation into the secret data.
Anyway, let's see what Alex Jones's new copium session looks like, because as you guys know, he's been actively trying to sweep for the Trump administration here.
As you know, I just call balls and strikes.
Yeah, no, totally. Good start. Let's see.
And after years of saying they will release the Epstein file or list, suddenly they're not going to, and we're told it doesn't exist. But then Trump comes out last night and says, well, it does exist, but the Democrats had control of it, manipulated it, which is actually true. They've had control, but they would destroy anything they didn't want in there and leave what they wanted in there that their investigators could plant. So people say, well, then whose side are you on? This is a giant fiasco. I'm trying to call balls and strikes. I'm trying to look at every angle of this and understand what's happening, understand why the Trump administration did a 180 the last few months, and particularly the last week, and did this, and then blames loyal supporters who support the overall agenda as being traitorous for doing this. Now, we all know what triggered this. It was Elon 2 months ago saying, look, Trump's in the list, and that big breakup there, and then Trump wants it closed. He wants it shut down, which looks extremely incriminating. But from all of my deep research, never saw Trump involved in any illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein. So we are simply here tracking this case, not choosing a side, not wanting to make things be what we want them to be, but simply looking at the
I like that he starts off this by being like, well, all my research shows Trump is innocent 100%. So we're not here to pick a side. I'm here to call balls and strikes, which of course show me, and my deep research shows me that Trump is actually a white hat pedophile. That's right. Any kind of sex trafficking pedophilia that Donald Trump might have engaged in, he actually did to unearth Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes that mostly liberal Democrats were doing.
Facts, but I dropped the ball. I didn't even think about the fact. I'm like, oh yeah, if they've had the list and they've had the files for years, the Democrats would take.
Yeah, with all of his endless research, he didn't even think that that he couldn't come up with as stupid of an answer as Donald Trump just did. No one even believes this, by the way. Like, not even the fucking Alex Jones fans believe this. He is literally just doing propaganda in the same way that Dan Bongino was, and in the same way that fucking what's his face, Kash Patel was doing. He's like, big beautiful President Donald Trump. He would not be involved in this. I promise. It's just all the people around him that are, they're involved in it. But also, big beautiful President Donald Trump's statements about the list is actually correct. I didn't even think about that. For years and years, he fucking understandably railed against the Clintons and loved talking about the Epstein connection with the Clintons. And there's plenty of connection with the Clintons and Jeffrey Epstein. But if it wasn't Donald Trump who had actually gone on Alex Jones's podcast and had offered Alex Jones a platform and legitimacy, and any other Republican president who had also hung out with Jeffrey Epstein on numerous occasions, and Jeffrey Epstein frequented their golf course, for example, their golf club, and picked out victims from that person's golf club. If it wasn't Donald Trump and anybody else, do you think Alex Jones would not actually put the puzzle pieces together? I mean, the puzzle pieces are there. It's literally there. And he just actively avoids talking about those puzzle pieces. And instead will be like, no, that's right. That's right. Jeffrey Epstein was not involved at all with Donald Trump. He hated Donald Trump. All my research shows that Donald Trump is innocent.
Stuff out, destroy it. Well, that's obvious. They would leave documents, reports, Crossfire Hurricane, the list goes on and on. January 6th. So we've got to investigate this. We've got to keep open minds about it.
What the fuck? Hold. It's going to fix itself. 1 second. It's the big one, but it's fixed. It's fixed. It's good now. We're back. But it's mega delayed, I assume, right? Let's do a delay test. Hit 4. Boom. Okay, that was I had to do that. That's a crazy. All right, I didn't even wait because I saw how long it took. I didn't want to wait. Okay. Wait, let's run the delay again. Is there still a delay? I'm confused. Subscribe if you're back. What the fuck is going on? Subscribe. Okay. Yeah, there's something weird happening with my fucking it's not even like a fucking site-wide outage or anything. It's my IRL toolkit. It's an IRL toolkit related problem. I feel like I don't know what it is, but it just keeps happening. And I got to fucking talk to my IRL guys and try to figure it out because clearly, hold on. I don't know what it is. It's just this strange ass thing. It was site-wide. I don't think it was. Kicks paste the. Okay. Why is it so upsetting when HasanAbi disappears? I may be too invested in a person I've never met. No, it's just like a weird thing that happens. I don't know what it is. It was an IRL toolkit crash site-wide? Maybe. But I don't think it was a data throttling or anything like that this time. It did read as a data throttle, kind of, from my end, but quite a few LA streamers said their internet has been going down on an almost daily basis. What's wrong with y'all's ISPs? I don't know. It wasn't happening in New York, I'll tell you that much.
Administration into a mega massive crisis, and Trump at press conferences and the rest of it saying don't ask questions triggers the ultimate Streisand effect and is insane. So I don't know where in the world they're coming up with that plan. We'll continue to track this in live time. We'll cover the good Trump's doing, we'll cover the bad he's doing, to give Trump our ongoing advice. And I'm going to post a video later, do a live show today at 4 p.m. Central, breaking down what I think Trump needs to do to get things back on track. And that's release everything. That's why Steve Bannon wants it released. He went and interviewed Epstein. He knew him. Nothing to hide. You got Alan Dershowitz saying, release it all. Doesn't incriminate me. Okay, well, then release the whole thing. This is not going away. It's only blown up 10 times bigger. It's out of control. And this was so obvious a week ago. People said, oh, you're being a traitor, say this will be a big issue. No, I'm seasoned, I'm informed, I'm involved, I know what's going on. It's insane. We'll cover it all at Infowars.com, Real Alex Jones on X. Pray for America, pray for peace, pray for President Trump. Do the right thing.
Why does Liver King look so weird? He's just a weird guy.
Set of pictures. There were the
Here's Michael Wolff repeating his claim that Jeffrey Epstein showed him a Polaroid photos of Donald Trump cavorting with topless girls by Epstein's pool. Wolff says he believes the FBI took those photos from Epstein's safe and still holds them.
Snapshots, and among them, there are at least 3 that I remember. 2 of topless girls sitting in Trump's lap around Epstein's swimming pool, and then one.
Michael Wolff is a bit of a fabulist, I will admit. Okay, he is a little bit of a embellisher, which I feel like once you have that reputation as a serious journalist, then all of a sudden you're not so serious as a journalist, I will say. So who knows? But let's continue.
A stain on the front of Trump's pants with 3 or 4 girls laughing and pointing at it. So I have seen those pictures.
So what's your best guess as to where they are?
Well, I'm my best guess is that Epstein kept them in the safe. The safe was emptied out by the FBI. Where are those pictures?
Michael Wolff says Steve Bannon had become very friendly with Epstein. We know that to be true, by the way. That part is real. After Epstein's death, Wolff says Bannon freaked out and changed his phone numbers because he was afraid of his own connection to Epstein. He adds Bannon believed Epstein was killed.
One of the first phone calls I got when Jeffrey Epstein died, which was in the beginning of August 2019, was from Steve Bannon, and who had become very friendly with Epstein, and Bannon said, of course he was killed. Of course he didn't kill himself. And then Bannon then began to freak out and change his telephone numbers. And a moment.
Why?
Because he was suddenly afraid. I mean, I think afraid of his own connection to Epstein.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I was never afraid, and I always take these things with somewhat skeptical about these things, and I'm somewhat skeptical, remains skeptical that he was he murdered? I don't see that. At the same time, I'm not sure. It seems unconvincing that he would have killed himself the way it is described that he would have had to have done it, which is basically break his own neck.
Wolff says that he participated in riveting salons hosted by Epstein, which featured an extraordinary gamut of people, including former prime ministers or heads of finance in various countries. Vicky Ward fails to follow up by asking him who those high-level Epstein guests were.
From this quite extraordinary gamut of people who were there talking about the affairs of the world at an enormously high level, and at a knowledgeable level. I mean, these were some former prime ministers or heads of finance in various countries. I was there many times, and it was a kind of a riveting experience.
That's crazy.
Right. And of course,
experience.
That's crazy.
Right. And of course, the mystery is, how did a guy who didn't have a college degree and had no real, formal training in anything, wasn't in the markets himself,
Who are the people? No questions on who the heads of state were? The fuck?
Why and how was he able to command such respect?
All of this.
I mean, it's a good question, to be fair. I mean, it's a question that we know the answer to because it was because of his connections. Clearly, it wasn't about anything other than that. Nobody was there because he was just a fucking incredible conversationalist. Okay, that's psychotic. Some of the wealthiest individuals in society, and I guess they were all there because of his amazing stock trading tips and his tax portfolio. Are you going to talk about anything else today? Yes, I'm going to talk about how I'm with your mom now. I've become your stepfather. I didn't want you to find out this way, but it's time for you to find out. This is a profoundly important story. I don't understand. It's important for literally every facet of American politics. If you're a Republican, you're probably also questioning things right now. If you are a Democrat, you love this story because you, one, don't give a fuck if like other Democrats also get like Democrat liberal politicians get outed here because you just want the truth. And you're additionally excited at the prospect of MAGA Republicans also not falling in line with the Trump narrative this time. Are you Donald Trump? What do you mean? Why are you still talking about this Epstein guy? The only guy who's out there being like, why are you still talking about this Epstein guy? Can we move on from this? Is Donald Trump. Are you Donald Trump? Is Donald Trump in the chat right now? Wow, what are you doing? Still talking about this? I mean, come on, dude. Let go. Let it go, please. Let it go, please. Stop talking about this, please.
The real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of Intel Services, probably not American.
Yeah, that's bullshit. This probably not American side is bullshit. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, it was just Mossad. No, definitely. Nothing to see here. God, I hate this shit. Chuck Schumer official. I don't see why we need to keep talking about this nonsense. Okay, that's funny. This one's funny. Chuck's in the building. Everybody, we got a legendary politician here. Okay? We will win. We will win. Only if you stop talking about this Jeffrey Epstein nonsense. Taco Trump. Classic Taco Trump.
And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That is never prohibited.
He's talking about his dad, by the way. He's literally talking about his father, which is also part of the reason why Tucker Carlson is saying, well, it's pretty obvious that Jeffrey Epstein worked for a foreign government, and certainly not the CIA, just Mossad. And he just was allowed to work on U.S. soil over and over again, despite the fact that the CIA obviously allowed him to do so. Please, it must be just Israel that he was working at the behest of, and no one else. What's going on? Definitely no one else.
Me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests. And you have a right to demand that...
I'm so mad conservatives get to say shit like this. Nah, not a lot of conservatives, just Tucker Carlson. I think he's the most dangerous prospect for the... Like, a lot of people talk about J.D. Vance running for office, but I think the person who will usher in an ideological, if there is another election, okay, the person that will usher in an ideological Fourth Reich, the one thing that Trump doesn't have is like a conviction to be like a full-throated white nationalist. Tucker Carlson has that. Also a television character, as you guys know, very telegenic, much smarter than Donald Trump, much more convincing than Donald Trump. No way people hate him. What are you talking about? Tucker Carlson had the most popular fucking news broadcast in the country. Tucker Carlson has all of the qualities of Donald Trump and also some more dangerous aspects. I think Tucker lost his sauce and fell off since leaving Fox. You are not paying attention if you think that. Tucker Carlson, despite being on independent media, still has it. Like, I thought so too. I thought when he left Fox News, I thought it's over for Tucker. Look at him. He's like doing Twitter shit. He's cooked. He has been able to claw back that relevance through independent media piece by piece. He has absolutely recovered. The only thing he's missing is financial backers. Okay? Part of the reason why he was fired from Fox News, if you read the tea leaves or if you read the reports on it, was because Rupert Murdoch himself was afraid of the influence that he retained there. Rupert Murdoch was terrified of what he was capable of doing. He has not actually recovered all of the clout that he had, but very clearly, he has piece by piece picked up a lot of the pieces, and he has been able to go above. He's been able to retain a big chunk of his influence. I am telling you right now, he is a terrifying figure because unlike Donald Trump, he will go the full way with white nationalism. And he has a much better way of delivering white nationalist rhetoric in a way that Americans find palatable. Okay? If you ever listen to this fucking guy, if you ever listen to this demon, maybe I'm wrong on this, but his YouTube page has basically brought him back to life. His big interviews still pop the fuck off. He doesn't have Asmongold's level of clout and Asmongold's level of reach. Having said that, however, the type of reach that he has is very different than Asmongold. Asmongold gets the non-voters and the fucking socially maladjusted shut-ins. Tucker Carlson's reach is still firmly within DC, firmly within those in positions of power. Look, I'd vote for Tucker 100p. You'd vote for a Nazi? Yep. Follow your leader who? Mine well, you are. You've been saying this about Tucker since Trump 1.0. You're probably right, unfortunately. Yes. Tucker Carlson has tremendous staying power, and he is a media demon. I don't think he can control the base as easily as Trump does, but he's definitely the top candidate to pick up the torch and do some fucked up shit with it. Yeah, Tucker Carlson interviewed the fucking president of Iran, dude. He interviewed the president of Iran. He interviewed Putin. He still gets RFK Jr. He did the Ted Cruz thing, obviously, as you guys know. That one banged. He is terrifying. The rapidly shifting MAGA discourse on Israel is bigger than it may seem at first. Tucker Carlson's pointing the finger at Israel's Mossad as being behind Epstein's operation is getting much attention. Although this connection is being made widely in parts of MAGA world, but the increasing split on Israel within MAGA goes well beyond anger over the Epstein files. It's been brewing over several issues: Gaza, the Iran war, and foreign aid, as well as anger over the return of neocon influence. On Gaza, much of the attention is focused on the Democrats, who have dramatically turned away from Israel, with every major poll showing this trend. But what has been missing is that Republican views of Israel have also become more negative since the Gaza war, with a recent Pew poll showing that the biggest shift nationally has been among Republicans under the age of 50, going from 35% negative to 50% negative in 2025. The Iran war and the return of loud neocon voices pushing us for further military involvement has angered many in the MAGA world, as has been widely reported. This is true. Connected to this is the increasing cost of supporting Israel, reaching well over $20 billion since the Gaza war started, at a time when MAGA world expects budget cuts while many of Trump supporters are struggling. Carlson connecting the criticism of Israel with broader suppression of free speech, something that the left has been protesting, seems also to resonate with many on the right. The strongest remaining voices of support for Israel on the right are evangelical Christians, but there has been evidence that support for Israel among younger evangelicals has also been dropping in recent years, and the number of evangelicals in America has been declining. Now, in some MAGA world, are publicly challenging the very assumption that support for the modern state of Israel is biblically mandated. It all adds up to an unexpected, vigorous divide on Israel within MAGA. We already know that there is a divide on Israel with the Democratic Party's base of support versus the Democratic Party's politicians. But no such major fissure has existed within the Republican Party as a direct consequence of the evangelical base and their defense of Israel, their unconditional loyalty, support, and defense of Israel. that is also changing within the youth of the Republican Party. Okay? Tucker Carlson will turn around and use this to his advantage. And he has been. One of the many things that I've talked about with respect to Tucker Carlson in the first Trump administration was that he would, in the absence of any Democrats making left-wing populist economic messages, Tucker Carlson would fill that void on Fox News every night. He was perhaps one of the most important voices on retaining social safety nets for whites and for legacy Americans, as he says, which is a substitute for whites. Okay? And I said over and over again, if you go back to my 2016, 2017 analysis, I said, if the Democrats don't actually create a convincing and genuine left-wing populist message, a left-wing populist platform, the only people in mainstream media that are saying these things will be the likes of Tucker Carlson. Because there is clearly a need for this kind of messaging, people will gravitate towards Tucker Carlson. I'm saying the same thing once again about Israel. If no mainstream Democratic voices are out there criticizing Israel, then the only people who will use the issue of Israel as a way to develop earnesty in the eyes of the voting public will be the likes of Tucker Carlson and maybe even someone as kooky as Marjorie Taylor Greene. Israel now, like anti-Israel sentiment, is now seen as a way to show how real you are. A lot of Democrats don't understand this reality. I am urging people to recognize, okay, saying that you hate Israel, even cynically, even as a mechanism to win support, is a viable outcome now. It shows you as a real anti-establishment figure. So if the field of Republican contenders and Democrat contenders are flooded with people who are unconditionally pro-Israel, screaming "Am Israel" high every day, the one person that comes out and says, nah, fuck Israel, why do we have this kind of insane, dangerous loyalty to Israel, will come across as the only earnest figure. It will be an opportunity for the likes of Tucker Carlson to basically dominate political discourse, as he is currently. This is terrifying. It is very frustrating. Matt Duss has a similar take here. Says, yep, Democratic leaders have a choice. They can build a party by embracing left populists like Mamdani who are confronting these problems, or keep fighting them and watch as young people flock to right populists who are confronting these problems.
Biggest house in New York. Like, what is that? Like, at some point, the basic economics really matter. And they matter because, not that it's bad that rich people are getting richer, it's bad that everyone else is getting poorer. And it's especially bad the young people can't afford homes. Let me just put a very precise point on this. If you want a measure of how your economy is doing, I personally favor eliminating GDP as a measure. I don't even know what that is. It's clearly not relevant. They tell me Japan has a stagnant GDP. Have you been to Tokyo? It's the single most radicalizing experience you'll ever have because it's just so nice. You lost the war? Really? Can we lose a war and wind up like this? GDP. No. I don't know what even that is. The total economic activity. Oh, no. My measure is really simple. I got a bunch of kids. Can they afford houses with full-time jobs at like 27, 28? And the answer is no way. And the answer is that 35-year-olds with really good jobs can't afford a house unless they stretch and go deep into debt.
Why is it populist when leftists use material announced to provide direct relief to voters' quality of life, but not populism when centrist liberals throw around platitudes and do nothing? I mean, centrist liberals use populism as a negative term, so much so that they've invented a new term that is basically populist, but David Shore has a new term for it. It's called popularism, as in abiding by popular sentiment that is like focus grouped into oblivion. That's how much they hate the term populism. They use it as a pejorative. True populism is not supposed to be a pejorative, but this is the one thing that separates neoliberals from people like myself. When they say populist, they mean it as a negative. When I say populist, I mean real left-wing populist economic theory, okay? Concepts that are overwhelmingly popular, that uplift the working class, okay? Liberals point to that as, oh, you just want everyone to have health care, or you want everyone to have a unicorn, okay? You want everyone to have a unicorn. You're over-promising and you're not going to be able to deliver. It's not like liberals actually end up delivering on their promises either, ironically enough. Liberals don't actually fucking end up delivering on their promises either. The problem is they also don't even fucking promise good things. They promise less and then don't even deliver on the little amount of promises that they made. So it's spectacularly bad policy and also bad politics as well.
And I just think that's a total disaster. That's a complete disaster. Why? 2 reasons. One, if people don't own things, they don't feel ownership of the country they're in. And the country gets super volatile because people feel like they've got nothing to lose. When you have a lawn, trust me, you're thinking long term. Second, it's really hard to have a family without a house. It is. It's like super fun to live in an apartment if, there's like a bar downstairs, you're in a cool neighborhood. I'm in East Village. It's so cool.
He's such a good communicator. I fucking hate him. I despise him because everything he said up to this point, I almost 100% agree with. Down to the GDP being like the most important factor. What good is the GDP if people are suffering? I mean, he could have even made that point, not by looking at Japan, but he said Japan because he's a racist, because the hidden agenda there is Japan is a ethno-nationalist, right? Japan is like an incredibly not diverse country. He could have said Europe as well. Europe is a even closer analog to use here. Look at European capitals. Am I to believe the notion that Paris is literally poorer than Missouri? Have you seen Paris? Look at Paris and the average middle-class Parisian and their lifestyles, and then look at the average middle-class Missourian. The reason why he used the example of Japan, on the other hand, and for the record, obviously, European capitals are experiencing the same kind of like diminished quality of life year over year due to, again, austerity economics and neoliberalism, unchecked neoliberalism. But the reality is that many of these European capitals, many of these European nations, technically on the GDP front, are poorer than Louisiana, for example. But you look at the quality of life in a European capital. If you look at the quality of life in a European capital and then compare it to the quality of life for the average person living in Louisiana, you realize that GDP doesn't matter at all. Okay? It's just numbers on a board that make you feel. Numbers on a board that make you feel like things are good. Why didn't he use Norway example? The reason why he doesn't use Norway either is because it's European and gay and woke. Japan is far away and not gay, nor is it woke. That's the reason why he's using Japan as an example, especially on the notion of GDP. They say the Japanese GDP is stagnant, and Japanese GDP is terrible. But you look at the living standards and the living conditions of like Japan, when you have all of these social safety nets, amenities, severe degrees of regulation, and the cost of living overall, in comparison to the United States of America, it looks fantastic. Japan's problems unironically stem from something that Tucker Carlson wants to do here in the United States of America, which is xenophobic ethno-nationalist policies. Ironically enough, Japan is suffering as a direct consequence of not having any sort of immigration, not offering any sort of not offering any sort of citizenship to people outside of Japan, because it is one of the only like examples that we can point to that is as close that closely resembles an ethno-state, with its own internal genocide as well, its own external colonial ambitions, and up until World War II. But anyway, up until this point, Tucker Carlson brings up incredible points. But you will see why he is an indecent, right-wing, nefarious propagandist. Let's take a look.
Try to have 3 kids. You're not going to have 3 kids there. You can't. Nobody wants to raise their kids in that neighborhood. Nobody wants to raise their kids in an apartment. People do it because they have to. Nobody wants to. People want a little house, not some McMansion, just a little normal house. That is the actual American dream. And that is what is totally unattainable for young people. And so the only young people in general that you will ever meet who have houses are young people whose parents help them. And God bless their parents. That's a perfectly great thing to do for your kids. But most people's parents can't afford to do that because they're already in debt from their pointless college degree. So that is a national emergency. And I know that there are certain cable channels that are spending all this time talking about, they're about to elect a socialist in New York City, which obviously I'm opposed to it.
Yeah, here, look at what
he's not even a real socialist. He's like a trainee vax, rich kid liberal guy. Mom Donnie. He's a fake leftist, but whatever. Why do you think that's happening? One of the reasons
Mom Donnie
it's happening is because normal people with normal...
I like that he also hit him with a fake leftist, by the way. Like, Who's the real leftist, Tucker? Are you a leftist then? Like, guy who doesn't want any association with leftism at all, talking about who is a real and who is a fake leftist.
Normal jobs no longer believe they can win in this system, and that all the money is going to the worst people. And no one even stops to ask, what the hell is going on? How did Bill Ackman get so rich? I mean, I know he went on CNBC and like talked down Herbalife, you know, bet against companies by driving down their stock prices. That's what he's been accused of. I'm not accused.
Japan is not suffering due to a lack of immigration. The fuck? No, yes, it can be held with immigration, but the actual problem stems from it being a demoralizing capitalist hellscape. Oh my God. Every country is a demoralizing capitalist hellscape. Okay? Every single country is. And yes, that is a major problem, both in Japan, both in South Korea, both in many of the European capitals that we were talking about. But beyond that, there is no quote unquote solution to the, if you consider this a problem to begin with, the aging population. And which, by the way, it is a problem. Like, an aging population is a problem because our entire economy and our entire existence revolves around being productive. And after a certain age, you cannot be productive. You can't do labor. Okay? So yeah, it is a fucking problem. Developed nations end up falling into this same pit no matter what. The only developed nation that has not fallen into this issue is the United States of America. Do you want to know why the United States of America has not fallen into this issue? Because of endless migration. That's it. Undocumented immigrants come in and they have children on U.S. soil because we have birthright citizenship, and those children become full-fledged American citizens. That's it. That's literally it. Okay? It's not a fucking accident that America is one of the only countries on the planet that is a developed nation that does not have issues with population growth, with having an increasingly aging population. That's it. Every time you bring this up, I really hate this argument. We don't need every country to have endless population growth. Endless growth is a deep root of the problem. We can't all live in McMansions and an F-150. Stagnation needs to happen. Oh my God, dude. Who is going to keep the engine going? Like, capitalism or socialism, doesn't matter. You need to have working hands that control the widgets, if not develop the widgets at the widget factory. Okay? That's it. Like, what are we talking about? What are we going to do? So we're going to live, what, 100 years in the future if we make it that far, where all of the fucking developed nations are 65 years old and older, and then they're relying on labor in the global south? Is that what it is? Like, what are we doing? Yes, as a band-aid solution to the root cause of declining birth rates, the incredibly toxic work culture in Japan. It's not just the incredibly toxic work culture. Please stop. And not every single person needs a McMansion and an F-150. I'm not talking about fucking endless growth. No, we need a world that is self-reliant and doesn't require endless growth. We can't keep growing and growing on a limited planet. We need to reach an equilibrium. Okay, how do you cap it? And we're not anywhere near that level anyway. We're not, like, this is like eco-fascist. What do you mean? We need an equilibrium. What are you, fucking Thanos? What the fuck? Anyway, ultimately, you need productive hands for anything to work. Even in a socialist society, you would still need productive labor. You would still need necessary labor. You would still need hands to work the buttons if we have automation. Okay? And if everyone is over the age of like 65, 75, people are living till 110 years old, and society is increasingly getting older and older and older, eventually you're going to run out of hands to do the necessary labor. And unless you have this like weird servile state that we keep at bay and refuse to develop so they can steadily maintain a new crop of young, productive hands to do the necessary labor for survival, and that comes from the global south, while we stay trapped in our ivory towers in developed nations around the world, there's still definitely a need for it's still definitely a problem in the interim and in the long term for societies to age out completely. And you absolutely do get that through less developed and countries that don't have the same birth rate issues Like, sure, you're not wrong, but we're quite obviously far beyond what the planet can sustain. I don't think so. That's not, wait, what? That's not true. Weirdly enough, a lot of these takes I feel like resemble eco-fascist sentiment. Maybe I'm misunderstanding chatters. Anyway, let's
Using him
continue
here,
with Tucker.
sue me if I do. I'm just suggesting others believe that might have happened. He's already threatened to sue me for saying that. But there are plenty of people who do that. And I'm not saying even that it should be illegal. What I'm saying is that our leadership class should say something about it and should assign a moral value to it. And if you're getting rich by loaning money to people at incredibly high interest rates, that's something you're going to have to talk to God about. That is not good. That is not virtuous. That's disgusting. And the fact that nobody feels free to say that, nobody feels like you can just say like 30% on a credit card? Why is anybody paying a credit card bill? I said to somebody recently, I feel like I'm very moderate and sensible and...
Yeah, so he had this take. There was also Epstein running for an intelligence operation, as we were talking about. And then here's the most insane line that he had about immigration. Tucker Carlson was asked if immigrant farm workers should get amnesty. He replied, "That's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard."
Okay, your mom does too. Any questions? Yes, sir. What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Are you joking? Amnesty for farm workers? We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country.
60 million. That's got to be just a number of like Hispanic people, I think. The Hispanic population is like what, 69 million, give or take. That's what he means, right? 60 million, dude. Yeah. Or 65 million is the number of the Hispanic population on U.S. soil. Maybe he's just saying like 4 of those or 5 of those 65 million are like white Hispanics so they can stay, like from Spain.
The country bears no resemblance to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. Period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should...
I mean, this is the honest conclusion of Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. Because what's the difference between an undocumented non-citizen and a documented one? It's paperwork. And if undocumented migrants are not responsible for the crimes that Trump claims they're committing, then what is the real reason why you want to fucking deport them? What is the real reason? If they're just contributors to the U.S. economy, just like you and me, if they're even more meaningful, in some instances, more meaningful contributors to the U.S. economy, to agricultural output, then what is the one thing that you are seeing that is different about them than someone like yourself, someone like Tucker Carlson? It is the color of their skin. Like, that is the major difference. They're black and brown. Tucker Carlson considers them to be inferior.
Burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. How about deportation? What about that? I mean, look, and let me just say, people say all kinds of things. It doesn't mean it's happening, but I think it's worth being a little paranoid about it. I mean, I think everyone in this room is paranoid. It's important to make sure even the people you love are true to their word. Doesn't mean you hate them. Again, I don't take my kids I love my kids more than anything. I don't automatically believe everything they tell me because I'm not a moron. Because I understand that people don't always say the truth. So, but anyway, yeah, any kind of amnesty is not only a bad idea, it's like outrageous. Anyway, sorry, I've been told.
I think about how angry he is at this. Like, we know he's racist, but why is he this racist is the question one must ask. Is he actually that racist? I think he doesn't give a shit one way or another. He's auditioning for what he thinks is going to be the most important position that a right-wing presidential candidate can take in the upcoming election.
Not be allowed to act against your interests.
Everything he's saying should be read in that framework.
Creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow. That that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not? And yet everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry, when it's not. It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on. What the hell was this?
It's deeper than Epstein. Epstein is a symbol of who governs us, right? Do you govern us? You don't govern us. No chance the American people govern us. You just won. They tried to have the third coup. Kennedy first, Nixon second, Trump third. They stole the 2020 election after stopping it only because you guys said, go fuck yourself. We're going to bring him back. Right? We're going to bring him back. He's back. But are we in control? We're not in control. Why are we not in control? Why are we not in control? Because the deep state runs the deal, and they're laughing at us right now.
Yep. Look at young Americans. Remember what I told you about Americans and their association with Israel. Not every single one of these people arrived at this conclusion because they read the wrong fucking books and developed anti-Semitic opinions. You need to understand, it's because of Israel, and it's because of how Israel and Israel-backed candidates want to fucking want to suppress American speech. Okay? Americans are somewhat selfish people. They are only invested in their own existence. When you're doing stuff over there, that's one thing. But when the stuff that you're doing over there requires an endless amount of money from us, and also on top of that, if you actually call into question this allegiance, you get branded a pariah, and on top of that, you lose your job, or you get hit with like the only real type of cancel culture. Americans are going to be like, what the fuck are we doing? And it's not just the Democrats who feel this way. It's young Republicans as well. It is all Americans that recognize this reality.
Why can I burn an American flag in my country, but I get a mark by my name if I burn Israel's? Like, how?
I think that's an entirely fair question. It's totally outrageous. You got 65 million people here illegally, according to the administration, and the only ones who are deported are ones who criticize a foreign country. I don't understand it. It's driving people insane, actually, and it's making people angry in a bad way. People are so mad. I mean, I've never seen it.
Tucker Carlson is so funny because his argument here literally is deport every single person that is an immigrant, okay? Deport every single person that is an immigrant, documented and not undocumented alike, or every single Hispanic person, documented, undocumented, natural born, doesn't matter, okay? The 65 million number, it could be either. It could be, he could be referring to both documented and undocumented Hispanic population numbers, or he could mean all immigrants, like documented non-citizens as well. He could mean any number of different, he can mean any number of different realities. Having said that, when he says there's 65 million illegals, they're not undocumented. That's not true. However, the argument Tucker Carlson is making is kind of stupid and kind of funny because of how stupid it is, because he's saying, don't deport them because they've criticized Israel. Deport them because they're not white. Like, he's literally, if he's referencing like Hispanic people, he means like, don't deport them because they're critical to Israel. Deport them because they're Hispanic. Or if he's talking about all immigrants, don't deport them because they're critical to Israel. Deport them because they don't belong here. What's going on? That's why for him, it's like this argument about Israel and suppression of speech of Americans is simply a vehicle to deliver the nefarious agenda, which is to make America white.
Like the rage online. And I get it. I get it. That's the worst part. I get it. This is, people go crazy after a while if you totally ignore their concerns, if you call them names rather than answering their questions.
At that FBI file, then she got caught by James O'Keefe on hidden.
Like, this was the talk of the town at Turning Point USA. If I'm Charlie Kirk, I'm shitting my pants right now. Charlie Kirk is the administration's guy, right? He's the inside guy, and he's holding these events. And his job here is to basically try and keep the Trump boat from sinking. And every single media superstar that he has at the Turning Points conference is screaming about Israel and is screaming about the Epstein files, which is also somewhat connected to Israel as well. And it's crazy. You can't control this. How are you going to, exactly, his job is to placate Trump. How are you going to placate Trump if every single person at your conference is literally demanding this? In some ways, it feels like when Democrats run and claim that they're going to do health care, and then they never do health care. When Republicans run and they create unique problems that are not real problems at all, but at least like demand people's attention, shift their priorities away from their material circumstances over to like vulnerable populations that must be dominated, they actually follow through on those promises. You know, whether it be stopping trans athletes from participating in the NCAA or whatever, right? This was a problem that they also pointed to and said they would offer a solution to, and now they're not. So now Republicans, for the first time ever, are like, wait a minute, but this is, but we're used to getting what we want. I mean, you even did abortion. So why won't you do this? Why won't you do this? Yeah. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Stop talking about it, girls and sometimes gals. Guys and sometimes gals. Why must you be talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody cares. This guy won't die. He won't go away. Do not talk about him.
Camera saying she had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein and little children. It was like, what? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, you know, the like 18-year-old.
I love the Trump deflections are so funny that when people post it in the chat, I laugh every time. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking. We have Texas. We have this. We have all the things. And people are still talking about this guy, this creep. That is unbelievable. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Like, his deflections have been so haphazard, put together last second, clearly scared. Like, you can see the fear in the way that, in the tone that he takes when talking about Jeffrey Epstein, that you're laughing. Trump's begging you to stop talking about Epstein and you're laughing. I said this already. I said this before, remember? When Trump is unique because he's the type of dude to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like, that's what people like about him. That's what people like about Trump, is that he would just like just like weave in random shit, sometimes conspiracy theories and whatnot, into places where it didn't belong. That's what people liked about him. And now he's like, why are you talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It's like what you would expect from a Democrat. You know what I mean? Like the smarmy, smug, elitist, why do you care about this? You shouldn't care about this ass tone about an issue that things do care about. I could hear like Joe Biden saying that about healthcare. You know what I mean? Oh, come on, Jack, we're doing NATO. Why do you care about healthcare? You know what I mean? It's like that's not something you expect from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the guy who is supposed to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. So now he's doing this. Obviously, people are going to be like, the fuck do you mean? Why do I care about this? You made me care about this.
What? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, you know, the like 18-year-olds who look 14, but we didn't hear about children. And then because
we did hear about that. What the fuck are you talking about?
She was caught once again shooting off her mouth inappropriately. Attorneys General of the United States normally say nothing. They say nothing.
Merrick Garland had one press conference a year.
Yes. Nothing. Bill Barr, you can get him to speak or say anything.
What? They're criticizing Pam Bondi for speaking out of turn too much? Again, that's her position. Donald Trump hired these people because they're gay. Grade A yappers. Okay? That's why they were hired. G-A-Y. Grade A yappers. He hired them with the express purpose of yapping. He knew that they were yappers. That's why Pete Hegseth is the fucking Secretary of Defense. Not because he can command, millions of people under his employ, but because he can fucking chirp. He's telegenic, he's loyal to Trump above all else, and he can talk.
Even Eric Holder was less chatty than this. So she got caught on camera and she decided to cover up the James O'Keefe slip by then running to a real camera and being like, there are tens of thousands of videos of the children and I'm announcing it all. So once again, she didn't give that to the influencers. And then she slides it into this memo.
So I have a dumb question. Maybe it's not dumb. So it's so she had doubled down on the videos. Is that correct, Megan?
Yes. Now she's tripled down.
Epstein was not the perp in every one of those videos.
I don't mean to say this why are you talking about this way, but do you think the 4 hours alone you've talked about this topic signals the Trump admin's goal of distracting from deportations has worked? I've talked about the deportations every single time and every single day, with the exception of today. Okay, if you think that this is the Epstein stuff is a distraction away from the deportations, you are out of your fucking mind. As a matter of fact, Trump would never want anyone to talk about Epstein, and Trump would want everyone to be constantly talking about the deportations, because guess what? Deportations are for his base. The base seemingly, or at least to their calculation, loves the deportations. They don't, but that's a different point. Also, I was just talking about the deportations when we were talking about fucking Tucker Carlson's statements about 65 million immigrants and whatnot. Okay? So no, I've been in this chat longer than y'all chatters, and I work in labor organizing, broader social media too. I mean, no. Jeffrey Epstein is a major issue, and it's a major issue that is actually driving a wedge between Trump and his base, unlike any other issue. There have been plenty of other things that have taken place in this administration, and people have written extensively about are the tariffs driving a wedge between Jeffrey, are the tariffs driving a wedge between Trump and the base or whatever? No, not like this, okay? This is the single most, for his base, for the MAGA base, this is the single most important issue, okay? Because it's exactly the type of thing that the base understandably demands answers on that Trump can offer almost unilaterally. Do you see what I mean? We've seen literal Trump voters be like, Trump deported my wife, but I still don't think it was a bad decision to vote for him. But I've yet to see people convincingly talk about how, Trump is a pedophile and probably associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but it's okay because he's our pedophile. That part has not happened yet. Okay? We have not gotten to that point yet. We might. Some certainly will. But it's, I think, very important to see how Republican speakers identify this issue and try to communicate this issue. And it's important to see how whether the Republicans will take it or not. So far, they have yet to take the bait.
Videos.
So because they've been so ambiguous,
no, but
we're
let's
not
just
sure.
think about this. Unless we're led to believe that Epstein himself personally raped all these kids, children, or whatever, then isn't the statute of limitations on child rape basically infinite? Well, so then why are we not indicting the people that were doing the raping that we have on video? What's that all about?
Yeah.
No, you know this better than I do. So Epstein's dead. He's met his hopefully eternal fire where he deserves in the pit of hell. But if it's true, the Attorney General of the United States said, just remind me, we have thousands of videos.
She said that we've got thousands of videos showing child pornography.
And she doubled down on that. So
tripled.
So you have to infer Jeffrey Epstein was not the only person involved in that.
Well, no, let me tell you what I've gleaned, but since she's been so ambiguous, take it with a grain of salt, okay? She won't have a presser. She won't give an interview. She won't answer any hard questions. All we get is the unsigned paper memo, 2 pages to Axios, who won't ask any questions. So what I think she's saying is that she's found, allegedly, tens of thousands of screen grabs of child pornography. They call it child sexual abuse material now. It's C-SCAN. And that's what she says they found on his like hard drives, like he was into this form of porn, like off the internet. But separately, they say he had at least 1,000 victims like of his.
No, okay, so but 1,000 victims, unless we are to believe he personally was after every one of those victims, there has to be some other bad guys still alive that are powerful that did something to these children. Why are we not impaneling a special prosecutor to find every single one of these powerful people that went after these kids? Like what? Why are we putting up with this?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think you'll find out.
Am I understanding this correctly? Because I don't even remember.
I can't answer that.
I don't even know Pam Bondi said that. I can't even remember all this because it's all over. I got a thing on my desk. I got truckloads of stuff.
Yeah, no, we all have busy lives, and President Trump has a busy life, and I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
Yeah, it's not Trump. It's Pam Bondi. That's the real villain here. Please don't yell at Trump. I love how much they are like trying. The outsiders and the media people whose job it is to read the room recognize how fucking angry people are, okay, in the base. So Trump doesn't want to let go of Pam Bondi. That much is clear. That's precisely the reason why he fucking made that statement about like guys and sometimes gals, please don't yell at Pam Bondi, right? But the media people understand that they have their own careers. They have their own careers outside of the Trump administration. They also require a steady, like they obviously play a formative role in dominating the conversation, but this is a piece of discourse that's not going away, and they recognize that, which is precisely the reason why they're like, come on, give us something, fire somebody in the admin, otherwise it's not going to go away. All of these conversations that they're having is actually for one guy and one guy only. This is not for the audience that's in the room. This is for Donald Trump. Okay, this is for Donald Trump. They are saying, give the people a scapegoat because otherwise you're cooked. You are not going to be able to solve the situation with your endless charisma. Okay?
I mean, she is the person who's she's either lying now or she was lying then. There's no two ways about it. And if you accept what's in the memo, that they don't have the goods on anybody, there's no one who can be indicted, they didn't find a trove of info on other people, then why was she trying to titillate us over a child sexual abuse case for months? She was on the air repeatedly in February, in March, again in May.
Yeah, this is what the out is. Pam Bondi lied. People died. Pam Bondi lied about like the list, which is not going to be a convincing enough argument. It's better than what Trump is trying to do. It's better than what Trump is trying to do, which is to say, no, Pam Bondi didn't lie. It's the Democrats that wrote the list. So please don't look at the list. We can't release it because some of our faves will be implicated. Okay. The reality is, these guys think that as long as Trump says like, oh, Pam Bondi actually lied about the contents of this Jeffrey Epstein list and it was a big nothing burger, he doesn't like, they don't realize that that's not going to be enough for the base. The base is going to be like, okay, you fired Pam Bondi. We still want the list. What the fuck do you mean there is no list? When are they going to blame DEI? Yeah, when they fire Pam Bondi, they're going to be like, we shouldn't have put a woman in charge.
It's completely inappropriate. You don't play cutesy with child sexual abuse material.
So, Megan, I don't mean to interrupt. I mean, first of all, you're totally right. But you know the media, you know you've been around the space of like hyper ambitious women. What is this? Analyze her for us.
Oh my God, oh my God, right as I said it. Oh my God, there it is. Yeah, hyper ambitious woman in the media. You know how it is. You know how these bitches are. Oh, DEI, baby.
Well, I think she wants to make a name for herself. What she really wants to be is a star. That's what I think she wants. That's why she runs to the cameras on Fox News. There's no other reason. Look back at the attorneys general. Seriously, do you ever...
You have a chud brain. I understand the mind of a right-winger better than a right-winger understands themselves. God, I could be such a good fucking right-wing commentary person. It's not even... It requires no... Like, it requires very little thinking. I swear to God, I could do this better than every single one of these motherfuckers. I swear to God. Except for maybe like Tucker Carlson. That's why I always laugh when people are like, Hasan, you're a grifter. But I also hate you for being honest about your points of view, even if the point of view that you're demonstrating is like broadly unpopular in mainstream media, even though maybe it'll take a year or so for a lot of people to arrive at your conclusions that you came to after years and years of reading. You know, I could do it. I could do it so hard. I could do it so easily. If I wanted to grift, I would just be a right winger. Oh my God. So stupid.
Ever remember knowing an attorney general like this? Or like even having the attorney general's voice in your head? I can barely remember Merrick Garland's weird little nasally voice, but I mean, it's in there. But the average person couldn't pick him out of a lineup because normally attorneys general are somber, serious people who are fairly annoying, but they're schooled in the law. Pam Bondi has one trait, and I think it's why Trump chose her. She's loyal to the president. And I get it. He does need somebody loyal, especially in that position. But he has a wealth of other options.
Well, I mean, I think Judge Jeanine is amazing. Do we like Judge Jeanine? Everything I really like Judge Jeanine.
Judge Jeanine would be brilliant. Harmeet Dillon would be brilliant.
So you're calling for...
They're still going for fucking Fox News personalities to do the job of attorney general. That is crazy.
For Pam Bondi to resign or to go. But can you please tell people the breaking news? According to reports that you have verified, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will resign if what does not happen?
If she doesn't go.
So
I only have it on Bongino.
It's all over X though.
No, I know, but let me just tell you what my reporting is. Bongino, it's Bongino or Bondi. He's not
Who
saying...
would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bondi? Okay, 7,000 to 0.
They want Dan. Of course, Dan. You know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for like really important ideas and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. I mean, with all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice. But do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. We're about to lose Dan for sure. And maybe Kash too, if she doesn't go. Now she's got some allies. I mean, I think Susie Wiles is close with her, and Susie Wiles is amazing. And look, there's not that many like powerful women in the administration. Maybe she wants to keep her. She's from Florida. Susie Wiles from Florida. Trump lives in Florida. But this has gone well beyond this. Like this could actually cost Trump in the midterms. We need to make a smart choice right now. We can't lose any of the MAGA base.
And let me just also reiterate this. And by no means did I want...
I can see Dan quitting, but I doubt Kash would quit because Dan actually has or had a career outside of this, whereas Kash never really had a serious career outside of this. It's the funniest thing to be a guy who's like, I had a robust media career. I was getting unlimited Rumble bucks. I had a life. I could just sit around in my podcast studio and do podcasts. And now you cooked me. You're cooking my future. What the fuck does Kash Patel have? Nothing. He wrote children's books.
Our very big student action summit talk about Epstein, the entire, like of all the things. I'm not like Epstein obsessed. Some people, their YouTube channel, it's all they talk about.
Congresswoman Luna, thank you for all the work you've done on releasing the JFK files and trying to get the Epstein files released. A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into...
Oh my God, cook the fucking Bannonites too. Oh, this is... Oh, dude, come on, chat. Being like, why do you care about this? Are you kidding me? It's such a glaringly obvious contradiction that even the fucking dumbest hogs, even the goddamn dumbest hogs are aware of. They're not even oblivious to it. It's so perfect. It's so beautiful. It's so Kino. Oh my God, this is inject this directly into my veins. I am mainlining this. This is straight up pure black tar heroin. Oh.
To what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that. But yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that footage, and I think the American people would too.
Moving into the 2026 midterms, how do we get over the trend that the party in the White House loses seats in Congress, and just how do we move forward?
Well, according to the polling I'm seeing, we're not losing any seats. That's I think that's a historical record will reflect that. But again, you know, I feel like 10% of us in Congress do 90% of the work. And so it's our whole goal and objective to push the party into codifying and getting off our bums and actually doing the right thing by maybe doing our jobs in Washington. And so if you guys can continue to help with that message, that would be great.
After a series of historic Trump victories on 4th of July weekend, almost as like a spitting in your face insult to all of us, the Justice Department decided to crack this thing open and piss off the entire world. Concluded no further disclosure of material would be appropriate or warranted. Really? Well, you know, Pam Bondi, everybody in the federal government right now, like, let me explain how this works. We, the American people, decide what's warranted. And if you've forgotten, that privilege of what is released and what is not lies with the American people. We have a voice, and throughout all history, when you fight that fight, it is a losing battle. Eventually, with enough people calling loud enough, we're going to get what we want. Stop insulting us and saying that we want CP released on the internet. Stop insulting us saying that we're some type of like mongoloid troglodytes that want predator material on the internet. No, we don't. What I want is a more full constellation of what the Jeffrey Epstein op was.
They got bored with the R word. They're trying to hit different lines here.
Why high profile officials like Alex Acosta said he belongs to Intel, so let's give him a pass on sex trafficking with children, which is what they did. They gave him a pass to sex traffic with children. So who's they exactly? Somebody explain that to me? Are we paying taxes to a globalist predator cult? It should be like the lowest possible threshold for you as a government to confirm with the American people that we're not doing that. It's pretty basic. We're not perverts. They're the perverts. We're not goblins that want like predator material. They're the people who did that. Stop covering up for them. And so in order to protect our own children and our own society and our own nation and our own sovereign, faith-based, God-centered nation, we're going to ensure that people who did that, and I'm sure it happened, people who did that are punished. Oh, and there are some voices on the right who are very excited about closing this chapter. That's also extra telling, right? Plenty of voices on the right that are like, oh, move along. Yep, nothing to see here. Oh, we agree. Yep, how could you? We agree. Now it's time to move on to more important things like funding of foreign wars. Shut up. You know, like you're such frauds. It's so hard to like play the game anymore. You're such frauds. It's gonna get me off on a tangent that I don't want to go on, but there are a couple of voices that are too excited to close the chapter on Epstein. It's very curious. Predators will not be protected in our movement. That's going to be like part of the movement, like the core of the movement. We're not the ones who sex trafficked 300,000 children into our nation and lost them. That's the other side. They're going to have to defend it before God. We're going to be the people that go out and try and save them. Am I wrong? Any father knows.
He's so bad at this. It's kind of remarkable how like Benny Johnson having a media career with like decent numbers too on his videos proved the point that I was making before, which is that like it doesn't require much to be a right-wing commentary guy, man. Like it does not make any fucking sense. He is such a charisma suck. AI thumbnails are the new thing, I guess. Yeah. A lot of right-wing Twitter included fucking Asmongold is using these AI generated thumbnails now. It's like a telltale marker, and they pop off on Twitter, or not Twitter. Sorry, they pop off on YouTube. Tyler Oliveira, Asmongold, Benny Johnson. There's a bunch of these like crazy channels that do that shit.
Any dad knows. I come home to my little children and I think about the dads who had their kids stolen from them, like Virginia Roberts' father, who was on Piers Morgan weeping about how his daughter was killed after all that she's been through in order to cover all this up. And it's, you know, it could be
Tyler Oliveira right wing. Yes, man. Yes, he is. What the fuck? It's like, I just watch his videos and I think he makes a really convincing case that, you know, Polish Nazis are actually doing the Lord's work by beating the shit out of migrants that they suspect are crossing the border. I don't understand. Hello?
Of us, quite frankly, right? Life comes at you fast, and
President Trump promised to end the wars.
God, John Ossoff could be a promising figure in the Republican future. And it's just like, he is such a fucking cuck. He is such a, in the Republican future, I meant Democrat future, sorry. Oops, I misspoke when talking about Democrats because I'm so used to calling them Republicans. John Ossoff is, yeah, Freudian slip. John Ossoff has had like unique moments of clarity, and yet he is such a fucking establishment Democrat shill too. is so goddamn
He
annoying.
promised to release the Epstein files.
How is he any different than Petey? There were brief moments within his career, like speaking out against Israel early on and then immediately fucking conceding and being like, my bad, I never should have said anything. Yeah, but then, he votes for the Lake and Riley Act, shit like that.
Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
Which they desperately need, because Putin is really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it. Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. And he sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape.
I was going to ask you, on this one-year anniversary of Butler, what was going through your mind this morning, Mr. President, as you woke up to start this new day?
Will you repeat that question?
On this one-year anniversary of...
I am joined now by former New Jersey governor and former U.S. attorney Chris Christie and SCOTUS blog editor.
It's got to be crazy to be the only Republican, like major Republican figure that hasn't gotten hit with the Ozempic ray. Like, how is Chris Christie still so fucking fat, bro? It's like, look at every single major Republican figure that was that fat. They all look like they got the soul sucked out of them. Christopher Christie is still such a Twinkie. It's fucking awesome, and I respect it.
Sarah Isgur, who served...
And he literally got a gastric bypass, too.
...as a spokesperson for the Department of Justice in the first Trump administration. All right, Chris, thank you for being here. Let me get right to the president's very lengthy statement overnight defending Pam Bondi, because it starts by saying, what's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on Team MAGA. I don't like what's happening. So are those boys and gals of Team MAGA going to go along with this?
Well, look, what Donald Trump is learning is when you start the fire, sometimes you can't put it out. Now, he started this Epstein fire during the campaign and prior to that by alleging that this was all some, Democratic plot. That he was perhaps murdered by former Democratic office holders, that there were a lot of Democrats who had been down to Jeffrey Epstein's island and all the rest. He used that to fire up his own base. And he was going to get to the bottom of it, and he was going to release it because he's absolutely in favor of transparency. Well, now you get into the job and you realize, maybe I don't want to do that. And let's be clear about this. Pam Bondi, there's no chance, in my opinion, that Pam Bondi made this decision on her own. No chance. She was instructed by the White House that we're not releasing this stuff. And that's why he's defending her. And now he's at cross purposes, though, because when you bring in people like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who are true believers in what Trump was saying prior to getting elected, they're saying, wait a second, we came here to do the transparency thing.
It seems to me that it wasn't so much Trump himself that was fueling the conspiracy theories. It was the people very close to him, his biggest supporters, people like Kash Patel and like Dan Bongino.
But John, wait a second. We cannot let the president off that easily. He benefited directly from it. He fueled it. He encouraged it. And he certainly didn't stop it. So, part of what bothers me in this context is that Donald Trump gets a pass. Oh, no, it wasn't him. It was somebody else. He took these people who were doing exactly what you just said and put them in charge of.
I mean, it wasn't even before he put them in charge. He was like at rallies with them. He knows that's his base. He's also very good at very good at like responding to the needs of his base, right? He did it with like all of the other edge issues. Having said that, on Epstein directly, he very rarely ever talked about it, but there are instances where he has talked about it.
Of the people on the front line of protecting the American people from crime and terrorism and counterintelligence operations. He encouraged this, and by putting them in those positions, he supported the work they were doing.
Well, let me play what Trump said Tuesday at his cabinet meeting. When he's there at the cabinet meeting, Pam Bondi is just a couple seats away from him, and a reporter tries to ask Bondi about all of this, and Trump intervenes and says this.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Okay, so Sarah, he said it's unbelievable and people shouldn't be talking about this. That was Tuesday. Yet all week, his people have been talking about it. People like Steve Bannon, Megyn Kelly, Charlie Kirk. These are prominent figures in his movement who have been talking relentlessly about this.
We've heard plenty of times with folks trying to determine whether this is where the MAGA base abandons Trump and things like that. And I think those have all been pretty big misunderstandings of how that hard candy coating around Donald Trump works. For instance, we saw that conversation happen around the pro-life movement, that Donald Trump was abandoning pro-life principles and that maybe this would break up the MAGA movement. But that hard candy coating, the people who really go out there day to day to defend whatever Donald Trump says, they're not policy people. They're not pro-life. They actually aren't even that big on immigration. They're really big on this stuff, though. JFK, Epstein, the moon landing, chemtrails. So this actually does have a real potential to influence whether Donald Trump has that protection between him and his base, those translators. And that's what you're seeing this week, is those translators are taking a really long time to come back to Donald Trump, longer than I think we've seen to date.
I mean, I'll tell you this. If you look at his Truth Social post, again, this very long Truth Social post, the responses, and who knows, there could be trolls, whatever, but are almost universally negative. People saying that they're not buying it. They're not ready to move on.
Well, John, you have Santa's elves telling kids that Santa doesn't exist, and they're having a really hard time with that.
So let me then play a little bit more from Kash Patel. We heard in the open that this was Kash Patel. He went on Joe Rogan's podcast in June and was asked about all of this, and here's what he had to say.
The problem is there's been like 15 years of...
My favorite. They're calling him the least believable man on the internet, the least trustworthy individual that you could ever bring to the table to convince a large amount of people that the administration is not hiding this incredibly high profile sex trafficking case. When people say like Kash Patel is like a really believable figure in the MAGA movement, like I don't believe that. I don't think anybody fucking believes Kash Patel. Maybe Dan Bongino to a certain degree, but even then, all of this defense of Trump and the whole like Jeffrey Epstein stuff, there's nothing out there. It's absolutely destructive to their profiles.
People coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working my ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give you.
So, again, let me ask the fundamental question. Is the base going to buy it? You have the president saying nothing to see here. You have Kash Patel, who had been fanning this stuff directly, saying, look, I mean, I would tell you, I got nothing.
Well, look, I'll tell you, I'll answer his question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe you give it if the president of the United States ordered you not to, because you haven't shown any independence from the president of the United States in your entire career. So he's asking me to believe something like, could you possibly believe me, Kash Patel, wouldn't do it even if the president of the United States told me not to? Look, the president made it very clear in that video we just saw before Patel's. I'm done with this. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Donald Trump never gives, or very rarely gives, direct.
Yeah, they're calling Chris Christie back for one last job. Okay, he's like, oh man, I didn't want to do it, but they're calling him back for one last job.
Orders. What he does is he does something like that, which is sending the signal out to everybody else. Enough. Stop. And so I'll answer Kash Patel's question. Yeah, I don't believe you would give it to us if, in fact, the president of the United States told you not to, and your direct boss, the Attorney General of the United States, has ordered you not to. And that's where we are.
So, Sarah, let me ask you really what is the big question. They released like 11 hours of videotape of Epstein's cell. It seems pretty well established that he, in fact, killed himself. I guess there are 60 seconds that are missing that has been attributed to a glitch. So the big question is this now case closed on all those conspiracy theories?
This was always strange to me because it depends what you mean by conspiracy theories. In terms of whether Epstein killed himself or this list that there's just no evidence ever existed, yeah, I mean, I hope.
Oh my God, mainstream media is so ass.
Get a hearing within 40 days.
Tom Homan issues savage dare to heckler interrupting him.
90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me? Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA.
Don't do it, kid. He's gonna arrest
you. All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass. Meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you, he sits down to pee. Guaranteed. So, sanctuary cities. Let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda.
He's so hot. I just hate that Donald Trump keeps hiring the sexiest people. You know, it makes it all the more difficult. It makes it all the more difficult to like actively combat their message because I'm just taken away by their sexual charisma. He's like a walking stroke, dude. Bro, no wonder you fell off. Yeah, I fell off. More like I fell off. I fell in. What did I fall in? Love. That's right. I fell in love with Tom Homan. But who can blame me? He's so good.
Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Homan is not welcome in Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland.
This could have a huge impact. The president is slapping more tariffs on some of our biggest trading partners. This time, it's the European Union and Mexico. Starting on August 1st, they'll face 30% tariffs. So the justification here, well, Trump blames Mexico for the flow of fentanyl across the border and the EU for America's trade deficit.
Okay, so tariffs are back. Fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. Incredible.
Both are slamming Trump's move. Mexico calls this an unfair deal, and the EU warns this is going to harm businesses and consumers on both sides of the Atlantic. And Malika, what's striking here is that both Mexico and the EU were in active negotiations with the U.S., trying to avoid this very scenario. Remember, Trump had promised 90 deals in 90 days, but instead of deals, many countries are getting these official letters declaring the new tariff rate.
Yeah, bro, he can't even get his lies in order. First, the tariffs are on. Everybody goes, hell yeah, thank God, trade protectionism. Then he's like, tariffs are off. Then everyone's like, oh, thank God, he actually shut off the tariffs. Excellent move, Mr. President. We love you. Then he says, oh, no, tariffs are actually back on unless we do deals. Then everyone's like, hell yeah, back to tariffs. And then he says, actually, we've done so many deals. We've done hundreds of deals. We've done more deals than there are countries. Everyone's like, oh, my God, what a victory. What a victory once again. And now, turns out none of the deals actually happen. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, there's just nothing there. People are just holding on to whatever he decides. Whatever he decides goes. It's just Donald Trump. It's just Donald Trump. Whatever he is saying he's doing, some of his fans are going to go along with. Now, having said that, there is one issue. The reason why I talked about the fucking Epstein stuff for as long as I did is because that's the one thing that his base is not eating. And the more he says, the more he tries to like move the conversation away from the Epstein files, the more people are like, no, dog, give us the Epstein files. Are you a fucking pedophile? What's happening?
They're going to face Malika.
So, Selena, what could the impact be on the United States consumers here?
Yeah, it's unclear, but it could be big. The U.S. imports everything from cars to avocados from Mexico. But a Trump administration official tells me the goods covered under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement could be spared. From the EU, we bring in a lot of pharmaceutical products, machinery, and wine and spirits. But what we're talking about here is just the start. Trump has also threatened 25% tariffs on Japan and South Korea, 35% tariffs on Canada, massive 50% tariffs on Brazil, a move that could make your cup of coffee more expensive, plus steep tariffs on Cambodia and Bangladesh that could raise prices for clothing and shoes. The list is growing here, and so is the concern about the potential ripple effects on your wallet. Malika?
Selena, as that list continues to grow, we will continue to check in with you. Thank you so very much.
I follow politics.
Yes.
I love from politics. I could tell you all who is politics.
Who's your favorite mayor ever of New York?
What's his name again?
I was in Brooklyn talking to voters after a historic
Oh my God. Ugh.
upset. Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani recently beat Andrew Cuomo in New York's Democratic mayoral primary. Mamdani campaigned on affordability and optimism, as he explained to the Triborough Bridge.
We can afford to dream.
Interestingly, it was higher income neighborhoods on average who favored the more leftist candidate.
I'm Ben Kowaller with a tale of two Brooklyns, Prospect Heights and East Flatbush. I've come to both neighborhoods to talk to people in the area about how they feel about the idea of having a socialist in Gracie Mansion. Let's talk to the people. What do you think of Zohran Mamdani?
That little young boy,
Yeah, that little young boy.
he have a lot of young people behind him, and young people is troublemaker.
One somewhat troublesome idea is the central DSA tenet that capitalism has got
troublesome. One troublesome idea.
to go. I wondered what people thought of that.
What if we replace capitalism with a humane social order based on popular control of resources and production, economic planning, equitable distribution, feminism, racial equality, and non-oppressive relationships?
Repeat what you said.
Popular control of resources and production, economic planning, equitable distribution, feminism, racial equality, and non-oppressive relationships.
Racial equality.
Racial equality.
Yeah.
That part you like.
Yes, that part I like, yeah.
The rest not so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that would work if they try. I don't know.
Worth a shot, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
Do you like your relationships oppressive or non-oppressive?
I like positive relationship.
You like an oppressive relationship?
No. I don't like, no. I like the one before you say.
It was time to head to more left-wing territory, so I hopped on the subway.
Who do you think the mayor should be?
The dude that's gonna freeze all the rents, you heard?
Mamdani?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what we need.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you hear socialism, good word or bad word?
I feel good about it.
Socialism, yes? No? Yes.
Capitalism, it's a cancer.
Should we get rid of capitalism?
I think it's a nice idea someday. I don't know how doable that is in the immediate future.
We cannot just automatically throw out a system without disrupting a lot of people's lives. So maybe we should do it mindfully, but then maybe burn it down.
Health officials in Gaza say 6 children are
6 children in Gaza killed due to a technical error, says the Israeli military. There's some stuff I wanted to talk about with respect to Israel. Also, MAGA supporters are burning their fucking MAGA hats. Why the fuck would you go to that island? So that's beautiful. There was also, we talked about Olivia Rodrigo. Hold on. There was some stuff that I wanted to get to. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. 1 second. Let me pull up something here. There was where is it? Oh, here, Mandy Patinkin. Mandy Patinkin was asked about Israel Palestine as a prominent Jewish actor. Okay, and this is on the New York Times, the interview, and he had a plea to Jews. He's as the article is titled.
Are you thinking or feeling any differently about what it means for you to be Jewish in this moment?
Yes, I am. I'll let them go first.
I hate the way some people are using anti-Semitism
Claim.
as a claim for anybody that is critical about a certain policy. You know, as far as I am concerned, compassion for every person in Gaza, is very Jewish. And the fact that I abhor the policies of the leader of that country does not mean I'm a self-hating Jew or I'm anti-Semitic.
You mean Netanyahu when you say the leader of that country?
Yeah.
Benjamin
Netanyahu. Yes. I feel this is the behavior, the politics of what he's doing is the worst thing for Jewish people. It's like lighting a candle for anybody that has any anti-Semitic feelings. It's creating a generation of wounded and hurt kids who will understandably be very angry. So that is how I feel, and I feel, I really feel deeply troubled and horrified by what is happening in my name.
10, 15 years ago, I was in Philadelphia, and then I go up to the hotel room. Catherine was in the hotel room, and the movie was on. She was watching The Princess Bride. And just as I walked in the room is that final scene in the movie where Inigo is sitting by the window with the man in black. And the man in black asks Inigo, would he like to be the next Dread Pirate Roberts? And the Inigo Montoya actor, who was me, said these words, which I did not really know what they meant, that William Goldman wrote, which I think are the singular greatest words I've ever read. You know, I have been in the revenge business so long. Now that it's over, I do not know what to do with the rest of my life. And I ask Jews all over the world to consider what this man, Benjamin Netanyahu, and his right-wing government is doing to the Jewish people all over the world. They are endangering not only the state of Israel, which I care deeply about and want to exist, but they are endangering the Jewish population all over the world. He is the most dangerous thing, not just since October 7th. It has been a deeply troubled situation.
And endangering the Jews by endangering those in Gaza.
And to watch what is happening for the Jewish people, to allow this to happen to children and civilians of all ages in Gaza, for whatever reason, is unconscionable and unthinkable. And I ask you Jews everywhere all over the world to spend some time alone and think, is this acceptable and sustainable? How could it be done to you and your ancestors, and you turn around and you do it to someone else?
It's interesting to see this kind of attitude even in the New York Times, you know, like channeling this kind of attitude. Patinkin's anguish is deep and real. If someone choked by his harping on the cost of Jews and Jewish life, of what Israel's doing, the Gaza, says Daniel Monte. Those costs are real, but they can't be the whole picture. His difficulty stems partly, I think, from his perception that that's the only angle Jews will listen to, and partly from his own inability to give up chauvinist delusions about Israel, e.g., all this stems from Netanyahu as opposed to the very nature of the state he's emotionally attached to, the Bernie fallacy. He ends up speaking sincerely and passionately, yet somewhat circuitously, avoiding the words Israel and Palestinian, which would maybe have some merit if it meant reaching more people, but I don't think it does. Aside from reinforcing supremacist attitude, it dulls the sharpest blade, the speaking of plain truths. But the reality of the matter is, I mean, this is not centering the feelings of Jews in the way that some people will look at this perspective and think. I think it's he very deeply cares about the victims of this genocide. And as far as like what it does circuitously, yeah, the technical error is as they kill kids at a water collecting point, disgusting, even though obviously fucking Piers Morgan is a charlatan. When someone like him says he believes in Israel as a state, I don't know if he means the classic as a Jewish state thing where a demographic majority is maintained. It's hard to tell sometimes if they actually don't care about that part or not. Yeah, I don't think Mandy cares necessarily about the demographic desires of a supremacist state like Israel. I don't even know if Bernie cares about that necessarily, but I will say that it is simply like, it's a move in the right direction. It's a move in the right direction, but of course, it is again, very difficult to like shake away the naive associations that a lot of, especially older but very progressive Jews have with this like labor Zionist state that they envisioned that could become Israel, even if they believe in like a two-state solution, like earnestly believe in it. The reality of the matter is those in positions of power within Israel have never actually cared about that concept and have simply used it as a jump off point. And our goal should be not to yell at these people and shut them out of the conversation, but to try to convince them, try to show them the reality that like the peaceful two-state solution that they envision, or Israel as a non-supremacist society, as long as it still is a Zionist one, will never be able to, will never allow breathing room to the Palestinians, because the ultimate goal in Zionism is the complete eradication of Palestinians, the complete eradication of all non-Jews in particular. What we are currently experiencing is the two-state solution, which is just an Israeli state that is dominating the lives of Palestinians in this supposed fake state design that they have for Palestinians. That's it. Please quantify that it's the eradication of all non-Jews in the land. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Zionism being the fundamental ideology that developed the Israeli state revolves around the eradication of all non-Jews in that area, in Greater Israel. Yeah, that's it. And when I say Greater Israel, I don't simply mean like the Palestinian territories that Israel currently occupies. I mean like southern Lebanon, parts of Syria, maybe even the Sinai Peninsula and parts of Egypt, maybe even Jordan at a later date. I mean, it's entirely dependent on how much Israel can get away with, because it's inherently fascist. It's just like Nazi Germany, in the sense that Nazi Germany had ambitions for a greater Germanic state, and if it wasn't stopped by force, it was never supposed to stop. I mean, they would have tried to conquer territory all the way into the heart of the USSR, all the way into fucking Moscow, and perhaps even beyond. Now, would they ever retain that territory for an extended period of time? Who knows? But it's the same principle, because the ideology is the same. It is a fascist ideology. It is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that requires the constant extermination of the outgroup. Fascist ideology either will consistently expand, or if it's, as long as it's not forced to stop, once these expansion initiatives soften, or once it reaches like a territorial boundary that it can't expand beyond, then it will go into an internal cleansing. We never got to see this within Nazi Germany beyond like the eugenicist approach, the eradication of political dissidents, which would have created major roadblocks for the Nazi project. But we never actually got to see the full extent of like the Aryan race, for example, the Übermensch mentality, because that was inevitable. If Nazi Germany had like not invaded Russia, or had stopped at a certain point and just like went back into a defensive posture to create an internal structure of superiority, then they would have most likely focused on purging their own ranks of those who were not in the in-group, because the in-group was shrinking. What about the Islamic states in the Middle East? What about them? Saying what about the Islamic states in the Middle East, depending on what you're talking about, is like saying what about the Christian states in Europe? Like these states are comprised of a Muslim population for the most part. They also happen to be aligned with America and America's interests, as well as Israel. But they're not ethno-states in the way that Israel is. Do you think Zoran will be the first figure that can meaningfully impact Israel's genocide? I don't think so. Also, that's stupid to say in the context of Israel, because the countries of borders, Lebanon and Egypt, happen to give significant non-Muslim have significant non-Muslim populations. There's no two-tier structure in many of these countries for non-Muslims. There's freedom of travel and freedom of movement, and places where there's any sort of limitations, I also think are incorrect and shouldn't happen. Nothing that reaches Israel's level of suppression. So I think a lot of people just simply point to what about this or what about that, without realizing that like people like myself, for example, have routinely condemned and criticized Saudi Arabia for its ethnic cleansing and violence, its genocide in Yemen or the UAE. The problem is that is done at the behest of American interests in the region, so it doesn't actually meet the standard of criticism for many Americans. Even when they want to cynically deflect the attention away to one of Israel's primary allies in the region, they don't know the full history behind it, The only Arab states I can think of with some even small similarities to Israel in terms of being ethnostates is Sudan and Tunisia. Sudan is facing its own genocide of those considered non-Arab by the Arab supremacist militias. But just by looking at Sudan, you can tell the Arab identity is very broad. Anyway, yes, I have seen the hostage family send a cease and desist letter to the ADL. I just sent a cease and desist letter to Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL. I'm also making this letter public. Yehuda Cohen. ADL's doing unauthorized use of Nimrod Cohen's photographs, misrepresenting of family statements, and propagation of misleading narratives. The ADL is so sinister that they're using the photographs of Yehuda Cohen's son without his consent and making false claims about his family's stance on the ongoing war in Gaza. Specifically, you wrongly stated that my son Yotam Cohen wishes to go back to the war when in fact our family publicly supports an immediate end to the war and a comprehensive hostage release deal. This position aligns with the overwhelming sentiment of the Israeli public as evidenced by a recent N12 news poll showing that 82% of Israelis back a deal that would end the war and secure the release of all remaining hostages. Your misrepresentations are not only defamatory, but have also placed my son Nimrod, who remains in Hamas captivity, at greater risk of harm or murder. Furthermore, I am deeply concerned by the ADL's actions under your leadership, which appears to propagate a misleading narrative in the United States that conceals the reality of Israel's policies and the widespread Israeli support for ending the war and hostage release. Yeah. Anyway, I'm tired. I got hit with a wave of tired all of a sudden. So I'm going to end it here, chat. I haven't done a full strength stream in a minute because I've been doing too many half streams and then like walking around and stuff. So that's all I got for today. I love you all. Tomorrow is Monday, obviously, so we're going to be back. We're going to be back bigger, bolder than ever. You already know what it is, baby. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow for some more news. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded up, babe, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find